Merry New Year! Happy New Year, everyone. Great to see you all here. Happy New Year. Hope everyone had a wonderful time celebrating 2025. And man, in just 3 days, we've had explosions. We've had potential attacks.
Wait,
I can't.
I told you guys that I had Taco Bell last night.
Well, I mean, in our circle, we've had plenty of
okay.
explosion. I mean,
Well,
I painted the toilet bowl just right before the stream. So, but yeah, it's been quite a wild ride. But tonight is extra exciting. This is one of my favorite times of the year because it's when the boys and I get together and we get to rag on each other for some of our best picks and some of our worst picks of 2024. So we've come together and we've compiled a list of our worst comics of 2024. But this, well, as with every year that we've done this, I believe this is our third consecutive year. We have not told each other what our lists are. So as you guys find out in the chat, all of us on the panel will also be finding out what each other's picks are. And it should be a really fun night, and I'm really excited to get to it because next week will be the best comics of 2024. And I got to say, surprisingly, we have, I mean, at least for me, the list was much easier to make this year, and I actually had a lot of fun creating it. And I think that I think that was across the board. I know even Josh, you were saying that you found that this year you found it a little bit more enjoyable. And even Drew was saying like there were multiple times where he was like changing books because he was like, actually, I think this one should be here. And then maybe, maybe. And so you're constantly changing them. But yeah, it's a lot of fun to pick and choose. Was this year difficult for the worst books? Did it feel like...
I found both lists difficult, but for similar yet opposing reasons. Like my top list, I've got books that had you asked me 2 months ago without me really doing a deep thought, will this be in your top 10? I would have been like, definitely. And now I'm like, bro, I don't have space for this in my top 10 or honorable mentions.
Oh, wow. Oh my gosh.
In the same respect, I am now looking at my worst list, which I was, being a total bitch about in the group chat with y'all, where I was like, you're asking me to go through and see which shit is worse. Like, is the soupy projectile diarrhea worse than the clumpy fiery shit? They're both shit. They both suck,
That's the tough part. There are moments on my list that you guys will see that I will talk about that I'm kind of comparing, like you said, Josh, like shit to shit. So you're kind of like, which stinks worse? I don't know. They both are terrible. Like pick your poison. Like the one thing that I will say, I feel like this is this list. There are a lot of books that I could have my mind changed on. Like, so I'll say that we can reserve the right to change our mind. So at the end of the show, if we feel like certain books need to be moved around, or like, I am open to hearing everyone's case, essentially is what I'm saying. So if you're like, that's way too low or that's way too high, then maybe we'll reassess. But yeah, so in just a moment, I will be showing off last year's worst of list, and we'll go through that and we'll compare and contrast last year and this year, and we'll see which one was worse, 2023 or 2024. Just before we actually look at that list, did you guys feel like 2024 was worse than 2023 in terms of the books that came out and what we had to read? Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you like the bad, like are the bad books worse this year than the bad books last year?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
Damn. Okay.
But overall, this year was a much better year for comics. Like there are so many more good, great, outstanding books this year that, like, I think that outweighs the negative. But yeah. So
now, what is funny though is I was watching our video from last year, and the best comics of last year were damn good. We had like Batman Joker Deadly Duo,
Yeah.
I keep thinking that was like 2 years ago, not last year.
No, that, and a good majority of it came out last year too. Because it was only 6 or 8 issues or something like that. So
I think 7. I think it was an odd number.
yeah. So it was pretty interesting to see because I was like, damn. And then they also had Nemesis Reloaded, which I almost liked better than the first Nemesis series, but you can't.
Oh, by
it.
far it is. I mean, well, it is a better story, but as far as like sheer graphic insanity, it doesn't top the volume 1 with what he does to certain children. But it's still damn good.
Yeah. But that Steve McNiven art really, I mean, Kyle's got an original art piece from old Steve boy there.
He's not cheap.
No.
No, he's morphed his style into like a Barry Windsor Smith type style now, which is interesting.
Oh, interesting. Huh.
Yeah.
Speaking of art, Drew, what do we got here? What's going on here?
So what we got here is a sneak preview of an upcoming project called Aftermath that I can't talk too much about, but I'll leave that title there. But this image right here, this is some beautiful artwork we're seeing here, penciled by the amazing Andre Lunatic, but inked by the incredibly talented, legendary Shelby Robertson, who is in the chat right now. It's American Discord. He did the inks for some of these pages, all these pages, and they're absolutely beautiful. And being able to work with Andre Lunatic and Shelby Robertson, that's I mean, it's as close as I'm going to get to probably working better than Marvel and DC. The big two would love to have these guys on their team, but hey, I got them. So what now? But yeah, this story is amazing, and we great colors by Dan Kemp, legendary colorist from worked on Spawn and other titles at Image. So we have a dream team working on this, including me and the great A.A. Ron Sparrow as editor of the book.
Hey, I know that guy. I know that reference.
Yeah, I think we know that. I got that reference. We're going to be having the preview for this at MegaCon, February, in just under a month.
Hell yeah. Well, Shelby, this stuff looks amazing. I see American Discord in the chat. Thanks for being here, brother. And Drew, thank you for showing this off to us. So like you said, we can see a sneak preview of this, we're seeing a sneak preview of this tonight. Honestly, I see a lot of Brett Booth in this. Like when I first saw this, I thought Brett Booth. But we'll see the rest. You said the rest of the preview at MegaCon?
Yes, we're going to have the 8-page preview at MegaCon, and all I'm going to say is no one is prepared for the. I mean, issue 8 is really damn good. I mean, the 8-page preview is really damn good. But the minute you read the whole first issue, it's going to get bug nuts insane. When you say have the title Aftermath, it's going to get nuts. So I love it. Shelby and Andre, they're going to have a blast drawing this, and the publisher. Spencer Voykin owns Comic Kingdom of Canada. He wanted to have a 90s Image style vibe. And I'm like, you know what? I got just the guys for you. So, and they're killing it so far. And this is probably one of the best looking books I've ever been part of. It's amazing.
I'm definitely seeing that heavy 90s style in there. So I'm digging it, man. I like it a lot. Well, thanks for sharing. And yeah, I can't wait to, I will not be at MegaCon, but for those of you who will be, go check out Drew's booth and maybe get a preview edition of what we've got going on here. So yeah. And with the artist whose last name you said is Lunatic?
Andre Lunatic.
Yeah.
The Mad Russian. He's insane. The guy, I love this guy.
That's
Listen,
wild. All right.
You guys probably have heard me praise an artist that Drew's working with. It was on a different title at the time. About it's so nice to see an artist that's actually doing backgrounds and seeing art that lives like a real lived-in city. It's Andre. Like this guy. Those are nice images, but I will say those images don't even do justice to what you're. Yeah, like just get ready.
Yeah. So, and on top of speaking of backgrounds, since Shelby's still in the chat, we also did another project. We've done many projects, but at this point now, actually, there's a Pray for the Sinner coming up that we all took part on, and you want to talk about backgrounds? Holy shitballs! Shelby and Aaron, they put their heart and blood and guts into those backgrounds, into those pages. Josh, I'm sure, Matt, you guys have seen those pages, I think. Yeah. They are insane. And it's amazing getting to work with these guys. It's a dream come true when you're a kid.
Yeah, that's Drew, so cool, man. I don't know if you remember this, but after we got back from Vegas, when Max and I were bragging about, having breakfast with Kelly Jones for a few mornings, it was
bastards.
Yeah, it was images you had sent me of that I'd showed him that he was like, holy shit, that looks fantastic. And I was like, and there's backgrounds.
Love it.
Who would have thought? Yeah, backgrounds.
Yeah, those little details. Who would have thought?
Yeah. A couple of these books that we'll mention tonight may or may not have backgrounds. We'll see. So, as we begin the evening, I will remind everyone that the YouTube channel is still demonetized. We will most likely be demonetized until March. So, if you guys would like to support your local comic book reviewers and entertainers, please go do so at the pinned comment in the chat. It's right here, streamelements.com /MVP Maxfield Von Priestley /tip. And you guys can add to the tip jar there. And I did actually, I believe it was Jonathan Stevia. I need to double check that. But one of our subscribers actually donated before the stream. I believe it was when we were doing our paint and chat, chill and hobbies stream on Sunday. And he actually donated $5, and I didn't get a chance to thank him. So, Jonathan, wherever you're at, thank you so much for the $5. And I'm going to bring it up so that we can actually share it. And I just want to make sure that it is actually him. He says, Jonathan, for $5. Happy New Year's on the Stream Elements side. So thank you so much, brother. I greatly appreciate that. And Happy New Year to you. So wherever you are, I will give you a little bit of any support helps out, and we always appreciate it. So thank you guys so much. With that being said, we've also got MG in the chat. We've got JK in the chat. And it wouldn't be a real show without you guys in the chat. So thank you all so much, as well as Cajun Corey, Jamin D, Slavic One, Jay the Deep Minded. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. And whoever else is lurking tonight, we love you as well. And it's been a pleasure this whole year just getting to hang out with you guys and review comics.
And seeing the channel grow, that's been amazing too.
Absolutely. See it growing into demonetization. So, but that's all right because we've got.
Look at the sub count, man. The sub count's going up still.
Yeah, which is great. So, and I'm super grateful. And we got Fiend Machine too. He says, "Oh, I love me too." Well, we love you too. So before I show off the video from last year, I want to see if I can share this video, which is from maybe 4 years ago. This was before I may have even known Kyle and Drew, but it is one of my favorite clips of all time. And I think that it is an indicator and foreshadowing of what
Skip it.
Come.
No. For me, Ice Cream Man number 24.
Disagree. 110% disagree.
This is arguably one of the most mean-spirited and cynical comics I've ever read in my life. The jokes in this are so vile and evil.
If you look at Kyle's face, you can see one of the biggest smiles I've ever seen. As Drew is just like reaming this book.
That I really have to question it. I mean, no. This was straight up edgelord BS. All right, this whole damn comic.
It's awesome.
This has my vote for worst comic of the year.
Oh my god!
Worst comic of the year.
Disagree.
So for context, Drew and Kyle, do you guys remember when y'all did this?
Kind of.
Yeah.
I know the issue it is, but we did so many of those. But yeah, I do. It's coming. It's gonna start. It's gonna start coming back to me the more we talk about it.
Yeah.
I guarantee it.
Was that the telethon issue?
Yes, it was a telethon
so.
issue.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Now, I didn't think it was that bad. I thought it was funny. But it is very funny that now the Ice Cream Man issue that we're probably going to talk about tonight, seeing how far it's come was a little upsetting. But
well.
exactly.
Ice Cream
I did
Man's
find
on
it-
my best and worst, actually. So
which
it
is
managed to hit both.
fascinating. So that's good. That is good and bad news, I guess.
Yeah.
Because it really just was that one issue that
Best
really,
and the worst.
yeah. But yeah, I'll play a little bit more of this.
We talking about this later.
Ice Cream Man
my-
24, worst comic of the year.
Ice Cream Man number 24.
So now Kyle is on to his best of the week. So like I said, for context, these two guys used to do reviews every single week, and they would review the best and the worst, and they'd come out with 2 videos for the Comics Elite channel. And then I poached them. I said, hey, you guys are pretty funny. You're also good reviewers. I like your takes. You're based. Why don't you come over and hang out at the MVP channel? And they're like, how much? You know. But now
Still
I've
waiting
got
for
'em.
that check, by the way.
Oh God, that check by now has got to at least be $2 or something.
Yeah. Still
So,
waiting.
yeah, and yeah, so now Kyle is on to his best of the week, whereas Drew was talking about his worst of the week.
Get the hell out of my office. Get out.
What?
Get out.
We got about 2 left.
Get out. Get out. All right. Go. Okay. Why is this piece of shit your number 2 pick of the week?
I have no idea what you were reading. It's like we were reading completely different comments. This was awesome. This was hilarious. This was dark, disturbing. I mean, we come from similar backgrounds. I was in law
Yeah.
enforcement. You were in the military.
Yeah.
We get this kind of this
This
is
is not funny.
this is hilarious.
No, it's not. It is not hilarious.
It is hilarious.
No, it's not.
Those
No.
they have ads in here that are hilarious.
No, it doesn't make sense. It's like, what are you? It's like that's how lobsters are killed. That's how it happens. What
Yeah,
are you trying to say? I don't get it.
but it's awesome.
How?
It's torturing. There's just something dark and twisted and demented about this. And if you have that sentimentality, if you're able to get around that and see it like I see it, it's hilarious. I had a lot of fun with this.
I had zero fun with Ice Cream Man number 24. It was not funny. It was not fun. And it was just downright bewildering as to how this got written in the first place. This is the Spider-Man book of the week, and you will not go wrong with this. High recommend.
100%.
Yeah, better than that piece of crap right there.
Impossible.
Impossible. Oh man, brings me back to the good old days.
Still
Even
stand by it.
Jamin, yeah, I believe it. I mean, I remember that issue, and
I stand by
even
my
Jamin-
and I stand by my stance on that book.
Oh, if I'm sure if you read it today, you'd probably be like, it wasn't that bad.
It's funny.
It's funny.
None of the phones are plugged in. Oops, we didn't get any
Oh,
donations.
dang. Oh, shucks.
I fucking love it.
Because aren't they trying to help out? What's his name?
Yeah.
He's got like some dumb name, and they're trying to help him out
It's
the
like
whole
Gary
time.
or something like, hey, he's gonna die. Hurry up. Oh, his
Yeah.
dog's dead. They end
Come
up killing his
on.
dog. Like he gets divorced. I fucking love it.
Oh man. Jamin D was there at the beginning as well. He says, I missed the top 10 with their super stable internet connection. Yeah, when you guys were rocking the
Yeah.
12 pixels, I could literally count the amount of pixels
Well-
on your screen.
Well, if people knew just the amount of usage that a certain individual got out of that computer and the amount of porn he had on that computer,
Oh, yeah.
or those years, it's just going to slow it down. You know,
Well, and not only that, you have like 7 other people using the same internet. It's like that's just gonna happen.
Yeah. We've got Jack Frost here. Welcome in, brother. He says, "How come you never say hi to Fiend Machine?" I said hi to Fiend Machine. I said hi. He said, "I love me too," and I said, "I love you too." So, Jack, rewatch the stream. I got him covered. I got him covered.
Yeah.
But yeah, just a funny clip that I wanted to reminisce on because, like I said, it may be foreshadowing of what is to come of the future.
Oh,
Damn.
Of what
Interesting.
might be. Yeah.
Mm.
Let's see. There was one other thing. Oh, before we go over last year's picks and then get into our show, do we want to do a little bit of a show and tell? Because I have two things, two things that I could show off.
I got one, so you can do yours. I still got to open mine. It's coming in
All right,
fresh.
well, while you're opening, I'll go ahead and play our intro. Woo! So I will go ahead and go first. And this came a little bit late, right after Christmas.
There you go.
Oh. Thank you.
Yeah.
He's like, "What? I couldn't hear you." So right after Christmas, this came in the mail. This bad boy. So for size comparison, we've got the Essential X-Men right here, but the new expanded edition of Fantastic Four Full Circle.
Mm.
My gosh.
Mm.
I've been told for like the past 2 years, people keep saying like, everybody tells me that it's like beautiful, that it's the best thing on the shelves right now. And I said, yeah, I'll read it one of these days. I am so mad at myself that I did not get on this train earlier. This is one of the most beautifully illustrated and just breathtaking books I have ever looked at and read. Yeah, see, there you go. You and Joshy Poo's got it.
Mine's on the shelf somewhere.
Yeah.
Mine's signed by Alex Ross is on the shelf. No
Mine
big deal.
too. Mine's signed by Alexis.
Oh,
No way.
Lottie freaking da.
The signature by Alex Ross is pretty rad, but I was stunned at the level of detail and how dynamic everything is, but also how creative everything is as well. Just due to I've never seen this art style before. Like this was amazing. And this was just so for the extended edition or expanded edition, the first quarter of the book is just the graphic novel itself. But once you're done reading the graphic novel, it gets into like the creation of it. So it recaps This Man, This Monster. So it has a reprint of that.
But oversized.
Oversized, yeah. Looks amazing. Then it talks about building the project, how Alex Ross went back and started sketching for the logo. Like he was like, okay, what should we do for the logo? How do I want my characters to look? So you get a ton of concept art. This almost looks as good as the ISOM concept book. I mean,
whoa.
I mean, he didn't send it to Carlos to get it illustrated, so he just
need to and have him actually touch it up and make it better.
Yeah. So but yeah, man, this book is something else. I mean, there is so much depth to this. There is like an incredible amount of detail to how they created this. Then you get at the very back of the book, you get all the pencils, but then wait, there's more. Once you get all the pencils, it then shows you the entire book inked. So you get the entire book penciled, the entire book inked, and then you guessed it, you get the entire book colored, and it shows without any of the dialogue bubbles or anything like that, fully colored. And then some cover pieces that he did, Alex Ross. But yeah, man, that was a huge highlight of the Christmas gifts season. It's like the expanded edition, and it's like $50 on Amazon. That's nothing for
Wow.
a book of
That's a
that
steal.
stature. Yeah. And then the last thing I'll showcase is about this bad boy. So this is Shudder issue number 2. I showed, or like, I think we may have talked about this magazine not too long ago. But nice, nice, sexy cover here. But the first story is actually illustrated by none other than Josh. You mentioned him earlier, Kelly Jones, and you can totally tell that it is, in fact, Kelly himself. So, but yeah, I had heard about this magazine before, and it's essentially like Savage Sword of Conan. I think it's like $8 to $10, something like that. This came out in February of 2022. They're now on like issue 20 or 30. But for the price point, I thought this was awesome. This is super fun. So for any horror fan or anyone who's into anthology magazines, kind of like Savage Sword of Conan, I would look into getting something from Shudder, and you can totally get a subscription to them as well. But yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. It's much better than what's being published from. What's the current comic that's coming out? That's
there's the Epitaphs comic, but then you have Creepshow, and then you have
Creepshow.
But there's a few horror anthology books that are not good. Right,
Terrible.
really not good.
Yeah, we may see those later. So
I didn't even bother putting them on here because they're dog shit. But
you're just like, you know,
beyond, like, they're just retarded. It's like there's not even a point in putting them on here.
And you can't even really articulate anything of worth because you're just like, I'm not even going to give this thing my time.
Exactly.
So, D Mina, what's happening, D Mina? He says, I liked it when Drew ripped up the crappy comics.
I miss those days. Yeah.
Fortunately, we can't do that anymore. But yeah.
Well, we could, but
we could.
Yeah.
We're not playing with house money.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, right. Jack says, good to know Kyle is a Big Trouble in Little China fan. Underrated movie.
I think we're all Big Trouble in Little China fans.
Yeah. Let the wings of liberty soar or something like that. I forget the line, but
never lose
the only
a feather.
thing, yeah, wings of feather. We've got Chris who says the only thing I got was Hellboy Omnibus box set. Only thing you got. That's a great a great gift, man. That's awesome. The Hellboy Omnibus box set is great. I love those books. So those early Dark Horse comics of Hellboy were really rad. I agree with my reaction. Drew Dolan. There you go. All right. So that is my show and tell. Drew, I think you've got a little something, yeah?
Yeah, I got one. Finally got it out of the damn box. This guy, he packed it up in a very interesting way. So here he is, coming out of the plastic tape. This is the portfolio to Neil Adams' Thrill Kill. This is a short story that he did for, I believe, Creepy Magazine back in the 70s. It is a 8-page short story. It's, so I guess trigger warning, no pun intended. Well, pun intended. It's about a rooftop sniper. And so this contains the original pages that Neil had done.
Oh my gosh.
In 11 by 17 size. So you get to see,
That's beautiful, man.
Yeah.
I think I remember seeing this or you telling us about this book, and
yeah, I think I talked to
yeah,
and it's a very creepy story. That's about a guy who climbs a roof and just starts popping off people in the crowd.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, you have people talking about him like, oh, he was such a nice boy, such a nice guy. We don't know what happened. And he went to church. He had a job. They just, yeah. And it's just makes it very creepy. You don't know what set him off. He's onto a good path.
So, how'd you find this, Drew? This feels like something super unique. Like I would have never have thought to look for something like this.
I believe my good friend Stuart Sager told me about it. Because he and I were big. We both worked friends with Neil Adams, and he told me about how this story was collected by IDW. IDW collected these in a portfolio size, and I was like, "Oh, really? I had no clue they did this." And I guess IDW didn't really advertise it that well. Go figure, IDW. But I picked it up. So they had 2 editions of this. One's an unsigned edition, which is this, in red version. But there's a black version, which is signed, like limited to 200 or 100 copies, signed by Neil Adams, and those are going for like $800, $900.
Oh my gosh!
But the thing is, I've already got God knows how many things signed by Neil at home, and just the stories I've got are worth more than one signed by him. So I just got one unsigned by him.
Good deal, dude. Yeah, that looks beautiful. What a cool like item to add to the collection. Like I said, that feels so eclectic and unique. Like I would have never even thought to have looked for that. So that's really rad. Do artists tend to do that for some of their books? Like, because I guarantee that's a gold mine. Because even though they're not of course, the original pages, just to have those to look at as original pages, it's almost like an artist edition.
Yeah, I don't think those really became popular or really started until maybe 15 years ago, 12, 15 years ago. Okay. Just scanning those back in for people to see them. Yeah, maybe Josh can back me up on this, or if he's heard differently, but I really don't think those really became popular again until maybe 10, 15 years ago. People could really see them scanned in, and it's right around this time you got to see like the Spawn Vault editions and Eric Larson Savage Dragon editions, and I think there's just a collector's market out there for people who couldn't afford the original art but were willing to spend money on the next best thing, which were the scans of the original art.
Nice. Hell yeah. Well, thank you for showing that off, and I think that pretty much concludes show and tell this week. Unless Josh or Kyle, I don't know if you guys have anything, but I think that'll just about do it.
I mean, Kyle and I were just going to make sure we kicked off the show right and showed our moves, but that's all.
Oh, well, I thought only I got to see those, but I mean, if you guys want to spread the love.
We'll save it for the green room then.
Yeah.
Ah, now we're talking.
Oh, shit. No, I do have something. I forgot. Hold on.
Oh.
Hold on.
Okay. Kyle's got stuff laying around that he's like, oh yeah, I bought this, or like, oh yeah, I didn't show this.
Here it is. I forgot.
Oh.
I've been busy. All right.
School.
Give me a break. We talk about how we love foils, gold foils, foil.
No.
Oh, this conversation's turning really gay.
Yeah.
First it was the moobs, now this.
This was brought up at one point on one of our shows.
Oh, I know.
A certain gold edition of some
and it
certain
may be
art.
a reprinting.
Well, it's a printing. I don't know. It's very limited.
Oh,
2,000, 5,000.
I wanted to pick one of these up. A particular gold foil. This one's actually worth something.
Okay.
I got one of the Metal Mark Frank Frazetta
pieces
pieces here.
Yeah. Oh, you did? Wow.
Yeah.
So you went ahead and pulled the trigger on that bad boy.
Invested in the gold.
Yeah, invested in the gold. It's actually
honestly,
yeah.
That's a good buy.
Yeah. See?
But that's not foil. That's like legitimate actual 12 karat gold.
Gold edition.
Or 24 karat gold.
Yeah. But no, it's legit. It's real. overspent
has
or
a-
something
Is it
stupid.
certified by Matt McCoy from Fox News and the channels and the commercials?
And William DeBane and all of those guys. Yep.
Dude, that is actually really cool. I'm looking at the tab because I have not bought it yet,
Mhm.
but I kept the tab open because I was like, I
Mhm.
really kind of want to get this now.
I know.
Um,
It's really cool.
it's really cool, and when I like Drew's original art, pieces
Mhm.
is pretty unique, but that, I mean, what we're talking about with a gold painting
Yeah,
as currency, like
Mhm.
that is a unique collector's item. That's really cool.
it is. It was like 160 or so. It wasn't like something
not
stupid.
bad.
It wasn't like
Yeah,
stupidly expensive. I was like, yeah, what the fuck? I mean, it's something cool. I mean, there's only
Yeah.
going to be 2,000 of them printed, and not that matters, but I just think it's something really interesting. That's something I don't have in my collection. It's something very. I don't know if I'll ever do it again, but I don't know. It was cool.
that is something where it's like, yeah, who knows if this will pop off or not, but it's something that I don't have. Like that's something cool to say is I added something to the collection that I don't have and probably never will
Right.
have. Like that's pretty rad.
Yeah.
So I thought you were going to show off the Transformers 10th printing gold foil.
I did get those, but they're not here yet.
Wait, those? You got multiple? Hang on a second.
Well, there were two. There was Optimus and a Starscream. I got
And
them both.
Starscream.
Yeah.
Oh man, I would only choose the Optimus. I don't know why.
It was a two for $10 for both. I was like, what the hell?
It's nothing, but
Yeah.
hey, but that Frazetta foil or Frazetta gold, that legitimately has power to either raise in value or stay at value.
Right.
That is a good investment. So there you go.
Sure, exactly. That and all of my Jim Lee stuff. It's nothing going to go to the moon.
Speaking to the moon. Speaking of which, Chris says, "Did you buy the foil Batman 608 facsimile?"
There's a foil. What?
Kyle's like, "I'm on it.
I'm on the case. I didn't know there was
I
a
gotta
foil.
find it on the Bay of E."
Well, shit.
I'm on the case.
Yep.
Jack Frost says Shudder is an homage to the Warren horror magazines like Creepy and Eerie. Oh, hell yeah, Jack. That's awesome. Thank you for the insight. Yeah, I have really been digging it. So I think I might want to collect the series because, like I said, they're at issue like 20 or 30 now. So, and they're not super expensive. But yeah, I mean, like, why not?
Yeah, I think one of you guys showed the site where you can buy them
Mhm.
from. And
Yeah.
was there like an option to get a bundle of all of them, or is it just
Mm,
just buy them all individually?
I think you had to buy them all individually, but I'm sure you could
Mm.
once you get a subscription, they'll probably just. But yeah, I don't know if you can do like a bundle of like, because I know who does that. There's a specific publisher that does like a catch up tier of their books. So it'll be like they're on issue 5, but they'll say like, oh, if you want a catch up tier for $100, you can have I'll put issue 1 through 4 and then plus 5 onto that. I forget who. Maybe it's Evil Inc. Or who's the guys who do Lady Death?
Oh, Coffin Comics.
Coffin. Thank you.
Brian Polito.
Maybe
Yep.
yeah. Fiend Machine asks, are they doing foils of all the Hush facsimile issues? I can only hope for Kyle's wallet's sake. I hope not.
Yeah.
Because
But I'm assuming yes, because part 2 is coming out, so they're gonna be milking that cash cow.
yo, my gosh.
You think?
Josh,
Actually, I'm gonna see how many variants there are right now for that. I gotta take a look.
No, I looked. There's a few that I want to get. So
Oh,
there's some
boy.
that are very fucking expensive, of course. But
For
yeah.
Josh, are you looking forward to Hush 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 Ha to Hush
Hot 2.
Hush?
Octuish.
Oh no.
Yes and no. I'm cautiously optimistic.
Okay.
Like if Jeff Loeb comes in and he actually feels like he's got a decent story to tell, then sure. I will say Jim Lee's art for this looks the laziest I've seen it in a long time. So
Bingo.
that's not promising.
Oh.
Well, I was going to save this for later when I get to the worst.
One
the
of our
year.
picks.
But-
yeah, I was kind of hesitant in what I said.
All I'm going to say is, if Batman were a success, like everyone is saying it is right now, there is no way in hell Jim Lee or Jeff Loeb would be back on Batman. There's no way in hell.
Other than DC Comics and Chip Zdarsky, who is saying Batman's a success right now?
I think like Rockin' Robbie and a few others are saying it's been amazing right now.
Oh, so retards, the short bus.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we'll listen to the short bus.
They're smart.
Honestly, I have to say, out of the videos that I watched this year of like my favorite books of 2024, Robbie's was not the worst. You know who was
At
worse
all.
was that
At all.
Koi dude. Like the
Yeah,
koi,
Koi
ma-
Jandrew.
koi
Oh
fish.
my god.
Koi
His
fish
list
was maybe
dog shit.
maybe
his-
the worst list
his-
I've ever listened to.
His like top 15 list like matches our worst of list.
Yes,
that
it
bad.
like to the number, it was matching like what we had for our worst. So,
I don't remember.
well, maybe we'll play it later.
Please.
But enough teasing, enough jerking y'all around. Let's go ahead and show off last year's top picks. So this was, if you guys can see that, let me full screen that bad boy. So last year, Josh was not with us until
came
we
later.
did the best of.
Yeah.
Yeah, he came later.
Giggity.
Once he was like, warmed up, and once he had the,
Got the juices flowing, the blood going down in the
Yeah.
right spot. Yeah.
so. But the boys and I, we came early, so we
Oh.
had to go through the worst of the year of 2023. I had Spawn Unwanted Violence as my number 1. Fire and Ice is my number 2. Wonder Woman 3. Hot Girl 4. Tim Drake Rubbin, number 5. I remember that issue that he left the burning building to go talk
Yeah.
to Bernard.
Hey, priorities.
He
Yeah.
didn't save anyone because
No.
he's not a hero and he wanted to get his D sucked. So
Don't we all?
yeah,
Down
right.
there in those docks.
Yeah.
Him and Alan Scott. They got a thing for those docks. I don't
The
understand.
docks.
Yeah.
And any civilized gay man knows it's not the docks. It's the back alley. I mean, come on.
Come on. Just like the back door.
Hey.
Zach says, I like multiple Maxes. Well, yeah, we are kind of doing a reaction to a reaction from a previous stream. So there you go. Oh yeah, Chris says so many bad books. Yeah, 2023 was rough. Alan Scott Green Lantern at my number 8. Ghouls Just Want to Have Fun, if you guys remember that one.
The fuck was that?
Nope.
What the hell?
Y'all don't remember that?
Is that a
Where-
subtitle for a book? That doesn't sound like an actual title.
It was the Halloween DC special where it was an anthology of like
Was that
stupid stories.
Lobo?
Wait,
And
is that
Yes.
yeah? Is that the one where
Okay.
Lobo was in costumes or whatever? Oh,
Yeah.
fuck off!
Yeah.
I remember that.
Where Crush was telling him to try on costumes, and he puts on the Aquaman costume.
Aquaman, get it? Because he's Aquaman.
Get it? Because he's Aquaman. Oh God, that was.
It's in the movie with Tom King, right? With Supergirl, you know.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yay.
Yep.
So that was atrocious.
Oh.
Silver Surfer Ghostlight at number 10.
Fuck that book.
Yeah, right. That was worthless. So much so that I had to do a video on it. Turd Burglar had Ghost Rider number 20 was I regret not putting it higher. It really was like one of those vile moon baby pieces of shit we have had on the show.
A lot of things. They literally threw everything at the wall and none of it stuck. Unfortunately, it was just.
And
Talking
you
about
had
mean
just had
spirited. You thought Ice Cream Man was mean spirited. This is legitimately mean spirited.
Yeah. You had also just had your kid, I think, at that point.
Yeah.
So it was very, I think, close to home. Fire and Ice, at your number 2, rightfully so, because I remember giving Drew Dolan a huge amount of shit because he had Fire and Ice as his number 7. Number 7, so low.
The others pissed me off more than granted, that did piss me off, but not to the degree the others did.
Yeah, that's fair. Because I think your top were Hot Girl and Tim Drake. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Josh. Now he came back on. What else? Turd, you had what? Oh yeah, White Widow you had as your number 3, super high.
I hated that fucking book. I honestly, it was the farmers markets and the stuff with Captain America, and that issue was just fucking unforgivable.
I will never forget that dry erase board or whatever she had, like things that she likes, doesn't like. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
And you literally have dialogue that doesn't, not even like, what the fuck is this? It's stupid. It's like, this doesn't make any kind of sense in any language, any way, anywhere.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was.
Stop. I'm showing my hand.
Well, yeah, don't get too worked up yet. You don't want to come early, you know?
Well,
new year, new you.
Don't worry, I can do it many times. So,
all right.
I'm lasting long tonight, boys. And then you're going to talk about your number 10 and you're going to blow your load. Yeah, White Widow. And then it continues in that whole series, though. So from issue 1 to issue 4, it's like assassins, dislike, home. Well, what was it? It was like the communist. It was some weird communist homeowners association.
Yeah, it was like some HOA, but it wasn't a real HOA. It was like, oh, they're making us like, be good tenants to this house, and we're going to fucking kill these people because you can't. It's like, what? What?
So she was like, communist homeowners dislike.
Yeah.
Farmers markets like everything.
Onions dislike. It's like, what? I want to fucking kill you. Like I want to fucking kill you.
And then there were things that she was like neutral on. Oh my god, what a nightmare. Alan Scott Green Lantern. Hi. Well, actually, Drew had Alan Scott as his number 2. That was your number 2 worst last year, Drew.
I fucking hated that book. I hated everything it did to a great character in Alan Scott. Alan Scott was like one of my favorite Green Lanterns, and seeing this done to him, it felt like straight up character assassination.
Yeah. Could we potentially be seeing that book later tonight? Because I do know that there were a few issues that were released in 2024.
It didn't. I didn't carry it over. I didn't. So, I was beyond pissed off at that point. I think most people had dropped off at that point.
I'm just going to throw it out there. There are a few books on here that are on my list. So
that's fair.
Yeah. Same with mine. Actually, there are a few books that may still be in their same spots that have not dropped or raised because they carried on to the next year so poorly that they didn't even move. So there you go.
At least
I got one or two. I got one or two. Yeah. Actually, I got a few. I got a few on that list that are on
mine. And then I love that Kyle put the Alien series, Mary Jane Black Cat, and then the entire Night Terrors event.
Oh, I got 2 events on my top 10 worst this year.
For this year. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good deal.
Every single Night Terror book was fucking retarded.
Yeah, that's fair. And then for your honorable mentions, you had the Reprimander Punisher, Dark Crisis event, Predator versus Wolverine, I totally agree with. Cosmic Ghost Rider, Superman. Oh, Superman Space Age. That's right. I remember that one. Yeah.
Oh, we'll have another one from that piece of shit.
With another character. Yeah.
Just a different character.
Mark Rasal. Noinient and Puons. Chris says, just think we have a year without the Punisher in Marvel. One can only hope. One can
please.
only hope. Drew, you had the dark web event. I don't even remember that event, but I remember it being bad.
It was
So,
funny.
Yeah, yes, you want to talk about someone that took the Inferno idea and made it an absolute
That's
shit
right.
idea. It was I'll never forget. It was the one that had like that moving mosque, the mosque that had
Yeah.
like
Oh my god.
yeah. There you go.
They
You
got the
remember?
pronouns wrong of the
Correct.
mosque.
Yes.
That's right. Oh my god. Okay, that makes much more sense. Yeah. Which was then a tie-in to Mary Jane and Black Cat because
Hmm.
Mary Jane and Black Cat were fighting off like a water tower that had come to life, which was a direct reflection of Inferno. So
And I think Mary Jane was getting her casino blackjack
She was starting to.
casino powers, whatever. Yeah.
oh yeah. Where's all random? She didn't know what was gonna
Yes.
happen.
Yeah.
So Jack says, "Holy shit! I didn't read anything on that list. Good for
Good
you,
for
Jack.
you. Good.
Yeah.
Good for
Good for you.
you.
Mhm.
That's why we're here. We provide you with that type of entertainment for you. So there you go. Well, anything else we want to talk about last year's list? Because this is pretty poignant and nuanced.
Man, it's a really shit list. I just
Yeah, it's really bad.
fuck.
It's really terrible.
Hmm.
Also, last year you showed off your original art. Look at that.
Holy fuck. I still got that.
Hey. You're like, oh yeah, I do. I bought that.
Yeah.
I gotta get Donnie Cates to sign it. I gotta meet him in rehab and say,
Ooh.
hey, look
I
familiar.
was about to say, if he's not, you know,
He'll
he's
be on a
not
bender somewhere. I'll be able to find him.
at a party somewhere. Yeah.
Yep.
Now to really go back in time, this was our best of top 10 of the best of the year for 2022. So we'll bring this up next week when we talk about our best of books, because then we'll have three years
Are we
consecutively.
breaking like 16 walls right here?
We
Stream
really
of a
are.
stream of a stream of
It
a
is a
stream.
stream of
Christ.
an inception of an inception of but we actually had Carry On that year, which was fun.
Yeah,
And
shit.
yeah, this was done from Comics Elite headquarters.
It was.
But look at these number ones. Do a Power Bomb from Drew. Great series. Turd Burglar had Ice Cream Man. That tracks.
Might still be up at the top. You never know.
Maybe. I am surprised this has dropped significantly for me, and you guys will see what happened to this one. But Batman Superman's World Finest was number 1 for me 2 years ago.
Good for you. It should have been. It's up there. I mean, it was damn good.
Yeah, was. And then Death Dealer number 3 because Death Dealer didn't turn into a pile of shit.
Dear God, that
No.
book. What the hell?
Yeah, what happened to that?
Damn.
The Sumerian, though, King of Spies,
Oh,
Strange Academy,
Strange
so good.
Academy.
Gunslinger Spawn. Remember that?
When it was good.
Oh, yeah. A Town Called Terror,
Oh, so good.
Yeah.
Pentagram of Horror, Little Monsters. And then, yeah, Batman Joker Deadly Duo had only come out with like 1 or 2 issues at that point in time.
Yeah.
So, oh, we got Echo Lands that year, I guess.
Oh my
or maybe
God.
the year before that. So,
I was like, really? Damn.
Oh,
um,
Playthings. And
yeah.
Red Man,
So-
The Rush,
wow.
Fantastic Four Full Circle.
Oh, wait, where do you say? Oh, yeah, that's on your
Superman
honorable mentions. There you
78.
go.
Shit, Superman
Fuck,
78
yeah,
was on the
Superman
list.
78.
Damn.
Wow. Yeah, some
Sad.
good ones on here.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, that's all we'll get for tonight's fun, because now comes the main event of the evening, where we talk about the worst comics of 2024. So here's how this is going to work, fellow viewers and subscribers, commenters, friends, and supporters. What we have done this year is we have actually, sorry about that. I was getting a call. So can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry. Because it was my headphones. So what we are going to do this year is to kind of speed things up and help with the process. I gave these fine gentlemen this link to this Excel spreadsheet, or it's a Google sheet, whatever. We have not seen each other's lists, and we have, done our due diligence and said, ominous dominus. We are what do you call that? Sworn an oath that we have not looked at each other's lists. And so we told each other we'd fill out our top 10, our dishonorable mentions, and then anything that maybe didn't quite make it due to its format, or maybe it wasn't a monthly series, or maybe something that disqualified it, or something that didn't fit within our honorable mentions will be the didn't quite make it pile. Is that fair to say, or did you guys have anything else in the didn't quite make it?
I was ready to put a gun in my mouth because I was the one that forgot to pull this list together, and Max, kindly interrupted my day
Oh,
reading
no.
good comics on the first to be like, oh, da, 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 I'm gonna reference Friday's show, and I'm like, oh fuck, I need to pull my list together. So by the time I got to the didn't quite make it, I was so against going through the year on League of Comic Geeks that I was like, fuck it, we're just gonna kind of do some blanket statements real quick. But I will say I was less strict on rules for making this list than I was for my top. So my top list, if you don't have more than 3 issues, you're not going to make it on there because I don't think it's
Ooh.
enough, especially for an ongoing. Now, one shots can make it because that's the full story. But
Yes.
I've read plenty of books where the first 2 to 3 issues are bomb and then it just completely turns to dog shit. So this, you could have 1 issue out in the year. I just want to remind you of the shitty books that came out this year, so you can be reminded of how shitty certain things are and that we don't want those. So
All right. Good deal. Yeah, I think I was less like I felt a certain way about a book and I just kind of put it on my list. I wasn't as strict about should this be a number 2 or should this be a number 6, or like I was just kind of like, yeah, that goes there, that goes there. So like I said, I reserve the right to change my mind based off of the arguments that are held today. So chat, you guys are more than welcome to pitch in if you think that one of our books should be higher or lower on the list. So without further ado, I think we can probably just get into it. Like I said, I will reveal the lists as we move forward, and we'll just go kind of just one by one. With the didn't quite make it, I'll kind of release it all at once. So I'll highlight this bad boy, and we will reveal Josh's McDizzy's first sequence of books, which is the didn't quite make it. Josh, take it away.
yeah, so this
Ooh,
is
okay,
like I
all right.
said, hold on. It's like I said, blanket statements. Now we've got the ultimate line, the absolute line, X-Men from the Ashes, and Fall of X. There are certain titles from these lines that will be above. So without giving that away, I will say overall, each of these lines failed miserably. Like Fall of X was just a shitty end, and we were hoping for a fresh beginning, and then got the announcement of the creative team coming in, and we're like, there might be some hope. And we've seen that with X-Men from the Ashes, there is no hope. The only book from the X-Men line so far that I think you could potentially say is entertaining is X-Force, or maybe Wolverine for the wrong reasons. And that's about it. And
go.
Yeah, look, and as far as the absolute line goes, like
Yeah.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Nothing has been good. And I'll be curious to see if you guys put any of the absolute titles in your actual lists above. And then Ultimates, like I'll kind of give this away. I haven't been reading it. I read a little bit, and then when nothing was happening in every single book, I was like, well, I'm not wasting my money on that. So
Yeah.
but for something that should be the whole point of the Ultimates line was to be an intense blockbuster, and this is anything but that. But I will say, like in the case of Spider-Man, I don't think it's poorly written. Like it's actually decently written. It's just boring as fuck. So
Well, it's Jonathan Hickmanisms. It's like autistically very in depth, and like it just kind of reads like a robot. It doesn't really feel like it has any heart to it or like any real human interaction. I don't know.
Yeah.
But all right, well, this is a good start. Fall of X. I remember Fall of the House of X, which was the single issue that was where mutants were like mass murdering all the Orcus members.
Yeah, and Cyclops had his letter.
Yep.
That one.
Yeah, that's
His,
right.
his prison letter.
Oh no! Oh
Where
my
did you-
gosh!
Where did you keep that letter, Cyclops? In my prison wallet.
Mhm.
I will add one thing about my list. I did not do individual issues. I'm doing entire runs.
Oh,
series.
interesting.
So-
I have quite a few individual issues because they piss me
Yeah.
off that much.
I
But
think I
yeah.
have
Oh,
one
it-
individual issue. I think
If I did that, I literally would have just shot myself.
had an
Kind of.
aneurysm. and just- Oh man. All right. Well, there you go. Ultimate line, absolute line, X-Men from the Ashes, and Fall of X. So those were your kind of mass culmination of like these big lines. And as you move into your dishonorable mentions and your top 10, you'll most likely be kind of talking about specific series as we go on. Mine didn't quite make it as just one, very simple one, and one that really only didn't make it because of its format. That is, This Land Is Our Land, a Blue Beetle story. Like I said, and you guys, we've all talked about this. If this were a monthly single issue floppy, like a one shot or a series, this would have been in my top 3 worst books of the year, probably. But alas, it's a YA graphic novel and therefore does not effectively make it. So there you go. Keel, otherwise known as Turd Burglar. Let us talk about the books that didn't quite make it for you. Oh, okay. All right. So, all right. So, explain to us what Nothing But Nightwing is doing down here. Or didn't quite make it.
I it was one of those that I didn't want to give it the respect it deserved by putting it up higher on the list because
fair.
I don't want to acknowledge its existence, sort of thing. I'm
Yeah.
like, I don't think it deserves that. So that's why it was up there. It was up there. And then I was
Mhm.
like, you know what? I don't want to sully my list with this book. And I was like, but it still needs to be mentioned. So I didn't want to put it up there. I was like, it's got to be moved. But I do want to mention that it truly is. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a real book. I honestly, it's such a conundrum of why it exists and what it is.
Is it that it's the writer's poorly disguised fetish?
Yeah, that. And
Yeah.
it's a world and it's something that I'm like, I want nothing to do with this at all. Nope.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible.
Yeah.
Anything else on that you want to go over in terms of like anything else you want to explain? You've got X Factor, the series Wolverine Revenge, which is the Greg Capullo one, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
A fucking mess
That's
of a book.
a bold
Look,
statement.
there's a lot of Wolverine on my list, and I'm like, I can only put so much Wolverine on here because they're all fucking terrible. And I'm like, all right, this one at least has Greg Capullo art, so I'm not gonna put it at the
Yeah.
but it's really bad. Like I don't even know why it exists. Again, one of those
Understood.
like, what are you even doing? Why are you wasting Greg Capullo on this title?
Yeah. 100%. This Land Is Our Land, which we kind of talked about. And
Again, the
then
reason why I
Mm,
didn't want to put it up there because it was a trade and young
Yeah.
YA, whatever. And then Ultimate X-Men can go fuck itself. Like it honestly.
You don't like the manga card?
Oh, manga with the talking dumpling, and I'm gonna fall in the rain when I ride my bicycle. Oh no, school bad. It's like, what the fuck?
X-Men is when you follow a young woman
Arrow.
through her journey
and you go to
Uh-huh.
school and you eat food and you laugh and you repeat over and over again.
Oh,
That's what-
Speedline!
I got you the powers.
That's what X-Men is all about, right? I mean, that's what
That's
I thought.
exactly what it's about.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All
Fuck this
right.
series,
anything
fuck that
else you want
book,
to say
fuck
about
Beef
your
Momoko.
didn't quite
It
make it?
doesn't need to exist.
Yeah.
So it's a waste.
All right. Well, moving on to Drew Dolan. My God, dude, didn't quite make it. Pretty much fills up all 10 of yours, almost. What do we got going on here? We've got. Ooh, you know what? That's a good one. A good start. Fantastic Four, Scarlet Witch, Thor, Star Trek titles. Outsiders, Nightwing, Titans, Catwoman, Justice League. Oh my God, I remember this one. Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong. All right, please, take it away, sir.
Look, all these characters and titles, I'm fans of. And let that be said, I'm a Star Trek fan. I love Scarlet Witch. I love Fantastic Four. I love The Outsiders. And Fantastic Four. Look, I understand people like the family-friendly, day in the life crap they're doing every single week or every single issue with Fantastic Four. I, however, don't like that. I think it's fine every now and then, but not every damn issue. And I don't want to read every damn issue about those damn kids. I'm sorry. You may like them. I don't. They are a pill. I want to focus on the core four. Let's get away from this damn shit. Scarlet Witch, it's unreadable. It's Steve Orlando at his, I guess you can call it his best. And it's
They've
terrible.
essentially relaunched it twice now with Steve
now.
Orlando.
Oh wow.
He's on his third attempt.
He's got to have like dick pics or something on someone to keep getting this title going.
No.
I don't know. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
Thor, I pop into Thor every now and then, and it is not fun. It is not exciting. It is just long diatribes. I understand Al Ewing trying to use that Shakespearean lore, the Shakespearean talk for Thor
Right.
and the characters, but it just doesn't work. It's just fucking boring. Nothing is happening. And Star Trek titles, they're all abysmal. They are all embarrassing, and they're all terrible. And most of them are focusing on the Star Trek, the J.J. Abrams timeline characters. And as we're all learning, like they're slowly veering away from that timeline. Like, yeah, that shit that never happened. That's getting out of here. So that's not good. Outsiders. It wasn't the Outsiders. They were trying to make it a covert planetary book, and a shitty one at that.
Oh yeah.
Nightwing, another one, just not fun, unreadable. It had great art, wasted art, and I mean the capper for me was seeing Bruce Wayne in the Nightwing costume. I just couldn't help but laugh out loud when I saw that. Titans, another one, unreadable. Catwoman, unreadable, unfun, and Justice League versus Godzilla versus Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong. You want to talk about a comic where I should have a full-on rager reading that comic? I should be full-on, like
fully
torqued in this book.
Yeah.
I'm bored to tears reading this damn book. Bored to tears. The fights suck. The art sucks. The story sucks. Everything about it sucks. It is very low effort, and they didn't even try. From Jump Street, from issue 1, it has sucked.
I was fascinated that they didn't make it schlocky goodness, right?
That's what it
Like
should have
that they
been.
didn't. Like with a
Embrace the
title
camp.
like
Embrace it.
exactly with a title like Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong, which is just absurd and ridiculous in and of itself.
For an event like that, at least one issue should have been all splash pages. Superman and Godzilla going at it back and forth.
That would have been great.
Uppercuts, tail wagging, heat blast, the nuclear blast from his mouth. Splashes of those, like 22, 30 pages of that. Splash pages. I would have a full-on rager. Didn't get any of that shit. You know why? Because they don't have any fucking creativity in that damn building. That's why.
Yeah. Zero. Is Teenie Howard still writing Catwoman?
I think she's wrapping it up. She's done. Yeah, I think, and then she was near the end. Thank God.
She's done. It's Torrin Grunbook or whatever their name is. That person.
Oh, you're gonna You may see that name on my list coming up.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Who's also shitty, but somehow better than Teeny Howard. Like I don't know how. But
I don't get it.
Oh no. Torun Grunbeck. I saw that she just had an interview on like a live stream on someone's YouTube channel. Before
Are
we
we
get
doing-
into go ahead.
Are we doing all of our dishonorable mentions all at once?
I figure we can just kind of give like a brief
Okay.
because we'll do what we did last year was we did all of our dishonorable mentions, but we did our top 10 one by one, if that
Cool.
makes sense. So like
Oh,
you'll
gotta-
go, then I'll go, then Turd, then Dolan, and then we go back to number 9, 9, 9, 8, 8, 8. So, but before we check in on McDizzy's dishonorable mentions, Matthew Morale, I like your avatar. It's a little kitty. He says, "Is Deadpool Wolverine in there?" Should be. It should be. If it's the
Forgot about
movie,
that book.
then it absolutely should be.
The book was potentially worse than the
Oh,
movie.
no.
The book was worse than the movie.
Chris says Scarlet, X-Men, Uncanny X-Men, and Daredevil are all at the bottom of my list. Rightfully so, as they should be. Scarlet was pretty bad, but X-Men and Uncanny X-Men were particularly abysmal. You may see those later. All right, Joshy Poo, here is your dishonorable mentions for the year of 2024. Let's talk about it. Oh,
I'm gonna preface this when we discussed Blue Beetle, This Land Is Our Land, and Nothing But Nightwing. Max said we could add it to our dishonorable mentions, and then we came up with it. Didn't quite make it after that, so I just kept it there. Blue
fair.
Beetle, Blue Beetle, This Land Is Our Land is just a big raging pile of bullshit that some libtard cooked up because America bad. I don't know.
Immigration good.
Yeah.
Patriarchy bad.
YouTube bad.
Yeah. Oh,
Illegal
yeah.
immigration good.
Yeah. And the young white boy who gets indoctrinated by Jordan Peterson online.
Jordan Peterson.
Oh, that's right. I remember that. Yeah.
Someone who's the most like pretty balanced, well-spoken, can explain his thoughts. Yeah. That book's a piece of shit. If I were putting it in my top 10, it would have definitely been. I don't know. Look, my list kept changing, even in the little bit of time that I was doing it. So, like Max, these could all give or take. Nothing But Nightwing. Listen, I've always had a crush on Nightwing, and if there were ever a character that could exist in real life, I wish it would be him. And that made me wish that would never actually happen. I don't need a faggy. I don't need a faggy Nightwing wearing fucking eye makeup, wearing hot pants, acting like a total like dick rider. Okay, that's what I don't need. Yeah. Like I don't need twink with the prolapsed prostate. Like just go away. Daredevil. Look, ever since what's his name, Assad Ribic, or is that the writer?
Saladin Ahmed.
Yeah, that guy. One of those names. I'm
the other
like a racist.
Ahmed, yeah, whatever.
Ahmed. Look, I wanted to like it when he started. I tried to give it a chance. I've tried to come back and give it a chance more than once. Just this whole run's just turning out to be a mess. He doesn't understand the character. The stories are kind of all over the place. The whole 7 Deadly Sins thing, like, it reeks of trying too hard and being terrible. Oof. Yeah, that's kind of like where my list officially starts, quote unquote, we'll say. Next is The Flash, because Simon Spurrier is giving his wannabe Grant Morrison, but from the retardosphere. I don't know. Everything that Jeremy Adams did. Look, we've been trying to fix Flash for a while, and I get that Joshua Williamson gets a lot of praise for his run, but if we're being honest, it's mediocre at best. Like, it was okay, it was fine, it just didn't suck. Jeremy Adams came in and started giving us really good work. We had some nice family dynamics in that book. It was super successful. Art. Yeah, fantastic art. DC made the mistake of yanking him, throwing Cy Spurrier on to do whatever the fuck is happening in this book at this point. It's
wasting a great artist in Mike Deodato Jr. I couldn't believe. Just it's a shame.
That's kind of DC and Marvel's kind of MO, if we're being
That's
honest.
fair. Yes.
Especially DC. DC wastes a lot of top talented artists. But yeah, like it's just bad. And Cy Spurrier is someone that seems to think he's smarter than he is, and he's not. It was Elektra is the real Daredevil. And I like Elektra. Just let Elektra be Elektra.
Exactly. They did the same shit in the other Daredevil series, which is Woman Without Fear. It was Daredevil, Woman Without Fear. And she said the same shit where she was like, Matt Murdock knows how to do this, but I'm better as Daredevil. And it just jerk yourselves off at the same time. Yeah. So it's all around. But sorry, go on about the Flash.
Pretty much. Yeah, the Flash is actually so bad that it's getting to the point that DC can't even give away review copies to get review sites to even review it. Like that's how bad it's gotten. Like, and so like Jim from Weird Science had to reach out to DC and Clark Bull to be like, "Hey, it's been a week since your last issue of the Flash has come out, and not a single site has reviewed it." Because DC started pulling the review copies from sites and publications that were giving us reviews, because God forbid you actually have an honest review out there to talk about how shitty your books are. So kudos to Jim for calling DC and Clark out for being a little bitch. But anyways, X Factor. I mean, look, anytime you bring the word influencer in, I'm gonna cringe, my eyes gonna twitch, and I'm just gonna want to go set something on fire.
Severely date it.
Yeah.
I just had to share that with you. Sorry.
Drew shared something with me, so I was like, "Oh, what's this?"
No, gotcha. I was like, clearly Max is bored with my lists already. I'm just gonna.
No. It was James Stocco doing Doctor Doom. So
yeah, X Factor. It was one of those things that it's weird because when you break down Mark Russell, he actually knows how to craft a sentence. Which might sound like I'm giving him way too much praise, but when we get into my actual list, you'll understand why I'm saying that. The problem is he thinks he's funny and he's not funny. In that first issue, there were a few things that I didn't mind, but God, then he just really started leaning into his Mark Russell isms, and for me, it kind of fell apart. Exceptional X-Men. Some of you might be going, "Whoa, this is way too low." And yeah, sure, until you see the rest of my list. I will say I give this book some points because it's not complete dog shit like some other X titles that you'll see in a little bit. One is also on this list that some people are probably going, "This is way too low," or way too high, way too low, whatever. But you know what? They stopped calling Kitty Kate. So thank God. If that's all we get from this book, hallelujah. Congratulations. I will give you a round of applause for that.
Boo.
Outsiders. I remember when I heard that this book got pitched, and I was like, there's no fucking way DC's picking. Oh, they're picking this dog shit up. Okay. The fact that it was Jackson Lansing and Colin Kelly also doesn't help its case. These two are just, I don't know, like
Tweedledee and Tweedledum, man.
Yeah, like, you've always got those kids that you grow up with that are the nerds, and you hear nerds, and you as a nerd, you're like, we're not that bad. And then someone points at the kids over there, be like, they're nerds, and you're like, okay, yeah, they're fucking nerds, but they're like dumbass retard nerds. Okay, we're cool nerds. Jackson Lansing, Colin Kelly. And I say that with love because Jackson at least is supposed to be really nice in person, but whatever. This whole concept of we're doing the Outsiders, but it's not really the Outsiders. It's really like our version of Planetary. We're going to backdoor it in and, aren't we so clever? No, don't. Just don't. How about that? Hey, Astonishing Iceman, because that's not fucking gay. Anytime you recreate your fucking boyfriend, look, someone needs to have a talk with Steve Orlando.
That's right. Yeah.
And I like Steve as a person. I've had phone conversations with Steve Orlando discussing books. I think he's a really genuinely great guy, and he can take criticism, unlike a lot of people. Like, he's really good about taking criticism. However, lately he's been doing some weird shit. Like 2 years ago, you had the Somna character or whatever, that the sleep raper person character.
Raper.
That
oh
one.
my God.
now you've got Iceman like recreating a boyfriend that's like,
Yeah, it's not good.
not good.
No
Not
bueno.
good. What else? Oh, fucking Alan Scott, the Green Lantern. Yeah, fuck you, Tim Sheridan. Tim Sheridan, right? Wasn't that the honky that
Tim
wrote
Sheridan, who said that all of y'all who don't support this are letting the chuds win. So buy my
Yeah.
books and own the chuds.
Let's beat these
Hell
assholes.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then chastise people when they're like, "Hey, can you tell us a little more about what the book is actually about?" Like we're getting all the whole like, "Yeah, he's gay, we get it, but what's the plot line about?" And then he was like, "Oh, you'd only be asking that if you were a phobe or a ist." So then I,
Exactly.
in good graces, do y'all remember this? Went to Twitter to be like, "Hey, man, like I
That's
actually know a lot
right.
of these people that they're genuinely
Hmm.
good people. I'm a gay man. We're trying to just get an idea so we can help promote this book if it's actually going to be good because we like the character." Alan Scott. And yeah, no, he then decided that I was also a terrible human being. And then pissed everyone else off at DC and then, isn't working for DC anymore. And then last but not least, we have Nyx, which you might be going, how the fuck is this not on your list? Well, there are moments where somehow, some way, Jackson Lansing and Colin Kelly try, and it's like there's an attempt to tell some type of a story there. And I'm like, I could see where this could be good if you
In
weren't
Nyx-
writing it. Moments, not issues, just moments, ideas. Like, I think you've got to have, here's the thing. I think you've got to have some younger mutants that you do something with, and it really should be like a New Mutants type thing. I think you could do some fun stuff with Laura X-23. Why are you giving me that look?
I have Nyx in my top 10 somewhere. So I'll talk about it when we get to our top 10, but
Sure.
Yeah, you could do some good stories with Laura. X-23, you could actually find a way to tell some good stories. If you weren't like so up Kamala Khan's ass, you could find interesting things to do with her, but you have to make her the star of the show. That's a problem. You have the cuckoo, whichever one. You could potentially do something interesting there. It's just not happening. So there are other books when we get to my top 10. Don't worry, you'll understand. Nyx was in my top 10 and it kind of like kept shifting as I started looking back into certain things.
Drop down. That's, okay.
But yeah, I mean, look, I would say honestly, from Exceptional X-Men up, as we move up my list, they all could be easily interchangeable.
Yeah, that's totally fair. And Exceptional X-Men, I was rereading it this week, unfortunately, because I really wanted to see where I wanted to put it on my list. Yeah. And it's so forgettable that I don't blame you for putting it in a dishonorable mention. This one, though, I'm thinking, man, that's low. I think we need to bump those numbers up. But
just wait till my top 10. I will say too, though, part of the reason Exceptional X-Men is where it is I only read one issue. I didn't read anything else. I didn't go back and reread any of this shit. I flipped through some things, but I sure as hell didn't reread it. But yeah.
No, but I like these. And then these ones, of course, I love these two. Really, if it weren't for the medium in which they were distributed, they'd probably be in my top 5. I mean, Blue Beetle for sure would be in my top 3, but
I don't know. It might, maybe, possibly.
Yeah. Good start to the dishonorable mentions list. Let's see what I got going on here. Whoa. Gotham City Sirens, so low. That should be higher, right?
I forgot about that book.
Yeah, right.
There's some of these I just didn't even put on my list because I fucking forgot about them.
A lot of them are super forgettable. They're very forgettable.
Yeah.
Gotham City Sirens. Hey, do you want to read about vacuous, empty-headed bimbos by a vacuous, empty-headed bimbo? Gotham City Sirens is the book for you. Also, Jackpot is a hot tub streamer and uses her subs.
You mean Punchline?
For her.
Punchline.
Yes, thank you. Punchline. Punchline is a hot tub streamer on Twitch and uses her cuck simp subscriber base to do her dirty work. So
I forgot about that. Holy shit.
Poor Kyle's like, what
Oh.
is happening? I didn't sign up for this. Iron Man, hey, did you guys want to read about a decrepit, old, disheveled Iron Man without his money or his power or his charm or his charisma? Oh, you didn't? Oh,
Again?
It's like
Again?
oh,
Oh, great.
again. Oh, wait, again. Okay, all right, yeah, right. Oh, and he has a steampunk sword. So there you go.
Hot.
Wasn't that Can't Write Well? Chris Can't Write Well.
What?
No, he did the previous. No,
Yeah,
wait a
the
minute,
previous.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
well,
that's
I
right.
know they're so interchangeable. They sound exactly the same.
no, no, the
Same
previous one
exact thing.
was what the hell's his name? He did the Savage Avengers. Jerry Duggan. He did the run after
Oh.
Chris Can't Write Well. So
And
this new guy who's never written comics before introduced that stupid steampunk sword because hey, you know Berserk, that's popular. Kids like Berserk. Kids like abnormally unpractical large swords.
Well, yeah, look to Absolute Wonder Woman. She's got an impractically large sword, right?
I mean, I like impractically large swords, but
Ooh.
oh,
Well, for you, the more practical, I think, for you, right?
Yeah, right. What was it? Oh, yeah, the Iron Man comic last year was the one where he was like he had overdosed and was like in the ditch somewhere, or wasn't he? What didn't someone find him in a
He
pile of
passed
his
on a
own
pile of
vomit?
garbage. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was. So, yep. I mean, they've restarted the Iron Man series multiple times at this point, and they've just tarnished his character.
and they
It's
just
the same
restarted
thing
it again, right? Like
Yes.
just this past month. Yeah.
And yeah, this is that one. So there have only been like 2 or 3 issues out.
Right.
But those 2 or 3 issues are just
Bad.
they read like the excitement of a funeral. It's like business talk, business talk. My merger and acquisition will go through over the weekend, so you better make sure that Roxxon and this company get together to. It's just a nightmare.
But Tony, you still have no money.
Yeah, and clearly written from people that don't understand business or finances.
Right. They watch the show Succession and they think that's how real life is. You're fucking stupid.
Fiend says generic Duggan.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's it.
I like it. I like it. Chris says sounds like Batman. Oh, we'll talk about Batman later. So, Women of Marvel. If you guys remember, Gail Simone wrote the first story in the Women of Marvel issue, and the story was incels are bad. Okay, and that was pretty much it. So, if you guys remember that one,
I don't know.
This the House of X.
Sexist. Just saying.
Say again.
So this just makes you sound like a sexist.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. Okay.
What a bigot.
Thank God. That's. Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm going for. No. Fall of the House of X, as we alluded to earlier. Fall of the House of X. If you want to see mutants absolutely murdering and carving up people that are part of Orcus, feel free to read that. And also, don't forget that Orcus is just another allegory for Trump and Trump supporters. And then Cyclops' cringy prison letter at the end. Need I say more?
I forgot.
Daredevil.
That's when Nightcrawler wasn't that when Nightcrawler was like absolutely murdering people?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
him.
I forgot about that part.
Murdering people.
Like Colossus was like ripping people in half, like just regular humans.
They were laughing about it.
Mm-hmm. Gleefully enjoying their killing of humans.
Well, they're fascists, so it makes sense.
Little men.
Well, I mean, it's totally justified at that point, right?
Correct.
So,
yeah, of course.
Humans tear so easily.
Daredevil Woman Without Fear, very similar to the regular Daredevil run. It's basically she can do everything better. She's the bestest ever, and without her, there would be no actual Matt Murdock Daredevil. So, and there's an issue where Boomhauer Punisher shows up, and the two of them fight. And I thought, how funny that you have this knockoff shit version of Daredevil fighting off this knockoff version of Punisher. And the two of them were just the worst characters ever to fight each other. So that was great. Alan Scott Green Lantern. You guys have to remind me, was it the convoluted telling of lore about how the Green Lantern Corps was created or how the rings were created? Do you guys
How the
remember what
rings
it
were
was?
created.
Yeah, you had the
Oh,
trainee,
okay.
right? The drag queen trainee. That
Yes.
Yeah,
the one-
that's right.
They
Yeah.
had the lantern in Arkham Asylum or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
and then
You were
despite
undergoing conversion
Yeah.
therapy.
right, yep, that's right. And then
Yes.
despite Red Lantern being this evil guy, apparently, Alan still wants that smoke that dick.
That
Instead of Red
But
D.
he's torn. He's torn because this is World War II and
Oh.
he's a Russian asset, even though they were our fucking allies at that time.
No, this is just, and it's just so funny to read because you're reading this and you're like, dude, Tim Sheridan, you made that pathetic video to like buy your book, man. It's not even good. So
And now he got
uh,
blacklisted from DC. So
Yeah.
gotta love it.
I mean,
We need
when you
to-
write yeah,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, when you write a series like Alan Scott Green Lantern, that's bound to happen. So, what were you gonna say, Josh?
No, I was gonna say, anyone remember Kurt Angle's entrance music for wrestling? And then for like years when he had come out, people were like chanting "You suck" to the melody of his music. You suck.
No.
You suck. Well, we need to get recordings of that, and we walk past certain people at conventions, just start playing it.
Oh, that'd be funny.
Yeah.
I did see him at, what was it? San Diego
LA.
No, LA Comic Con. Did we see him at
Yeah.
LA?
Yeah, because I wasn't there. You were there, but we were talking about it.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yes, we did see him at LA. Okay. Trinity Special #1. I mean, it is just all of Trinity's best hits. And when I mean best hits, it's all of her worst comics ever, including, I think it was Wonder Woman 800, which is where she chastises and condescendingly patronizes Batman and Superman, but Damian Wayne and John Kent, Batman and Superman.
Oh, I forgot.
She is arrogant, condescending. What else? She is selfish, narcissistic. I mean, she's the worst girl boss imaginable.
Strong,
And-
opinionated,
Insufferable,
No.
yes.
Oh,
Yes.
a leader,
And
caring, compassionate.
no, none of those. None of those. But
Oh.
but people would like to think that is her personality.
Okay.
So also
that's
Trinity
appealing.
Special. Well, yeah.
Mm.
Trinity Special #1 with the issue 800 from Wonder Woman. If you didn't read that issue, you don't know what's happening in Wonder Woman, because the entire Wonder Woman series has been the Sovereign explaining to Trinity from the jail cell that happened in that issue how Diana defeated him. So if you don't read that issue, the Wonder Woman series just doesn't happen. So it's, wild.
Mm.
Weapon X-Men was, hey, once again, do you want a story about all these different multiversal Wolverines, and guess who the best one is? Jane Howlett instead of Logan Howlett. And Jane Howlett is the bestest out of all the Wolverines and chastises them and talks about how shit Wolverines they are. Well, read Weapon X-Men.
Yeah,
So-
I remember giving that book a lot of shit, a heavy amount of shit. And I think it was Josh. I think someone said, like, hey, don't blame the writer, blame the editor on this. Like, this was there, or maybe it was Josh, or maybe it was Aaron. One of you guys said, like, this was all the editor on this
Yep.
one.
Yeah.
It was both of y'all,
Like-
I think.
Yeah, this was originally supposed to be a Joe Casey book with a completely different plot, different,
Yes.
just everything different. And then they fucked him over and just came up with this retarded plot, and then decided to call it Weapon X-Men.
Oh, it was total shit. It was like Onslaught needed like 8 different Wolverines, like Zombie Wolverine, Fat Schlubby Wolverine, Jane Wolverine, and like a couple other ones. And
I
he was
low-key
like, I
forgot
need,
about this book.
yeah, most people did because it was just a fart in the wind. So, but I didn't, because Wolverine's my boy, and if you want to get a female Jane Howlett or whatever her name was to, patronize my boy, that ain't happening on my watch. So, Thanos #2, simply for that one panel, just the one panel. of Thanos with
In the
the
car.
hood ripped off of the car. Just,
Back
just
got a little
drive it.
car.
Yeah. Like stuck in traffic. It's the stupidest shit imaginable.
It's
Y'all
right.
remember
It's like
those- Oh, go ahead.
I was
Oh,
just
go
gonna-
ahead.
two of the funniest images. Thanos in that damn car, and the other one was like week ago, 2 weeks ago, Iron Man on that little scooter. He had like the battery pack. And he had the
In
safety
West
helmet
Coast Avengers, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, these people hate our heroes. They
Yes.
truly hate them. Oh, it's so funny though. So yeah, Thanos number 2, and finally Wolverine. This was actually a last minute pick. I was just like, you know what, I got to throw it in here because looking back at it, was it the first or second issue where the boy illustrates as a comic book page, like as a comic book panel, how he murdered his friend and then ate his friend, and he like illustrated it in a comic book panel, and then the when to go, when to stay line. You can't make this shit
When to
up.
go? No, when to stay.
When to stay. And the fact that Wolverine is trying to be like this fatherly figure to this weird random Wendigo, it's just the dumbest premise possible. And for a Wolverine book, it takes all the bite, pun intended, and aggression out of what a Wolverine comic should be. It's just a pathetic excuse for a Wolverine book. So that's my last one. But there you go. It's honorable mentions. Ooh, Turd Burglar. Turd. What do we got coming up here? Let's reveal
Coming in
in
hot.
3,
Here we go.
2, 1. Ooh, so low. So low.
I know. Look,
but
that
that's
book has been on everybody's fucking top 10 or number 1 greatest fucking book ever written by a human being, and all those people can go fuck themselves. This is a piece of shit. Everybody's fucking gaslighting you. This book is absolute dog shit. I don't care that Marco Cicchetto is a good artist and some of his art is okay. He can't even stay on the fucking book the whole goddamn time.
Yeah, that's right.
So
He was up for like 2 issues
up.
and then they had to get
Shut
someone
the
else.
fuck up. This book fucking sucks. It's boring as shit. Stop with this shit. I am tired of people saying how good this book is. It is not. It's barely readable. It'll put you to fucking sleep. Shut the fuck up. I'm tired. Anybody that has this book as one of the best books ever is fucking retarded.
God, that was beautiful. So someone needed to say it. Okay, it's about time. Someone needed to say it.
No, but he's back to himself and standing around his fucking apartment talking to Mary Jane about how he wants to go to the bakery to get shit and talk to Ben and Jay Jonah about, hey, should we start our own business? Should we start our own newspaper? I don't know. Do we secretly want to fuck each other in a sauna? I think we do. I don't really know.
Oh yeah, that's right. There's an entire scene of them in a sauna. That's right.
No, it's like 7 fucking pages and a piece of shit book is what that is.
Yeah.
It's like this book, this series is garbage. Like every other Ultimate series. It's like, God damn it. Hate it.
Oh man. That's so funny. The main thing I hear from people instead of oh yeah, Peter's back to MJ. The more I hear people talk about the Ultimate Spider-Man series, it's how much they love. I love the dynamic between Ben and Jay Jonah, and I'm like, it's an Ultimate Spider-Man book. Who the f cares about these two? I want to watch Spider-Man. Sorry, but yeah, please continue.
Trust me, I had it in my top 10, but I was like, all right, it makes me mad. It really upsets me, but like I'm not the biggest Spider-Man fan, so it's not. Yeah. It's like,
I think
compared
it's
to
angering.
Amazing Spider-Man, I'm like, okay.
Oh yeah,
it's better than Amazing Spider-Man. I'll give you that. So still shit.
And considering that it's like you have to put it on here because of how many people continue to praise it. Like you have to say like you have to push back against it because you're like, no.
It's not good. It's
no.
Kyle, what's worse, Ultimate X-Men or Ultimate Spider-Man?
Ooh. That's Sophie's choice.
This is how I was going through my list the other day, by the way.
The
I know,
manga or the boring.
they're both upsetting. You can give the edge to X-Men in the fact that Peach Mocha's art is dog shit. Her interiors fucking suck, and the story is retarded. Ultimate Spider-Man at least has some Marco Cicchetto art, and at least that is readable and be like, okay, I like some panels in here, and he knows how to draw. It's like, okay, so I would say Ultimate X-Men is worse.
Oh my God. William actually hits the nail on the head with this, but it's so terrible. He says, people worshiping Ultimate Spider-Man is the comic version of a woman who won't shut up about her new boyfriend because he doesn't beat her anymore. Oh my God. William,
it's the celebration of low standards. That's what that is.
The bigotry of low expectations, man. Yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
So it's like, yeah, my standards may be low. It still doesn't make it a good book.
No.
So,
I'm surprised to see Weapon X-Men on here. There you go. I wasn't the only one. Hey.
You weren't the only one. I remembered how much this book pissed me off too.
Right? Yeah.
There was just a lot of unforgivable shit in that book. The whole series, just everything was just what was it? You had to put down Wolverine even more than this. Thank you.
Yeah, they chose like the worst Wolverine amalgamations, and then they also put them all down, making them just worthless.
Yeah. Speaking of something else, I absolutely just look. There are a lot of X-Men titles, a lot of Marvel titles. I'm like, I can't just have my top 10 just seriously be X-Men.
X-Men titles.
And Wolverine, because you easily could. I could have filled it all with X-Men and Wolverine, and been like, okay.
That's fair.
But I had to spread the shitty ass wealth a little bit, so that's why.
But man, uncanny. I'm surprised, even with all those shitty little new kids that are the stuttering one, and the horse girl, and the emo kid. Like, I'm surprised it's that low.
I know. I had more hopes for the regular X-Men title than this one.
Ah,
that's
with
why.
Jed McKay. Okay,
yeah,
that's fair.
And so I'm like, all right, this X-Men title could at least maybe be mediocre, and that'll appear later. So that's why.
Shocking.
Uncanny. I'm like, this is probably gonna suck regardless.
Yeah, it's Gail Simone. Yeah, it's gonna suck.
Yeah, so that's why it's down. Iron Man, same series like you said. It's just I'm tired of seeing Tony Stank just completely penniless, broke, a fucking moron, and I don't understand. It's like we did this from the series before this, the exact same thing. Well, now he's steampunk, so that'll be different, huh?
That's cool, right? Everyone loves steampunk.
Yeah, but he's still a penniless cuck. It's like, oh, great. I like seeing that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Like I said, no charm, no charisma, nothing.
Just an absolute, God, such a disgrace.
Ugh.
Speaking of disgraces, Wolverine from this, I swear to God, one of the characters you can get that should be the easiest to write.
You would think.
They make it so fucking difficult because you can't have a strong male character in here that knows what they're doing.
You can't have Wolverine be crazy anymore.
Going crazy, whatever it is. It's like you can't just have that. It's like no. He's got to be tame a little bit. You got to relax. You can't be feral Wolverine. He's got to be nurturing and loving and caring. It's like
God.
What? It's Wolverine though.
Yeah. It's like there are aspects where Larry Hama does that with Wolverine, where he's caring and understanding and he's nurturing and he protects the people that he loves. But then the next issue, he's back to being a fucking savage. You know what I mean? Like you got to have the balance of both. And with Saladin Ahmed, it's just constantly him being like, it's okay, Wendigo. I'll take care of you.
I'm going to teach you to talk, and you need to quit being so feral and mean. You need to be nicer and calmer, and He's like, I'm going to sniff around all these military. That woman over there seems to be the most well-trained, bestest one here.
The best one there.
What? She's the most out of shape, worthless dipshit. They think her gun's turned
fat
around.
Black woman, yeah. And the top brass, the white guy, he's like, "All right, men, move out." And she's like, "No, I think there's still something here." And he's like, "Shut up! There's no one here."
Yeah, she's the best of them.
Yeah, by far.
Sure.
Surprising to see you put this one on here. Look at that.
I know.
What was her name? Rosa?
Rosa?
From Tijuana.
Yeah, Zorro. Man of the Dead. This was a damn shame. But not really. You want to talk about a bait and switch? Sean Gordon Murphy just.
Ooh.
First off, he doesn't know how to do a Kickstarter, and secondly, man, you want to talk about somebody who can say one thing, but then literally deliver something else, but not tell you exactly what it is. It's like, dude, I'm going to give you this awesome Zorro story, and he's going to be on all the covers, and it's going to be fucking amazing. Oh, is Zorro in the book? It's not really about him, though.
He kind of dies in the first
He's
issue.
kind of a goofball and kind of cuckoo.
Well,
we have foxes
local.
that are called, they're actually Zorros.
Zorro, like the actual Zorro dies. It's the son Zorro.
Who's seen as cuckoo and crazy
Who's
and local,
wild, yeah.
and the sister is like this hard-edged, I'm working on fucking cars and I smoke and I fucking drink and I fuck anything, and it's like, all right, I know where this is going.
Yeah.
Art's good. I love Sean Gordon Murphy. He can draw.
Yeah. Beautiful art.
I seem to remember a certain moment at Dallas Fan Expo as a certain creator walked by and Kyle yelled, "You ruined Zorro!"
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh,
That's right. We were going down the escalator.
Escalator, yeah.
It was like the last day there. And we
It
were like,
was.
"Oh my god!" Yeah, that's so funny.
Someone had to say it.
Someone had to say it, and it's good that you've got it on your list. So there you go.
It is, and I'm so glad I didn't back. I was so excited. I was going to back this. Like,
oh yeah,
even though he fucked up plot holes back in that bullshit too. It's like, all right, you fooled me once. You pulled an Eric July, and then he did it again. It's like, pulled another Eric July. It's like, you fuck.
you fooled me, Jerry. You fooled me, Eric July.
Fooled me.
Rudy, what's happening, brother? Glad that you are able to join us tonight. Happy New Year. God bless. Blessings to you and the fam, and happy 2025. But yeah, what a bait and switch here, man.
Yeah, total letdown.
Nick's is low for you too. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I haven't read every issue, and I really don't give a shit about the
Yeah.
character, and I knew it was going to be terrible anyway. So
Yeah.
it's like, what do you expect?
You're like, I'm not going back to read this. I don't have the time.
I'm definitely not going back and reading it.
And a follow-up from last year, Jackpot and Black Cat.
Plotless.
I remember.
yes.
Yeah. This was on your list last year. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, Jackpot. God, this series. I don't understand. I do understand why it's like we got to have Mary Jane not just be the arm candy for Peter Parker. She's got to be a superhero too. And let's give her the dumbest, lamest, stupidest powers we can think of and turn her into a superhero ? Like, and she may be with Black Cat, but not. But now it's like, what are we doing here again? Like,
it's gotten to the point of making every single character in Marvel or DC a superhero now, regardless of the fact if they were heroes or not. Just say characters. Let's just give them a superpower now. It's like, no, that's not how it works.
Yeah, she was going to other worlds and like having to bargain with demons and shit. It's like, she doesn't fucking know what she's like. What are you even talking about? Like,
she's
what?
a supermodel.
Yeah.
That's
It's like the fate of the universe is in your hands now.
Oh, I was gonna say she's a woman,
difficult.
but
she is a woman.
Well,
And should learn to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
But
She can turn right, but she can't turn left. You know, on those runways, it's difficult.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Can't turn left.
What's her blue steel? You know.
Yeah. But yeah,
Hmm.
that series was garbage.
Good to see that back on there. Classic.
Yeah.
Was this the one with the housekeeper?
Very good. Oh yes, this was the absolute
Oh, yes.
fall of Gunslinger Spawn, where he's in a motel room and you have a fat Hispanic house cleaner saying housekeeping, and she's like, "You shut the fuck up, Gunslinger Spawn, you fucking piece of shit, worthless fucking asshole! Get the fuck out of here! Get in my goddamn car! Shut the fuck up! I'm gonna tell you what to do, you piece of shit! If I fucking hear a word from you, I'm gonna fucking kill you!" And she's like, "Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I don't really know about these parts here. I don't really know how the world works. You see, I'm from the old west." She's like, "Shut the fuck up! I don't have time for this shit."
Didn't he
Like,
like save her?
"Ooh." Yeah, he
Well, she's-
saves her from like these
yeah.
men. And she's like, "I don't fucking need you saving me, you fucking asshole. I lost my
That's
job because of
right.
you." It's like, what? Gunslinger Spawn. Like, was he fighting like dinosaurs and shit?
Wasn't he like fighting angels and demons like a
Yeah.
couple issues ago? Like,
Yeah,
what
he
the
was
hell
blowing
happened?
holes into angels and demons. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
Wasn't Brett Booth on this art? Like, what
Yeah.
happened?
And now you've got fucking Rosalina from from the Motel 6
Yeah,
giving him smack, giving him lip.
fresh across the
Gosh.
border with those papers, and I'm sure she's there legally, and I'm sure she's a hard worker. But yeah, it was. That's where I was like, and I'm done.
I'm done.
Adios,
Wow.
muchachos. But we got
That's-
28 pretty good issues of Gunslinger, so I'm like, that's all right.
That's enough for me. That's
all right.
solid 2 years. So
Yeah.
that's a great one. I love that pick. Gunslinger Spawn 29. I totally forgot about that one, and it makes me laugh so hard, even though it's abysmal. I mean, that really is truly like, you have this guy who's able to just blast holes through angels and demons, and one of the coolest characters drawn by Brett Booth, and then him being chastised by a short, fat Mexican housekeeper. Like, yeah, pretty
Yeah.
funny.
This is where we're at now.
This is the state of comics.
Uh-huh.
Now this one, this is low.
I know.
But
I
especially
again,
'cause
I'm
I feel
not.
like-
I know.
yeah.
I'm not a big Spider-Man fan. Again, that's why
Yeah.
Ultimate Spider-Man and Amazing Spider-Man are here. But, and this is in no particular order as far as its honorable
That's
mentions.
fair.
These are just put
Yeah.
on here willy-nilly. So, yeah, issue 55 was the date gone wrong
Oh God.
issue of.
Let me persuade you to try and bump this up to your top 10. We'll see.
You might. I mean, my like 10, 9, 8. Yeah, again, all this stuff has moved around a lot, but
Yeah.
I mean, I just, it's Spider-Man. He's been shit for so long, and I've never cared about Spider-Man all that much. So it is a bad issue of Spider-Man because it's not
Yeah.
Spider-Man in the issue. It's just him talking about dating profiles and getting a rhino to look at Grinder or whatever the fuck he's looking at. It's like, okay.
It's grinding
Okay.
Yeah, that was the issue that we broke Josh with. Josh had come onto our stream that night, innocently thinking that we were just going to review some comics, and we talked about Amazing Spider-Man 55, and he was like, "I want to die." So, yeah.
I think we also talked about Gotham City Sirens that night, and
Oh,
man.
yeah. What a bad night.
one of the
Wow,
X
what a
books was
horrible
that night. I think it was X-Men 2, right? Which one is
Oh my God! Did we do
Damn.
X-Men 2 and ASM 55 on the same night?
I think maybe I might be getting my streams mixed up, but both of those we discussed on your show, and I've only been
Yeah.
on like 2. So
Well, X-Men 2
Whoops.
was heinous.
Oh,
So
come
I'm
on.
sure we'll probably see that from you later, Josh. But but before we get back to Josh, we've got one last dishonorable mention list.
Uh-oh.
Drew, aka Dolan, let's see what you got coming up. Boom. Ooh, okay, all right. Oh, here it is. Oh my God, you put in a writer. I've never seen that before. Okay.
Yes.
So give us just kind of run us through your thoughts with some of these? I'm fascinated by this.
Yeah, so I hunted, Max. I hunted.
Oh,
And
okay.
and after I found Tobey Maguire's dick, I came to this list. And the Ultimate line, look, it's been, I'm not gonna, it's not, it hasn't been fun. There's been nothing really fun about this. First couple issues here and there of Ultimate Spider-Man have been, but Ultimate X-Men for me, day in the life, I don't give two shits about.
Yeah.
The Ultimates is just bad schlock. It's unintentionally hilarious. I don't think Dennis Camp realizes just how bad he is, just how stupid his ideas are. Ultimate Black Panther seems to be like the really only competent book, but then again, it's just generic. There's nothing really special about it. And what they're really doing with Moon Knight and the other Khonshu, it's just it doesn't work. There's nothing really special or cool or unique or different really about it.
And
So
it's sad because with an ultimate line, you think of like the ultimate versions of these characters, like incredible strength, they're incredible whatever, right? You know,
and
so.
that's been my argument this whole time. Since when you say the ultimate line, that's what it's supposed to be. But
Yeah.
people, I would get pushback on that. So like, no, it's not like that. No, it's just a different line. No, you just have high expectations. Blah blah blah. You're expecting that. Like, why
No.
call it the ultimate? Why call it the ultimate
That's what the ultimate line was. Like that's
Yeah.
the whole point
Yeah.
of Mark Miller and them doing that line was to make a new continuity, but it was meant to be a like blockbuster cinematic type universe. There's a reason they pulled so much of that to influence the MCU when it first started and was actually based.
Yeah. I mean, if anyone read the Ultimates Volume 1, Brian Hitch, Mark Miller, you would see that was all cinematic. You know, that is just fucking beautiful.
Hell yeah.
The whole series. That's what I got to say about the Ultimate line. Daredevil has been an utter disappointment. It just seems to be rehashing the latter half of Chip Zdarsky's run with the going through hell and like the deadly sins. It's like, let's get beyond this. Let's just get back to just fighting shit on the street. You know, let's get back to that. Back to basics.
Hell's Kitchen, baby. Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting too stupid and crazy. And Thundercats, we're getting in Thundercats and Terminator. Look, these are projects, these are IPs, if you will, that I love. I love the Thundercats. I grew up with the Thundercats. I love Terminator. Thundercats is unreadable. Thundercats is not fun.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I am utterly disappointed by Thundercats. It is not giving me anything I wanted remotely in an IP. Next week we'll be talking about someone who's actually done it right. But anyway, but with Terminator has been dog shit.
Oh my god.
The story is dog shit. The art is even worse dog shit. The art is flaming bags of poo dog shit.
Oh my god.
There's this current run like the Terminator is in Vietnam trying to find a soldier who's like a grandfather or someone in the future. But the art is basic bitch lazy. It is an utter embarrassment. And it's
Declan Shalvey, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't read anything that I've been like, this is fantastic. And there are people that love him, and I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
I think it's super interesting to hear you say all this though, Drew, because I didn't read Thundercats or Terminator. I didn't even look at the interior.
Well,
so I have no point of reference for these. But yeah.
So Max, I'm willing to bet you if you were about roughly 10 years older, probably closer to like my age, and you grew up with Thundercats, you'd be like, oh my god, Thundercats are back. And like me, I was excited because I love the Thundercats and I love Terminator. And these are just shittily written books. Yeah. And it is it pisses me off and it's disappointing.
That was like me and Gargoyles. So like Gargoyles was my thing in like the early early late 90s when I was watching that Saturday morning cartoon. And so when they revamped the series and I think Dynamite was doing it, I was like, hell yeah. And it was just awful. Are they still doing
Yeah, they're still doing it.
I hopped off that one. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, both Thundercats and Terminator are that bad. Damn.
And they spent, so real quick, I learned some things about this. Dynamite has spent a fortune in IPs, not just with these, but with Disney, with the Hanna-Barbera stuff. They've spent a fortune, and let's just say monetarily, things aren't looking too good right now with Dynamite. That's all I'm gonna say.
Wait, you're telling me that them getting Daniel Kibblesmith on a Darkwing Duck book didn't give them more money?
No.
Hmm. Oh, dang. Huh. Well, looks like they should have hired Aaron Sparrow, but
Yeah.
thankfully Aaron's doing his own thing and making plenty of money doing that. So
Yes, he is.
Well, yeah, I had no idea about Dynamite, but I mean, that tracks. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So
And Captain America, I love J. Michael Straczynski. He can be a great writer. I love his Thor run. I loved his Thor run. I thought it was
it's
fantastic.
great. Yeah.
He brought him back from the dead. I love the shit out of that book. I got the omnibus at home signed by J. Michael Straczynski. But this run of Captain America, it's like him involved in a theater, and there's magic,
God.
and
It's like Misfits, and they're like, "Oh
Yeah.
yeah, come hang out with us."
and it's like, what the fuck are we doing here? I don't. And him starting like a tenement building, rebuilding it, and it's just like, oh, okay, I'll take it. It's better than his shield having a secret incantation on the back, or talks about like the secret history of the shield and how there's a dark group running things. I'll take what J. Michael Straczynski is doing as compared to what Tweedledee and Tweedledum did,
Yeah.
but it's still it's not that good.
No, and the
And
bad thing, what makes it worse, is we were expecting something really good. leading
Yeah.
into it. Yeah.
You see his name,
And-
you expect that.
Oh, 100%. And like you said, Drew, I loved his Thor stuff. And J. Michael Straczynski has done a lot of sci-fi, like lot of great sci-fi stuff too. Like didn't he write Deep Space Nine or what is it? One of those sci-fi shows. I thought he wrote a couple episodes.
Babylon 5. He created
Babylon 5. Yeah. That's incredible. So you're
Well,
always going to get some.
Not just
yeah.
people will be surprised how much stuff J. Michael Straczynski has written in
Yeah.
Hollywood. I mean,
Yeah.
he was the main writer on the Real Ghostbusters, that animated series back in the 80s.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, this Captain America series, that whole run was a definite letdown, especially because the first few issues are he's just like, yeah, I want to rent out this thing, and then I'm
Yeah.
gonna become a tenant or something.
Yeah.
I just like, yeah, it was just, oh well. This one rightfully so belongs here. I'm surprised it was so low for you, but maybe just because it was only 1 or 2 issues. But my God,
This is so. Like I said in our group chat. This is based on my urge to kill meter. Like which
Oh, yes, yeah.
titles,
that's
like,
right.
which titles rose my urge to kill the most. So
Yeah.
this is like right there in that middle.
Okay.
Because if there had been a few more West Coast Avengers issues out, it probably would be a little bit higher. But that first issue of West Coast Avengers, that royally pissed me off.
Yeah.
Between what they did with Iron Man and what they're doing with Ultron, it does not make any type of logical sense.
No.
Avengers has just been I can respect the effort that Jed McKay is putting into it, but none of it is working. I don't care for the team, the characters he has on the Avengers. I'm tired of seeing Captain Marvel. I'm tired of seeing Sam Wilson. I'm tired of seeing She-Hulk. Get them off the fucking team. They've been on this.
Yeah.
They've been on the team now for over a decade. Let's change it up. Let's get some back in some core members there. I'll say the one good thing this past week, it would be a meh, is the recent issue of Avengers. Fareed Karami did the art, and oh my God.
Oh
bless Fareed Karami.
yeah. God bless Fareed Karami. Amen to that, dude.
Yeah.
Gosh, his Venom Lethal Protector 2 series is still one of my favorites. So his art on that just kicks ass.
So a little promotion for him. He just posted on Instagram that some of his original art from the recent issues of the Avengers is up for sale, including the one of Felicia Hardy. You see the
wow wow
cheeks.
wee wow.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
He knows what he's
All
doing.
right.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah. And he's not afraid, and that's what a lot of these European guys are, like they get it. They're not afraid to
Yes.
draw women with curves or women that are sexy. Like
Yes.
they're just like I always remember Richard Meyer saying that whenever he'd hire like an Italian artist
Mhm.
to draw like a female, he's like, "How big are the breasts? Like how can I how big can I make of the breasts?" And he's like, "As big as you want." And he's like, "Grazie," you know. And you're just like, "Okay, all right, thanks,
Grazie, bellissima.
bellissimo."
But yeah, and you look at a lot of these other artists. Some of them do it for Marvel. A lot of the females are just androgynous. You know, they really
Yeah.
don't have any hips. Breasts are barely above a B cup, maybe if you're lucky. No ass to speak. They have white girl ass, just nothing there.
They have a
And
Taylor Swift ass, yeah.
yeah, Taylor Swift ass, and yeah, nothing to look at. But free Karami, God bless him. God bless you, sir.
Yeah.
You're doing the Lord's work.
Amen. Slavic one asks, "Is the Chitara book any good?" I did not read it, but Drew, I think you may have
No.
read it. No,
No,
Yeah.
it's honestly it. If you want just something that's just meh, there you go.
Yeah. So this one is interesting. Torin Grunbeck comics, just a blatant blanket statement. Yeah, explain the reasoning behind this one.
Torin Grunbeck is the new Leah Williams, the new uh, and what the hell was her name? She was getting a bunch of Marvel projects. Her and her
Vita Ayala?
yeah, she's the new Vita, and they're starting to give her. They're giving her Venom, Carnage, Red Sonja, Vampirella.
Wow.
They were giving her a shit ton of stuff, and I read this shit, and I'm like, I understand what she's trying to do, but it's not fun. These stories are
Mm.
not fun. They're not engaging. I mean, she's writing novels. I understand if that's what you want to do, but you got to remember this is a comic book. There needs to be some fucking action here, you know. And people aren't going to be going on long diatribes in mid-action sequence. All right, it just
Yeah.
she doesn't understand the pacing of a comic book. She doesn't understand the pacing of an action comic book, and no one has really edited her to do that. And I gotta say, like her books are just generic, bland, and boring, and safe.
And I think that's probably why they use her a lot. I mean, isn't that what they do with Stephanie? Is it Stephanie Phillips or Stephanie Williams? Whichever is the one who they use for like the Cap Werewolf book, where it's like it's not
Oh,
great,
Stephanie Phillips.
but it's
Yep.
Stephanie Phillips, where she's just like AI. She doesn't really have any interest in comics. She just kind of writes, and there's no real passion or interest, or there's no real emotion or fun or action. It's just like, this is comic book. Read comic book,
Yeah.
like TM. It just there it feels robotic.
Yeah, and it's like if you look at everything that Stephanie Phillips has done, I would say two of the best things she's done. One was The Nuclear Family, which was not an original story by her. That was
Wow.
written by Philip K. Dick, I believe, and she just adapted that. And second best thing was the Cap Wolf thing, which was just basic and safe. There was nothing really
Yeah.
crazy about. I
very
mean,
safe.
Carlos Mango did a great Carlos Magno did a great job in the art, but the
Mhm.
story was just, eh.
Yeah. All right. Well, that tracks. That makes sense why you have the Torn Grunbook comics, but Thanos is because of the car.
Oh, it's the car, and just Christopher Nolan. It's just it was. I just distinctly remember the minute, not even just us sharing that or showing that, but when that came out, it just seemed like any interest in general people had in the character, it just waned right after that image
Yeah.
showed.
Yeah.
Everyone just kind of dropped it. It's just like, why is he involved with some lady working in a fucking diner? Who cares?
Oh yeah, that's right. You had the goth chick. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, it's just boring. It's just stupid and
Yeah.
it insulting to the character, to a legacy character like that. And no one at Marvel had the balls to tell him, no, you're not going to do this. You're not going to insult a great villain like this.
Yeah.
Just belittle
And
him.
then, oh yeah, 100%. And it was really only just like 4 or 5 issues, and then it was gone.
Gone.
Star Wars and Sentry. Was Sentry the handicap kid, handicapable
Yes.
kid? And
Oh,
then
yes.
Star Wars.
Just in
Go into
general.
a little bit about these two.
Yeah, Star Wars, is pretty much, I don't want to say Star Wars has died, but like the books, a lot of people just jump ship. Some of the titles have been kind of stealthily canceled, put on hiatus, and they've been kind of pushing some of the books to Dark Horse to let them publish, because that just kind of shows you, okay, what we're doing here at Marvel has really kind of sucked and is not working. And the Century, clearly they were really basing that off of what was going to happen in the movie with that one Asian actor taking over the Century, but that didn't work out that way in the end. And but just the whole setup of it, even from Jump Street, from issue one, everyone, if you didn't know the straight white guy with blonde hair wasn't the bad guy, you're not reading, you're not actively engaged. And
yeah.
sure enough, oh my God, the white guy was the bad guy the whole time. And the soulful
Sure
saint
enough.
in the wheelchair, she was the good guy, and she was going to be the Century.
Oh my God. It's so predictable at this point.
Yeah, it's lazy.
Actually, yeah. A lot of the books, when we reveal our top 10, there's a theme. There's a constant theme, at least to mine, where it's like, oh, it's so predictable at this point,
Oh,
and there's so many.
Oh, have
But-
you peeked behind the curtain of our books?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I sincerely kept
Oh.
my word. I did not see what everyone's books were. I said, you guys can put your books in there, but I will not look. I will not take a little peeky poo.
Mm.
So all of this is new information for me. So here we go. McDizzy, Josh, your number 10 pick of 2024 to start off your list is Catwoman. Catwoman. Okay, I thought it would be an X book. Please elaborate.
So Teeny Howard writing, that's problem number one. I would say, we're discussing a lot of shitty books tonight. In the past 30 years, I don't know if a character has had quality whiplash as bad as Catwoman has, between going from bad to good to bad to good to bad to good, and we're back in that bad sphere of things. Look, it was one of those things that the moment Teeny Howard was announced, I was like, oh God, this does not bode well. And then that first arc started off like, you know what, this isn't nearly as bad as I thought it could be. And then she decided she wanted to go on this like long opus arc about the 9 lives of Catwoman, where Catwoman was going to be committing like the most lethal and dangerous heist ever. And it just became flat out retarded. Like, you've got everyone talking about how incredible Catwoman is as a thief. Meanwhile, everything that we're seeing is executed so poorly that like my retarded cousin with Down syndrome could have stolen these things better. She loses almost all of her 9 lives in like the first issue of the arc, which is like 9 to 10 issues. So, that suspense is out the window. And then you have this whole like fucking weird shit going on with the White Glove or whatever the hell they were called, where you've got the other guy that's a thief and also master thief, and he's going to teach her things, but she can teach him things. And is he bisexual or is he not? Are they something? Are they not? And then it's going to be like, and we're going to bring in everything gay possible. Pink Flamingo, yay. Emiko, the other Catwoman, yay. It was bad. It's been really, really bad. And the fact that you can't tell just a simple high story with Catwoman, much less one that should actually have some really good character moments, because Selena Kyle is an interesting character. If you go back, and look, Jim Ballant, his run gets a lot of praise, but it's
the run. That is the run, Josh. I
disagree.
But I bought the recent collection that just came out, the new one that just came out. It is fantastic. It is so much fun.
It's visually fantastic. Story-wise, it's okay at best. Give or take, select stories.
You can follow it. You can follow what's going on.
If you want good Catwoman runs, go read Darwin Cook's run. It's excellent. If you want a sexy, fun run, Judd Winnick tried to do something at the New 52, and then they kicked him off early. Genevieve Valentine did a really good Catwoman run that should not have been nearly as good as it was because they weren't letting her use Selena as Catwoman. So, swallow that for a second. And then you actually had Ram V that did a killer Catwoman run. And
Wow.
introduced one of the best villains that I think has been introduced in quite a while. But this is just there's this problem. You're gonna see a theme with my books in the top 10, and it's all these writers doing this like, oh my god, isn't this so cutesy? And these especially female writers that have this fascination with homosexuals, and they have to have it everywhere in their book. It's here. I have to deal with this shit on a daily basis within the community. Like, I really don't have to deal with it in comic books. Maybe one here and there, but when I have to see Twitter and Facebook and TikTok and everything else that's just a bunch of faggots, I don't want the same thing in my comic books. I want some heroes. So
damn, coming in hot. I love it. Well, that is Josh's number 10. And what's surprising is that I would have thought that you were talking about an X series, because the theme for my top 10 is just how gay they've made the X-Men. Like, everything is an allegory for So what were you gonna say, Josh?
I was gonna say, if you were to go to Comic Book Roundup, not the critic scores, but the reader, just the normal people, like the average scores for these Catwoman books range in like 4.8 out of 10, 3.4 out of 10.
Ooh.
That's how bad. It's just nonsense. It's just nonsense.
Bad. Yeah.
And Selena, the other thing, despite being told in the book with all these other people about how she's the best ever, she's constantly having to be saved every fucking issue.
Just like a woman. No,
just like a woman.
As it should be.
As it should be. Let the man protect her, okay?
Silly woman. Can't do. It's not even men half the time. It's either faggots or other women.
Oh God. So Nightwing's in it? No, I'm kidding. Well, now they've made him, well, all right. Well, that's a good start, Josh. See, I like having Josh's picks on here because all of you guys have something where it's like, oh, I didn't think about that one, or I didn't even read Catwoman, so I wouldn't even know, right? So brilliant.
Drew
all right, so
one of his somewhere. So
say again.
Oh,
yeah, Drew, didn't you have it in your didn't quite make it list?
Did I?
I think you did.
Yeah, there it is.
Yep, there it is.
Look at that. There it is. Drew's like, yep. No, I hated it too.
Yep. And I'm gonna say is for me, I forgot about the Darwin Cook run. Yes, that's another great run of Catwoman. But honestly, you want a sexy Catwoman. Jim Balance, what he did on Catwoman is just fucking fun, and how he draws the Azrael Batman armor is arguably the best ever it's ever looked in comics.
That's cool. All right. Well, I will go ahead with my number 10. So I kind of cheated here, but my number 10 is actually 2 to 3 books.
Yay.
But I know, right? But because all of them only had like 2 issues come out in 2024, I was like, do I want to count them? Does it really count? But I can't not mention them because they're so bad. So for my number 10, it's kind of a cop out because it's the first one I have to say. But after this one, we get to the actual 2024 books. Is going to be the Punisher, White Widow, and Fire and Ice. So Punisher, it's why is this book even created in the first place? Written by a weak, cowardly writer who doesn't know how to put any grit or sauce on Punisher. Well, because Marvel won't let him. Even if he could, Marvel wouldn't let him. White Widow, we already talked about. Farmers markets and cutesy wootsy corgis and queer, non-binary, trans, disabled Black women in wheelchairs that talk about what their favorite things are. It's not a superhero book. And Fire and Ice, which is the most nonsensical, mind-numbingly dumb, incomprehensible book I've ever read in my life, and truly to this day still may be one of the worst comics I have ever read. So that's Punisher, White Widow, and Fire and Ice for you as my number 10.
Oh, beautiful.
All right, Turd Burglar
Turd Burglar
coming up. Turd Burglar. we need a like a wrestling song for each one of us for like an intro. Turd Burglar's number 10 coming in hot is wow, I'm not an absolute line. All right, very well. Tell us why communist
spoiler
Superman.
10 and 9. I know there were only a couple issues out. And I debated putting two of these like together because there haven't been that many issues out, but they both are fucking terrible. But I just think with All In and everything happening at DC, when you have, I'm going to start this off, it's going to be gritty and dark, which I disagree with, but okay, fine, we'll go with it. Another version of Superman and Wonder Woman, it's like it's going to be a whole different universe. It's like, okay, cool, I can get around this. And then it came out, and most people forgot or didn't bother. When they did read it, it was just like, eh. I mean, Absolute Superman, it was something that with a character like Superman, it has to hit, especially with everything going on in not just in comics, but in movies and everything else. It's like,
Yeah,
it kind of needs to hit. It kind of needs to be a banger, and it kind of needs to be pretty good. And it's anything but that, unfortunately. And I just think they've completely missed everything with this, and they have stumbled out of the gate big time.
What do you mean? Like, I read this and I get nothing but tonight will be the night that I will fall for you. And I'm like, that's Superman.
That's what he is. And
It's
he's helping the oppressed.
dust. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Get that broccoli hair and everything.
Yeah, he's got the look. That's for damn sure.
damn.
Strong Lois, and I'm going to help all these Brazilian people that are working in coal mines. And it's like,
my God.
all right. I don't know. Let's see what.
I see what's going on.
All right.
What if Superman wasn't born to rich parents, or like what was it? He's like not
these
Kryptonian
farmers
parents.
on,
He was
or-
born a
yeah.
slave.
Yeah. And we got to pay for rain and shit here on Krypton. And,
Oh my God.
Like, all right, what else we got here? Global warming, oppression,
Yeah.
slavery. Okay, let's go. What else?
Throw it all in there. Yeah.
Throw it all in.
Capitalism
So-
bad. Don't
Capitalism
forget
bad.
that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is very absolute. All right, got it. Thanks. Congratulations.
You brought up a good point though. With your absolute Superman, it needs to slap. Like it needs to be a banger because the main Superman title right now with Dan Mora doing some of the art and having Doomsday come in as like the Eternal Watcher or whatever he's got going on right now. That's a cool storyline. Not a lot of people have been talking about it, but if Absolute Superman was doing well, it would also boost the sales of the main Superman title, I feel like. So yeah. But it's not.
And, speaking of that title, would anyone at this point be surprised if Superman were not gay when it comes out? I guarantee you, the next issue, it's going to be revealed that he is. He is
What do
not
you
going to
mean?
be straight.
Like
you,
Absolute
This
Superman?
one? Yeah,
Absolute
I
Superman,
wouldn't be
yeah.
surprised.
So then you'd have John
Non-binary or
Kent.
whatever. I'm not
Oh,
into
yeah.
anything or everyone. I don't fucking know. Who knows? But I know Lois was about him when his shirt got burned off of him. She was like, oh.
She's like,
It didn't get burned off. He had
Whatever.
to use his Krypton dust to
Yes,
disintegrate to
Krypton
protect
dust. Yes, of course.
the
Mhm.
people in the
Right.
church or house or whatever the fuck it was that was on fire because of Lois and her comrades.
Band of misfit morons. Yes. Yep.
yeah.
The helicopter tank. That's what it was.
The helicopter tank. The helitank. Yep.
Chris says new Superman is badass with Dan Mora art on it.
Correct.
Yes, Chris, you are 100% right. The new Superman issues that have been coming out recently are kick-ass.
But unfortunately, they've scared everybody away from reading it, so no one knows.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, that's it's like if I didn't hear word of mouth from other people, I'd have no idea. I'd drop that Superman book when they introduced Moon Girl, Moon Cowboy Black Chick, who was the bestest ever. It's like, what are we
last
doing?
year,
This
wasn't
is
it?
Superman
What
book.
the hell
Yeah.
was that?
Nothing just throws up one of these bad boys. Thank you, sir. And I love that avatar. Looks sick.
Mike Zack, yeah.
Like Zach.
Yeah. Fiend says Absolute Superman is bad and ass. Thank you. Very succinct and articulate. Thank you.
Well
Fiend.
put. Poignant and
Poignant
nuanced.
and nuanced.
Poignant and nuanced. Yeah, very well. All right. Anything else about Absolute Super Soups before
No.
we move on to Dolan?
It's just shite.
All right. Very well. Dolan, your number 10 for 2024 is going to be, so just all horror anthologies put together.
All
Yeah.
horror anthologies put together. Yes.
Man.
From Creep
Can you list out a
Show,
few? So Creep Show.
the Epitaphs from Beyond.
Yeah.
There's a third one as well. They're
All the
from
DC horror books.
books. Yes.
Yeah.
With DC, the DC horror, it just they are not good. They're not
Yeah.
fun. They're trying to do that, but they don't understand O. Henry. They don't understand the O. Henry type stories. They don't understand how they work. And on top of that, most of them are putting in political bents to their stories.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
A lot of them are just inherently fucking heavy-handed and lazy. I mean, look, you read the Tales from the Crypt, Vault of Horror stories, you know what's going to happen from like page 2, right? That's a given most of the time. But with these, it's not so much that, but it's just like putting in their own politics into it. It's so heavy-handed, and it's just like, okay, I see you're trying to invoke your own personal message into a story. It's like you've taken the fun out of this.
Yeah.
I no longer care if like there's vampires, werewolves, zombies, or like a twist in the death. That's all gone now because you want to invoke the message, and that's a shame. And because I should be having fun with these, I should love these books. I should be collecting these. I should be saying that these are the best books of the week. But no, they are absolute dog shite. Burning bags of dog poo shite.
That you put on someone's doorstep and they have to stomp it out.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, like Mike Foley. Oh my God, it's a fire!
yeah. Oh my God. Wow, that seems high. Like you must really hate these horror anthologies though, because I mean, I'm looking at some of these and I'm like, these could go in your 10.
Kyle will tell you. Kyle can tell you. Like I love Vault of Horror. I love Tales from the Crypt. I love shock suspense stories. I love all that stuff. I grew up with that stuff. I grew up with Tales from the Crypt. We watched it on HBO all the time, and the way that these stories have been treated by these quote unquote writers, it's disappointing and it's angering. It pisses me off. That's what, like I said, my meter. This is my urge to kill meter. So right now, this is in my 10. You know, it's just it's right there.
Now I meant to ask: is this your urge to kill you? Or is this an urge to kill? About to say, because there were some books that I was like, I want to die, and then there were other books that I was like, I want to kill something.
Yeah, this is like makes me want to flip a table. Like I'm pissed. Yeah.
Totally understand. All right. Well, horror anthologies, man, that's a unique one. I don't think we've had that one on the show yet. So there you go. All right, McDizzy. Coming in at number 9. Not yet number 8, but past number 10. Number 9. Wow, so high. I read like a few issues of this, but yeah, give us some of your reasonings.
So you have to understand that it has progressively gotten worse. And is buddy.
No.
So one, Leah Williams can't fucking write to save her life. Wrote one of the worst, almost the best, one of the worst X-Men comics I've ever read ever. It was X Factor, I think, that had to end early with. Anyways,
Exterminators.
No, she did that as well.
Oh,
but X Factor, she had an X Factor run. That was supposed to go like 12 issues and then got cut off at 10, and it was I was pissed at Wes for a year for making me read that. Anyway, this is god awful. Power Girl is not in character at all here, and you get like a range of 3 emotions, and it's like raging bitch, crying and let's get shit faced drunk and party. But this is why I almost put this as my number one. I'm not gonna lie. This is how much it just kind of fluctuated throughout the list.
No
But
way.
there is an issue. One, you've got her dealing with crushes on random people constantly, and then wanting to cry about not getting reciprocation back, or their love is in a negative way and it's abuse.
Oh God.
And there's an issue where there's a threat taking place and she can't figure out how to stop it. So as it's destroying the city, she then decides to go to a bar to get drunk and ask other drunks how she should handle the situation because she can't figure it out. And that's the type of shit that you get for issue after issue after issue. And now it's pulled a hot girl where it's introduced another character and that character is kind of taking over the book. Like, it's fucking awful. It's so awful.
The reason why they only gave this to Leah Williams, right, is just because she's got huge knockers and they go, you have huge cans. Power Girl has heavies. You should write for Power Girl. Right? I mean, that's their reasoning.
Doesn't hurt.
Maybe we all know that the comic book review sites that actually get published as review sites are all simps.
Yeah.
And they're small groupings of them that also hate this book, but one person has been like, I don't know if she's blackmailing people or letting people motorboat her, but that's the only explanation that this book still exists. So when your
100%.
simp sites are saying that should tell you something.
It's bad. Damn.
It's bad. Dude, like just go pick up the last 5 or 6 issues and read them.
Oh, do I dare? I remember there was an issue where they went into a magic fantasy land world. But I don't remember anything past that.
That was with Supergirl. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
right.
That's what it was.
It's gotten worse, believe it or not.
Oh God. Oh, and then no, actually I do remember, but this might have been 2023. There was the issue where there was no dialogue because it was just following her cat. And the cat had to save the other cat.
God.
Right? That was Power Girl as well.
Just random shit happening.
Yeah. Oh God, that sounds like Leah. That's for sure.
Leah Williams is the cute.
Because she's an empty-headed, vacuous, vapid bimbo.
Yeah.
That doesn't actually understand how to write.
Power Girl is crying because the person she has a crushie on is an abuser because he doesn't like her. That makes him an abuser.
He's an abuser. You don't understand the woman's struggle. She's probably never had a man say no to her in her life because of her boobs, and it shows.
You think men actually have conversations with her?
You think she actually has conversations with them?
No, she just has her boobs out, and then it's
hi. Yeah. I want to write comics. What are these again? All right, so number 9 for me. 9. Number 9 for me. Oh, I'm so excited for this one. Ooh, I'm excited because
the baby.
Everyone else has been sucking off this book for far too long. And it's about time that I put everyone in their place, because for my number 9,
Absolute Batman,
the worst book of 2023 is Ultimate Spider-Man, and this piece of crap needs to be told to sit down and shut up, because I do not understand the praise for this. Ultimate Spider-Man, despite the universal praise it seems to garner from every corner of the comic book YouTube sphere, remains an utter enigma to me. I struggle to comprehend the source of this widespread acclaim, as the series, in my humblest of opinions, constitutes a monument of mere mediocrity. At best. This book epitomizes the worst excesses of decompressed storytelling. And we're on issue 13? I don't even know what issue we're on right now.
Yeah, something like
12.
that.
13 comes out this month, I think.
Okay. It's a lot. And nothing's happened. Nothing has happened. At least it feels like nothing has happened.
Yeah, I would say out of 12 issues, maybe in 3 of those issues, something has happened. So that's
Sure. Okay.
that's
You know what? That's fair.
That's like 1/4.
Yep. I'll give you that, Drew. 3 out of those 3 issues, maybe something has happened.
Well, he got his ass kicked, I think, twice, so that helped.
Yeah, he's never won a
there you
fight.
go.
Never won a
Yeah.
fight.
That tracks.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, Kyle, I think you kind of spoke about this a little bit earlier. I do not get the hype. I think it is just the battered syndrome of fans who love Spider-Man, who finally have him back together with Mary Jane, and they're just like, they will take anything. They'll take crumbs at this point because they've been starved of actual Spider-Man. But then that also doesn't make sense to me because Spider-Man's not in this book. Like the last issue was just a Mary Jane Christmas book or something. Like it was just it doesn't track. And then the waste of Marco Cicchetto when you have someone like Marco Cicchetto who was drawing 2 men talking in a sauna as opposed to Spider-Man swinging from skyline to skyline. That's pathetic and abysmal, and it's embarrassing.
You know,
for
and
Marvel.
it's true. I'll back you up on that. It's sad because I love David Cronenberg films, and one of my favorite films of his is Eastern Promises. And I think that the Turkish bath sequence with Viggo Mortensen, who's like just beating the shit, murdering people left and right, butt ass naked. It's like I'm expecting a scene like that to come up. I'm thinking, oh, Jonathan Hickman's going to throw a curveball at us. There's going to be a badass brawl in this spa, in the sauna or whatever. Nope, we're just going to sit there and chat.
Oh
Lowered expectations. Yeah. Drop that adrenaline. Take that adrenaline down. Come on. Don't get crazy.
I remember even when the first issue came out and you don't get to see Spider-Man at all. You just get to see the outline of him standing on the building, but you don't actually it's blacked out, so you don't actually get to see him. Y'all remember that?
Oh,
and then some douche knuckle was like, give it a chance. It's the first issue. It's gonna go somewhere. Like, I don't know what the fuck that guy was saying, but he's a retard.
Yeah, who did say that? Was he on one of our streams? No. But Rudy says setting standards for quality continues to drop. Y'all hear about the requirements for teachers in New Jersey as of January 1st? Aspiring teachers in New Jersey are no longer required to pass a basic skills in order to be certified. What?
Yeah.
What?
I did not hear about this, but that sounds awful.
Hey kids, homeschooling.
Yeah.
Homeschool, guys.
Yeah.
It's like I've never in my life did I think homeschooling would be the best thing for kids growing up, and now it's gotten to that point where it's like, you know what? This is probably the best thing.
For real, right? Yeah.
Hey kids, just because I speak Ebonics don't mean I cannot teach your kids.
Just because I ain't ask you a question, don't mean that you done answer it.
Listen, we listen and we don't judge. I need someone to read this Bernstein Bear book to me because I can't read it.
It sounds like my master's courses I'm in right now.
Oh God. Now, if you could only read like that to us with some of these comic books, maybe some of these kids would understand how to read.
I mean,
awesome. All right. Well, Turd Burglar, you're number 9 for 2024. Worst book of the year is. Oh, okay. Man, 2 absolutes and 1.
I know. I almost put them together, but I think that's cheating. So, again, a book that does not deserve the fucking praise that it gets. I don't understand why people are jerking this book off. Also, it is boring as shit. It's really not that hard, edgy, hardcore, badass Wonder Woman that you're expecting. Like, that's how it's supposed to be. Like, oh, she's this evil witch. This time it's like, but she's basically Wonder Woman still, except drawn shittily. The art is fucking terrible in this book. So I don't know why everyone's jacking that off too. The art's terrible. The vagina villain that they have around is, I don't even know what that's supposed to be. But so far, I really dislike this issue. I dislike where Absolute in general is going, and they are off on a really wrong foot. And I am terrified for where it's going to go because it has nowhere to go but down.
What do you mean? You've got Al Ewing Green Lantern coming.
I know.
Yeah.
Wait,
It could be worse.
what?
Yeah. There's an absolute
Oh,
Green
no.
Lantern that I think Al Ewing's writing, and it's a female Green Lantern.
Right.
Wait,
Interestingly
JoJo Mullen's
enough,
finance?
no,
Oh.
it's a different female.
Another stunning and
black.
brave character.
Yeah.
Oh
Yep.
God, of course.
I will say, and look, you guys can hate me for this. Out of the 3 Absolute books, Wonder Woman is the one that I actually don't hate. I'm not saying I like it, but I can't fucking stand Absolute Superman, and I hate Absolute Batman.
Yeah.
And Wonder Woman, I'm like, okay, yeah, it sucks.
See, that's weird. I can see the stupid camp in Absolute Batman. I can't see any redeeming quality in Absolute Wonder Woman. If she was darker, scarier, if she were to be an actual, malevolent presence on Earth and actually be terrifying, it's like, is that enemy of my enemy is my enemy or my friend? It's that there's this giant evil monster kaiju coming, but we also have this evil villainous Wonder Woman but it's like she's still helping. It's like, so you're good still?
I feel like the point isn't for her to be evil. I thought that was the point of the whole issue, is despite being in hell and despite being with Cersei, the innate good in her,
and despite missing an arm,
changed Cersei. So maybe
weren't
I
they
don't know.
supposed to be different versions of the character? Weren't supposed to be darker characters?
she's missing an arm now.
Yeah,
Kyle.
but you've got
Missing an
Scott's
arm.
You've got Scott Snyder over here talking about how like this Batman book is like the most badass melt your face off metal thing he's ever written, and then he's got fucking dialogue that's reminiscent of Batman 66. I mean, let's be fucking for real.
Wait, I did not know about this. Chris says, don't forget that Dennis Camp is going to be writing Absolute Martian Manhunter.
Yep.
Bro.
I sent that in the group chat when it got announced.
Yeah.
And then I can't remember who's doing the Flash book.
I don't read your text whenever it gets sent to the group chat. I just oh, it's a bummer. Well, thank you for letting me know, Chris. Damn, yeah, I don't know. I think because I've always been more of a Marvel guy, I don't see the Absolute line as heinous as I see the X line. Like the From the Ashes shit really bugs the hell out of me. Whereas like the Absolute line, I just laugh at and I go like, this is so dumb. And I just like, I just don't even like, I relegate it to like the corner of the back alley garbage can. Cause I'm just like, it just doesn't even matter. But the X line, I'm like, this is abysmal. But
I think keep in mind I'm the opposite. I'm more of a DC guy than an X-Men guy. But DC, even though Marvel had their what if issues, DC was the one of we're going to give you full stories of this Elseworld type story with top talent that kicks ass. So this should be living up to that. I mean, that was the whole point of even Black Label. If we're going to relaunch this stuff, which they did, they had a few like really solid books. And then now it's like we still have Black Label, but we don't. We have Elseworlds, but we don't. And now we've got Absolute, but apparently we don't.
No, I mean, I remember Black Label, Batwang. Who forgets Batwang? Yeah, everyone ordered like 10 copies of Batwang because they're like, this is gonna be hot. You can't miss.
No, they didn't. It didn't get announced till orders were already made, and they had to go to reprint.
That's right.
But the reprints didn't have it.
They blacked it out. Yeah,
completely blacked it out. Yeah.
I think. Don't worry.
Yeah, but I think an issue with the Absolutes is I get triggered when people say it's good when I know it's not, and they're fucking disingenuous lying sacks of shit. So that pisses me off. It's like, shut the fuck up. It's not a good book. Stop lying to yourself, to your viewers, to anybody else. It is not a good book. And if you think it is, you are a fucking dipshit and you don't understand how comic books are. You don't understand story. You don't understand art. I get art is subjective, but this is objectively bad. It is not. When the fact that this artist has another book out currently with DC that is significantly better.
I genuinely think the only reason some of these Ultimate books and Absolute books are ending up on people's top 10 lists is because they feel like if they don't put it there, they're going to lose good grace with the publishers, or they're going to have all these like chuds that watch their videos that know nothing about comics as they don't ever read comics or just started reading recently. And I'm not saying that in a disrespectful way. You've got to start somewhere. But like it's just like they feel like they have to put this on their list, and that's why it's on their list.
Right. Or they work for a comic book store and they're like, we're sitting on a shit ton of these. Please, God, buy them.
There was one review that I remember watching where Ultimate Spider-Man was the dude's number 1 best of 2024, and like Absolute Wonder Woman was like number 3. So it's like
Right.
the Absolute and Ultimate lines are top. Like it's not like, oh, my number 9 pick for my top 10 best. They're like 1 through 3 top books, and that's like, come on, man. Like, what are we doing? Like, that's
Right.
unacceptable.
It's like,
But,
stop. You're lying. You're a disingenuous asshole.
Did you see the video? It's like a maybe Hispanic, half Asian kid, something like that. He's got the longer kind of black hair, and he's like, "Bro,
Soups?
actually, could I pick anything other than Ultimate Spider-Man as my number 1? Like, actually."
I think I did see him. Yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
God,
actually, you can.
100%.
Because everybody else on YouTube said it, so I got to say it too. Yeah, we're all cool, right?
Yeah.
Right, bro? We're all cool, right? We're cool, right? Right?
Cool.
If I want to
I'm
be
here
liked
too.
by like other YouTube commentators,
Cool,
like I have
cool,
to put
right?
this right, and there's like a gun off to the side of the screen
Yeah,
that
we're all
no one
cool.
can see.
Yeah, please bring me on your channel, bro. Get subscribers,
Yeah.
bro.
Oh man, Absolute Wonder Woman, the series at number 9
Whoa,
for
man.
Turd Burglar. Whoa, man. Mr. Dolan, your number 9 is going to be okay. Prior and current runs of Iron Man. Please elaborate.
So the prior run, Jerry Duggan was on, and
Oh, yeah.
he did not do any favors after what Chris Crantwell did. He pretty much he took away his money, made him broke, shocker, and he made him an absolute simp to White Queen, and it was turned out to be a complete sham marriage. But then he was, I guess, wound up being head over heels in love with White Queen, even though she didn't really reciprocate it that much and was treating him like a total simp. It was a sad, sad state of affairs for Tony Stark in Iron Man. Then it ended with her just giving him $1 billion, $2 billion. Just all right, the sham marriage is over. Here's $2 billion. You have fun. It's like, wait, what? Okay, sure, whatever. I guess you're trying to cover your ass. I don't get it, but he's continuing that hilarity in West Coast Avengers with Iron Man. But this current run, like I think as Josh said it earlier, it's written by someone, a novelist, someone who's never written comics before, does not understand how comic books work or comic book pacing works, does not understand how businesses work. He's probably seen them on a Netflix show and assumes that's how it works. And on top of that, incorporating, look, I understand that some things in manga are popular. I understand Berserk is popular. I know the kids like it. I know people like the impractically large swords, not the ones some guys like to get impaled with, but the ones that are used to kill people. It's like it does nothing for me. It does for a certain market. It's alienating to the current Western audience in the United States. Most are going to be like, why the fuck are you doing that? He's Iron Man. He can shoot laser blasts out of his damn hands. Why does he need a fucking sword? And on top of that, it's a steampunk suit. It's like this is like the most rudimentary basic bitch armor he has. It's probably even worse than the Mark I armor, honestly.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you take him, you knock him down physically to like 100 pounds soaking wet. He can barely lift an iPod, and he looks like just a feeble wimp. And it's just like this trend has just been from Grant Rightwell to Jerry Duggan to now. It's just like, let's take Iron Man, take away his money, take away all the board votes, take away the company, let's take him down to his physical worst and see what happens. It's nothing has changed at all. It's repeating the same things over and over and over and over again. It's gone lame, boring, predictable, and stupid,
Nailed it.
and it pisses
Yeah,
me off.
no, of course. I mean, yeah, that meter continues to rise. I
Yeah.
don't have anything else to say about that. I think you nailed it. Because I had put Iron Man in my dishonorable mentions, but it was definitely one of those ones where, like you alluded to, seeing him as this like feeble, decrepit, despicable old, curmudgeon-y,
Looks like Howard
pathetic.
Hughes. Yeah, he looks like
Yeah, it's just like,
yeah.
what are we doing? What are we doing anymore? So, but yeah,
Our hero, ladies and
like
gentlemen.
our hero, and it would be so easy to just bring him back as like the
Look,
Iron Man we know
you,
and love. So
you know what it would take for me to become a fan again? This is very simple. I know Josh may be like, that's pretty lazy, but I think honestly, I think this is what you need to do at this point. Just do an all new badass armor wars. Just you got to have Iron Man versus Titanium Man versus the Crimson Dynamo. He's got to run through the gauntlet, baby. He's got to go take these fuckers down. And like you do that for like 3-4 issues, you got me in. Bring in a badass artist, Iron Man earning the right to be Iron Man again. Okay, I'm back. What you got next? You
that could
got
be
to start
cool.
big. You got to start big.
Yeah.
You got to go big. And that's what it's going to take now at this point.
I actually really like that a lot, Drew. Especially because right now he's just dealing with like mergers and acquisitions.
Yes.
So, yeah. All right, my dude McDizzy coming in hot at number the Ocho for 2024. Wow, lots of DC. I didn't even read Harley Quinn this year.
Don't worry, you'll get some Marvel in a second. Yeah, if there's ever been a character that has outstayed their welcome, it's fucking Harley Quinn.
Yes.
And part of this is probably going to stem from me having to read these books going all the way back to the New 52. But the moment she started getting popular, I will give, even though it wasn't my favorite, I will give Jimmy Palmiotti and Amanda Conner credit that they came in, they did something different that was out of continuity and somewhat fun. But they could also write stupid poop humor in a sort of pseudo sophisticated way because they're putting jokes that were like tongue-in-cheek jokes in there because they're actually halfway intelligent individuals. Now you have people like Stephanie Phillips that have come in and written it, Teenie Howard that was writing it most recently, which is why this is on this, that there is no intelligence there is no competency there, and they're just doing poop, fart jokes, boob jokes. You have this whole thing where like they're writing the freaking solicitations as the character and or themselves, but it's just been like one fucking thing after the other. And I find Harley Quinn more grating than Deadpool, even though they're both up there. But the fact that she's in fucking everything and she's the worst in her own book, I can't. You got her going to space. You got her like recreating like the whole Robin scenario. Tim Drake have become like getting shoehorned into the Bat family, getting shoehorned into Birds of Prey, still somehow popping up around freaking Suicides. Like, you cannot escape this fucking character. So if there's a character that makes me want to blow my fucking brains out, it's this one.
I came back at the perfect time.
Yeah.
Because I just hear you go.
What are you eating?
Now, there's
Nothing.
Your
Some cat
mom.
food to eat. It's got
Your
some cat
mom.
food to eat.
If there's a character that makes me want to blow my fucking brains out, it's Harley Quinn. So,
It is.
but I do agree with you. Like, I can definitely see why she is more grating to you than Deadpool. Like, I understand that makes sense. But
Yeah, I mean, we think it's bad now. Wait till April 1st. Wait till April Fool's Day. When we get this
Oh, I
special
know.
out.
The
no,
fart
it's in like
one.
March or something.
Yeah,
or
The
no,
one
May.
star. Yeah.
It's like
I
not
mean,
even on April or in April.
But
yeah.
we talked about how some of these books have just like nonsense. Like, you got an issue that's all about how she's a bad driver. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah, no, that's pathetic. And you know that they're in the writer's room, or if there even is a writer's room, or they're just on their couch and with like smoking weed, just being like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if she's a bad driver? It's like, oh my God. We used to be a proper country. Used to be a proper industry.
What I would say is the difference too between the Connor and Palmiotti and what they did is, yeah, it's I couldn't read it constantly. I'd have to pick it up and just read it every now and then and throw it to the side. Is the whole point was the character and that type of stuff was in on the joke. And then the writers today don't realize they themselves are the joke. Like they're just a joke. I mean,
It's
they're a
little
joke.
bit meta.
No, it's not meta. Like I would say Amanda and Palmiotti's was meta because they were in on the joke. Like they were talking about how ludicrous this whole idea of having a character like this become zany, having Deadpool become. That's why they created the character Red Tool. But yeah, but
Nice.
these guys are just like, isn't this awesome? Like, no, it's fucking not. Go away.
Yeah, no, I'm very glad that I do not partake in Harley Quinn anything. Comics, media, video games, because she has been the bane of everyone's existence for
not
the
to mention,
longest
like,
time.
and look, I mentioned it earlier, but with that April Fool's Day special coming out, if the creative team is having to come out and do damage control now at the very beginning of the year for this damn book, there is a problem.
It's not a fetish. The fuck, it's not.
From the woman who's like, I saw Squirrel Girl on the bed and like writing fetish,
God,
like weird Marvel fetish porn on Reddit. Yeah. So, all right. Well, sorry, Drew, I cut you off though.
No, you're fine. No, that's all I had to say.
Okay. All right. So my number 8. This one, Josh, you're gonna love this one. Number 8, worst book, The Ocho for 2024. X-Men, the series, but specifically issue number 2. So this is adjectiveless X-Men. This is the Jed McKay, Ryan Stegman art. Ryan Stegman's on art. I can't tell if it is him or not because it looks so bad.
Part-timer. He's doing it every now and then.
He does like the first 2 issues and then he's gone and then he's back on. You can't really tell the difference because it's like it's become lazy art at this point.
It's so shitty.
Yeah. The characters don't sound like themselves. It's such a you guys will notice that there is a constant theme within the X line of oppression and LGBTQ rights and gay or not gay racial relations and all this stuff. But one of the villains in the adjectiveless X-Men line is 3K. And my dumb brain was just like, what the hell is 3K?
Yeah.
And you guys actually had to go.
I was the one pointing it out. Like,
yes,
well,
like Josh literally said, Max, spell out 3K. And I was like, KK. Oh, like, are we really doing that? Like,
yeah,
my dumb innocence really thought that, oh, maybe this is a new villain organization. Nope. It's just the KKK.
Yeah.
So.
And here's the thing. It's not like we're pro KKK. We are definitely not. It's just that it's so obvious and so heavy-handed, but they think they're so fucking clever and so smart and they're changing the world. And go to your corner, you fucking retard.
Oh, it's so pretentious and they're up their own ass and they're smelling their own farts. And like you said, they think that they're so brilliant. They're like, guys, what if we called it 3K? And everyone's like, oh, that's so good. Like no one will figure that out. It's just, it's the worst.
And so, what is up with this whole trend of the superhero base becoming a prison? Like we did it in fucking Champions. We did it in Teen Titans. They're doing it in X-Men. Like enough. Yeah. Find something original. Go tell an original story.
Yeah, well, that's Uncanny X-Men. So Uncanny
they're all the fucking
same. Well, no. X-Men is the line where they've created their home base at the Sentinel factory in Alaska, which they've done nothing with.
This is the one you got Quentin Quire being a little shit to Cyclops, and he's just taking it. And then Cyclops has been like, "Oh, we got the most like dangerous badass women ever in the world. Why would I be concerned?"
Yeah.
I'm done with Quentin. I'm done with Quentin Quire. I'm completely done with him. I just want to
he's awful.
Kill him off. Just get rid of this character. I'm done.
We're using Juggernaut as a torpedo to penetrate whatever the fuck he was
No,
getting shot into.
he's a bullet. Get it, Josh? He's just one big bullet.
Yeah,
That's
it's a
funny.
it's a penetration joke.
Oh God. So yeah, X-Men is abysmal. Adjectiveless X-Men is not good, but I have way worser X-Men line books on here. And we'll get to those in a second. But before we get to those, Aaron Sparrow says, what's up, my Space Marines? What's up, my ninja? Good to see you. He goes, if you want to see this shit mocked, there's still time to back kneel before Doomface. Thanks for coming by, brother. He says every writer keeps using Quire as if his arc was never finished. Yeah. So since Turd Burglar is away, should we reveal it? Or should we wait?
Do Drew first, and then if he's not back, we'll reveal it, and we'll answer for him.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So for Drew's number 8, what have you got, Drew? Surprise us, baby. Venom. Okay. All right. So wait, Venom War or Venom the main title, or what are we talking?
Venom in general. Venom in general has been unreadable ever since Donnie. I mean, going as far back as when Donnie left, it has been. I understood where they're going to initially. What Al Ewing and Ron V were doing. It's like, okay, you got a story on Earth with Dylan, you got a story in space with Eddie. Okay, I see what you're doing here. But then it started going into kooky town with both stories, and especially with the fucking Eddie Brock stuff. You know, getting into the symbiotes, going through time and meeting Kang. I'm like, we are veering way off course from where Venom should be. You have completely derailed. And the stuff with Dylan was just getting odd, with breaking into a facility and trusting someone you couldn't really trust. But I think Eddie was talking through the symbiote to him. It was just fucking weird. And then even now with this current run on Venom, after that, Torrin Grumbeck took over for a spell, and that became even more unreadable. And then now in this current run, where they're trying to figure out who Venom is, I think Al Ewing is writing it again, or is it Saladin Ahmed? I forget, one of the two. But it trying to be funny, it's not funny. Treating Rick Jones like the punchline once again, and he can't get the tone right, can't get the voice right with what Venom at his core, who he should be. The last person who got it right was Donny Cates. He understood it, and now it's unreadable garbage. If anyone can comprehensively make me understand what the fuck happened in Venom, like the last run, okay, sure, succinctly, sure, but I doubt anyone could explain to me what the hell happened.
It definitely has fallen off, and I think because we got something really great with Donnie's run, and say what you will about Donnie, like I pray for the guy.
A lot to be said about him.
Yes, that's for sure, because he's going through it, but you can't deny how creative he is, and how well how great of a creator he is, and how well he writes and tells stories. Thank you. Because even with what was that title he did for Image? The one that he had Stegman on it? Vanish.
Oh, Vanish.
Well, crossover too, but yeah.
Crossover was just. It was not Watchmen. It was not what it's supposed to be.
No.
But with Vanish, I understood what he was doing. It's going to be fun, but then Kyle and I saw it when we were reviewing it. His personal life was really seeping into that book in the storyline, and that was very fucking sad to see.
Very much so.
And then you see him back off in the story, and Stegman's having to do a lot of the heavy work creatively. I felt bad for Stegman having to do it, and I think the series just ended. I think it just stopped, and it's a shame.
Well, I'm surprised to see Venom so high, but I get it. I figure Iron Man might have been higher, but I know that you especially hated that like Venom War issue. I think it was where they were like in the wrestling ring or something like that. Like it was awful. So I do remember you saying something to that effect. But did Drew freeze on us?
Nope, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. You're back. All right.
No, but
I was like looking
but,
at the screen. I was like,
but
what
yeah, but
happened?
regardless, Venom right now is just when you think about what Venom should be, you have this crazy, bulking, larger than life character who should be, ripping off villains' heads, green ooze coming down from the mouth.
Oh yeah.
We should be eating brains, Eddie. That type of stuff. Dealing with that almost like a dual mindsets. Like you have the symbiote trying to take over physically, maybe mentally from the other character, but you don't really get that anymore. And especially you don't really see it in this new run. And it's just, what the fuck are we doing here? It's just
Yeah.
a guy in a costume now. That's all it is. Just a guy wearing a
Yeah.
costume. Nothing is special. Nothing is different. And I don't understand what the point is. If you're just doing the bare basic shit like that, why are we even here?
Especially like you said, when everyone can wear that symbiote Venom suit, it just makes everything worthless. So
Yeah, and that's why I really hated the Colin Bunn like Venomverse and Venom War shit that was going on, where it's like anyone and their cousin had a Venom symbiote, but there was no repercussions. There's no real big change. It's just, okay, Captain America's got a symbiote now. Hey, I'm Captain America with the symbiote. It's like,
yeah.
but shouldn't there be a cost to this? There
Yeah.
wasn't. None of that.
That would be cool, like as a writer to write that and have
I
the
would love to write
juxtaposition
that.
between
Yeah, I would love to do
that'd be
something
pretty
like that.
incredible.
But unfortunately, Marvel has veered off course, and we are far from where Venom should be.
Yeah,
And that pisses me off.
I believe it. Well, we did not get to Kyle's number 8, but how you doing, Kyle? You need a quick sec to pull yourself together, and you want us to come back to you?
No, it's fine. I mean, you got to go from 0 to 100, and oh god,
Yeah,
the fact that
It's a
he
lot.
hates my wife right now, and I'm the only one that can
Oh,
soothe
yeah,
him, and he's screaming
you
his
got-
head off right outside the fucking door. The second he sees me, he's perfectly fine, and I have to give him his bottle, and I have to put him down. It's like because he's actively kicking her, saying, "No, no, no," and he's like, "Bye, bye, 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 bye," to her, and it's like, okay.
You've got the magic touch, man.
Well, she does 70% of everything, and so the 30% that I'm
Mm.
around, he ignores. So he thinks I'm like fun dad.
Yeah. Well, you will also see me kicking and screaming if your number 8 is not a good pick here. So we'll see. We'll see what you got.
See. We'll see.
All right, coming in at number 8. Ooh, that's low. I feel like that's low, but I mean, I could be argued otherwise. All right, give us
Look,
your reasoning.
This thing was not destined for greatness. We got to be clear.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I mean, come on now. If your expectations were anything other than absolute garbage, I don't know what to tell you. Like you're in the wrong place. So this was destined to suck, and it has sucked, and it's been awful. And I don't quite know how to just put how I just making Dazzler Taylor Swift. I can see from a marketing standpoint why you want to do that, but at the same point in time, it's really bad. Like it just, you're trying to bring in an audience, but at the same point in time, you're trying to destroy whatever audience you currently had or thought you had. And it's just, we're trying to gain an audience that doesn't exist and doesn't read comic books, and trying to put this character like, no, she's like Taylor Swift. It's like, why?
That's the thing. You said it earlier, like for a second. It's for people who don't read comic books. Like this.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Like yeah. So
Yeah.
that's a good point. It's like, hey, let's make her Taylor Swift. It's like those kids aren't fucking reading comics. They're on TikTok and playing video games.
Right.
Like,
and it's like, but that's your story. That's your pitch, but that was all you had. What if Dazzler was Taylor Swift? Okay, and then what? What else do we need?
That's all we got.
Taylor Swift.
Some shit lyrics, and yeah, there you go. We don't need anything.
But Marvel has done this since the very beginning with Tadoff Switler, with Dazzler. Initially she was an Olivia Newton-John, and at some point she was Lady Gaga, and now they've made her Taylor Swift. And every time it hasn't really worked. Even the only time for me when it really worked with Dazzler was when they weren't trying to emulate her off a musician, like back in the 80s and 90s when she had the leather jacket on and from the Pride of the X-Men, or during the Art Adams Longshot run, when it was her and Longshot trying to survive in Mojoverse, when she's her own character. She's not trying to be a fucking pop star, and they've completely missing the mark.
Even Aaron was saying it could have been worse. Dazzler could have been Beyonce helping Longshot traffic children to a certain island. Oh, wait, I mean Krakoa. Never mind. Marvel is just kitsch written by twinks now. Which is so sad because its former glory was like, dude, Marvel was the trendsetter.
Yeah.
Marvel made shit happen.
Gold standard. Marvel was the gold standard. That's gone.
Well, Marvel's written by twinks and DC's written by hags. It makes sense.
Hags are hacks because they're all a bunch of hacks over
HAGS.
Have a great summer.
Marvel has the fags and DC has the hag. DC has
the hags. Got him. We've got comics exposed here. Hail, 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 hail. Hail, 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 hail.
Hail, 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 hail.
And Aaron Sparrow, hail.
Hey. This book did make me mad. Again, my top list, these books made me mad or angry in some way. This book, it's just stupid.
It's just stupid, yeah.
It is, yeah.
All right, well, that's fair. Like I said, there are some books that I feel really passionate about that I'll be like, whoa, that's way too low. But seeing Dazzler there, I'm like, yeah.
It's there.
Listen, just go ahead and unhighlight mine then, because
ooh,
it's Dazzler.
So Jossie Poo put Dazzler at number 7.
Yeah.
Man, that's low. All right.
Listen, it's just nonsense. I'm with Kyle. And if there's anything that pisses me off about this book, I'm not going to retread the territory that he went through. It's that you've got all of these characters that Peter David did great work with, 10, 15 years ago, I guess 15 to 20 years ago, because I'm getting older. That you've got fucking Multiple Man as a roadie. You've got all this shit going on with these characters that are good. You got Strong Guy back there but they're pointless. It's just we're wasting these characters. You didn't have an idea, or your idea was, wouldn't it be funny if? And anytime you have wouldn't it be funny if, that's usually where the joke ends. But you're trying to do a book off that now. It doesn't work. And then you throw in the cringe performance fights that are there, which look, I can't even give them credit for coming up with, because they stole that from freaking Brendan Fletcher from the shitty ass Black Canary book that he did back in the day. But yeah, look, it's bad. This is the one that I'm I can almost potentially try to find merit in some other X books, because they try to do something somewhat that might be an action adventure when they're not, killing cancer patient kids, Make-A-Wish kids, whatever.
Oh god. Uncanny book. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I can read that and go dude, why that was a bad moment. This book, I'm just why the fuck is this here?
Oh, dude, everything about it screams, why does this exist?
Yeah.
Or it screams, this should not exist. That's what, yeah.
And what's bad is I'm going, who's reading this? And really no one, because the people that would be reading this aren't reading comics. But then I think about all the stupid people that I meet, that are teenagers or college age, and like this is real life for them. This is what matters. This is their TikTok era. Like
Ugh.
that's our future. Just get ready.
Get ready, folks. All the bright minds coming out of college right now. Rudy Teague says the sad state of reality, and I am just as guilty at times, is that the story inside doesn't have to be good so long as the cover art pulls a buyer in. And Rudy, I will tell you this. If it weren't for cover buyers and it weren't for speculators and it weren't for people with a lot of money that buy variant covers, the comic book industry would have been dead years ago. Like the only thing holding it up are variant cover buyers. And hey, that's fine. I buy variants, but when you're buying like every single variant to fill a run or whatever it may be, it can be pretty detrimental. Jack Frost says, I have a Venom action figure that growls, I want to eat your brains. Nice. That sounds awesome.
That's Venom.
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 Comics Exposed says, will the real Turd Burglar come forward? Is that you? Are you the real? Is that
Could be an imposter. I don't
the
know.
real Turd Burglar? Please stand up.
Well, you should have heard me on Ultimate Spider-Man.
Oh God. Yes, sorry. I always pronounce it incorrectly. Tatigwe. Rudy Tatigwe, and I call him Teg. Rudy Teg, but it's Tatigwe.
Yeah, good enough.
It's close. It's got a T in it, you know?
Sure.
All right. Dazzler, your number 7. Let's see what my number 7 is. I don't even remember at this point. Oh, that's right. Exceptional X-Men. This is boring, bland, forgettable. You're essentially following Kitty Pryde as she does monotonous tasks, but she ends up becoming this like motherly figure to all these misfit, autistic, terrible X-Men characters. And it's all just one big allegory for gay rights and the human supremacists want to start shit with all these young X-Men or all these young mutants, and Kitty has to protect them and teach them how to use their powers. It's pathetic. It's a terrible excuse for an X-Men comic. And they always do the M for mutant, the sign. They're all doing it.
Yeah.
And then the one girl goes, yeah.
The best part was the girl working in the diner or whatever that was clearly looked like a fucking lizard lady. It's like, it's like, you think she's a mutant? It's like,
and she's like, oh, she's doing the sign. She's a mutant. And it's like, she looks like a freak. Of course she's a mutant. Yeah.
Wasn't she actually like a zebra? Wasn't that what?
Yes.
Yeah. Like that's, oh God.
But you know what was worse than that?
Tiresome. What?
You know what was worse than her doing the mutant sign? That picture of Jackson Lansing and Colin Kelly doing the mutant sign, where they look like two Oompa Loompas.
I never saw this. I don't know if I want to see this.
I sent it in our group chat. Y'all need to pay attention to the shit that I send in our group chat.
I'm telling you, man, no one reads your shit.
When I do send stuff, I send fire. Okay, come on.
That was me last week reading all the new books. I was pissed.
Oh my God. Yeah, Aaron says excrement X-Men. Oh, this is just, as Josh alluded to earlier, a lot of this, like my 8 through maybe 5 on my list are pretty interchangeable because once you get into the shit, the shit is just shit. You know what I mean? There's no real rhyme or reason. Last year, I could objectively say like Hawk Girl goes here, Fire and Ice goes here. What else was last year? Like Ghost Rider goes here. Like you could distinctively say like this is but all of these blend together so poorly because they're just all like some terrible allegory for some political activists, wet dream. So especially the X books, they are explicitly a subtext or allegory for all of the.
That's all they know.
SJW nonsense. So. Speaking of SJW nonsense, Turd Burglar is up for his number 7.
Wow.
And
not
let's
far
see what
off.
he's got. Wow, so high. Oh my
It's coming right
god.
at us.
It's like it's not on any of our lists so far. So, oh my god, you really must have hated that.
I know. I was expecting great things and possibly a sleeper hit from
Oh,
this.
that's
I
what
thought
it
with
was.
Daniel Warren Johnson attached to this, I thought this could have been something good. And I think
Sure.
there is a story here that could have been good. However, it is just utter dog shit. This thing is
What was that?
it's like, unfortunately, falls into every stupid trope that the man is a fucking moron. The wife, of course, knows everything, is the one that's like, get in here, let's go, let's do this. And he's like, I don't know, I'm kind of scared. What should we do? Fumbling, dropping everything, tripping over himself. And she's like,
Throwing
get over
up.
here, you fucking pussy. It's like, oh, God. I had decently high hopes for this because I thought with his name attached to it, this could have been a fun series. And unfortunately, it is anything but that.
Yep.
But Riley Rossmo on art.
And I was hoping that
can't miss.
DWJ could have reined it in a little bit and been like, okay, I'll come in here and I'll ink this thing for you, quote unquote.
Mhm.
And then I'm just going to
Yeah.
change everything. But man, a letdown.
Yeah, it was a major letdown.
Yeah.
What they do have. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Josh.
No, I was going to say you also forgot that the entire premise of the book is, oh no, we lost our kid to gaming. We have to save them.
Yep.
Is that the subtext to it?
Yeah, because she's
Do
lost
you think
into
that's
that
the underlying?
what we think is the real world that we're experiencing. That whole point going
Mhm.
up to the end of the first issue, then it ends revealing that they pulled themselves out of that virtual reality
world, yeah.
that their daughter has lost herself to. It's
Mhm.
a commentary about how gaming and or maybe social media, if you want to go that far, but gaming is taking our kids. All they want to
Stealing
do
your
is
kids
game.
away. All they want to do is be on the TikToks. Yeah, it may have been better. Well, of course, the characterization was better, and the father was the actual leader, and the characters were completely different. And the other thing I think would have made it better is if Riley Rossmo did the Earth scenes, and then Daniel Warren Johnson did the dream sequences, because it's the reverse. Riley Rossmo is doing all the dream sequences, and DWJ is doing all the world, like the Earth sequences.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, man, that's high. That's pretty funny though. I did not see that coming at all.
I got a few
There you go.
curveballs in here.
Yeah, I kind of gave it away though that I don't have it on my list. So, all right, because I was like, whoa, what the fuck? I don't even remember this one. So,
You're a big DWJ fan. I'm shocked that just didn't anger you.
I mean, I am a big DWJ fan, but I knew that this was a amalgamation of him and Riley. And I knew that Riley was probably going to take the reins on a lot of it as well. So I don't know. The premise never interested me. It never grasped me. Now, when DWJ does his sci-fi space opera, because that's going to be his own series that he does by himself and is going to be his next Image comic, kind of like Do a Powerbomb. If that's bad, I'll be mad. I'll be like, yeah, pissed
Well,
off.
buckle up, Buttercup.
Yeah, I know, right? Hold on your butts, because it's gonna get bad.
I mean, unfortunately, he's moved into like I'm masturbating with my tears territory. So
Well, we all saw the video after Trump won the election, and he was like, oh God, he was so disheveled and like, oh, hey guys, I don't want to do this video today because you know why. And basic human decency has lost all meaning. And I'm like, oh, come on. You like that. It's so that kind of
Frank Cho's
attitude is just so pathetic. But yeah.
Frank Cho
I mean,
on Instagram is a close second. It's
Yeah.
it's like, Frank, get over yourself, man. You're doing fine. You're going to continue to be doing fine. Just, come back from the ledge. Get back to
Yeah.
work. You're going to be fine.
You'll be fine, dude. Yeah.
I mean this as a joke, but also completely not as a joke. This like trend that Daniel Warren Johnson is on, and how he's acting, and how he's becoming so like depressed and so like just uh out of breath of how terrible things are, and ho hum, and I'm apathetic, reminds me of how every single person that I know started acting before they came out as trans.
What?
What?
Just saying. They all went on this like just nothing's right. Like I'm just not happy with anything. I don't know how I'm supposed to get by in life. And then it's like fast forward 6 months to a year, and they're like, "Hi, I'm Daniela."
Oh no.
So we'll see.
Man.
I mean, I don't think that I don't see it in him, but like you may know better, Josh, but because the guy is like he's into heavy metal. He he's still a fantastic writer and understands like heroic tropes, or not tropes, but heroic characteristics and heroic storylines and things like that. But yeah, I don't know. I
Yeah, my friend David was into heavy metal and doing really cool art, and then he suddenly became Rain, and is like a
Oh.
total cat lady, lesbian,
no.
trans.
But
So.
that yeah. That's a lot of
Just
I
saying.
feel like there's a lot of stuff going on up here when that happens. You know what I
I
mean?
mean, he's in that echo chamber of California, so
Yeah. Well, he lives in Chicago, which is the safest city ever. So I
I thought
mean,
he was in California.
nah. I think Riley
Oh.
maybe.
Possibly.
Mm.
Anyways.
But he has been hanging out with Riley like way too much, I think, because Riley's really rubbing off on him.
good
More
way.
ways
Maybe
than
that's
one.
not the right
Hey,
euphemism I
ho,
meant to.
whoa,
Whoa.
hey, hey.
So, Salty says, "How is Wonder Woman number 14 not on the list? Hell, just put Tom King's name. That'll cover it." Oh, Salty,
Hey, just wait.
you
We're not there
just
yet.
wait, my friend. Wonder Woman is. See, we haven't even gotten to our number 7 and 6 picks, so got to give us some time, my man.
Yeah.
Because it's high, but great to see you, Salty. Aaron says DWJ is losing his luster for me. Totally understand, man. Josh just said it better than me. What was? Oh yeah, sorry we didn't vote for the drunken blowjob moron. Yeah. So, Commander Cody says Frank is so obnoxious on Facebook, constantly complains about traveling to cons and drawing.
Yeah.
So
Frank Joe. Yeah.
Mhm.
very quickly. Oh, so yeah. Sorry.
I'm
Go
just
ahead.
gonna say on Instagram, it's like that he does that on Facebook. On Instagram, he bitches politically on Instagram,
Mm.
and it's just like, dude, calm the fuck down. 2025 is gonna be fine. You're
Yeah.
gonna be fine. You've always done fine. Nothing is gonna change. Control what you can control. You're gonna be fine.
Right. And that's a really good point. Commander Cody also says if I ran into Tom King at a con, I'd have a hard time not being a douche to him. Yeah, I have.
Well, if you're over 5'8", you wouldn't see him because they're short. So,
But in terms of Frank Cho, I will say this: Frank, I've gotten things signed by him before. He did a remark for one of my like little books or whatever. When I got there to get this stuff signed for him, he must have showed up 3 hours late. He was on his time. He showed up with his girlfriend, just kind of rolled out of bed. He was very nice. He was very kind. But from what I hear is that he's a diva. Everything is on his time and it's on your dime. And he gets, he gets flustered or whatever, dramatic when things don't go his way or that he shows up to things super late. So this is a trait that I've actually heard about quite frequently now, unfortunately.
And it's amazing for
But
for the art he does, the style he has. You would think this would be one of the most based guys in the industry, and he's far
and
from it. Very
and
far from it.
that's the crazy part is like I want to just shake him and be like, Frank, you've gained millions of dollars and millions of followers. You've created your legacy based off of drawing fucking stupid big ass bimbos. Like that's all you do, and that's how you've gained your you know expertise, and that's how you've gained your like
niche. You found your niche.
your niche. Everyone loves it, and you've exploited women. How does that make you feel, Frank? You know what I mean? Like making women all these like sexy objects for men to desire. Like it's such a stupid thing for him to be like, oh, you know, we're in trouble now that Trump's in charge. It's like, dude, you draw boobs for a living. Okay, like get over yourself. Like you've made millions by drawing butts.
He does his offensive books, the offensive book, the outrage books every year.
Yeah,
It's like, dude, you of all people, what the fuck, man?
Yep. Yeah. Just go queef about it on Blue Star or Blue Sky, you fucking fag. Like he made a trans joke in the outrage book to me in my outrage book.
Did he really?
A trans joke? Yes,
That's
he wrote it. So it's like, what are you talking about?
Performative.
You can't
These
have
people,
it both ways.
Yeah.
Like
people are,
although obviously he does. It's like I don't. You're just trying to appease some group of fans you think you have. I don't understand. You're just trying to gain favor and not be. See, I'm one of you guys too.
I'll get to this comment real quick, and then we'll get back to Drew's number 7. Bend Over. I love the name, and the avatar is hilarious. He goes, so while we're talking jokes, let's see how Beneath the Trees That No One Sees did, since it was some dumb comic no one took seriously at issue 1 because it's not cape shit. So I liked issue 1. I didn't really follow it after that. It didn't pique my interest, not necessarily because it wasn't, superhero or right, because it wasn't cape shit. I just, there are books that I would prefer to read and spend my time with, and Beneath the Trees was like, yeah, it's good. I mean, it's interesting, but I mean, I'll pass. It's fine. So I think you guys may have read a little bit of it, right? Now, It was one of those books that was like, it's $100 for the first issue. Woo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go. Josh got it.
Yep, there it is.
I quickly read through a bunch of the issues, and I was just like, I might go back and actually try to read it, but it didn't pique my interest.
Yeah. But man, yeah, people were sucking that bad Larry off like crazy. So
speculators were for sure. No, buy this.
Go buy it,
Robbie. Yeah,
that's for sure. All right, Drew, your number 7 for 2024 is Birds of Prey. Good call. Good call.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about a series? I love the idea of Birds of Prey. I've loved it when Chuck Dixon was doing his run back in the day, and that initial launch. I remember reading it, and like it had a few miniseries here and there. I remember it initially showed up in Showcase Presents, I believe. Then they started having their own little miniseries, and I think Greg Land did some art initially. And the characters are great, you know. And this run, I don't fucking get it. I really don't understand what we're doing here. There is nothing from that initial concept here in this book. That is all gone. It's just girls hanging out, having fun, telling queef jokes, and eating, and maybe occasionally getting into fisticuffs on a page, and then that's it. I don't know who this is written for other than the writer.
Yeah, I wish I read more of it. Well, actually, I don't. No,
you don't.
I think that's fair. But I mean, I stopped after, what was it? Harley Quinn made a lesbian joke to like and then they were on a raft somewhere. They were trying to infiltrate the Mascara. Does this all sound right? This was last year.
Yeah, Jesus, I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, that's the last thing I remember
against
about
the Big
it.
Barda or something. Says something to
Yeah,
her, right?
That's what it was. Yeah. So, but no, you're right, Drew. Chuck Dixon did a hell of a great job making like femme fatales, and having them be fun and engaging. But yeah.
But the initial launch, it was the initial Birds of Prey. It was Barbara Gordon in the wheelchair. Then you had Oracle, and you had Huntress.
Not even at first. It was just Oracle and Black Canary.
Oracle and Black Canary.
Yeah.
But it was perfect. It was so well written, and it's degraded down to this. And it's like I said, I don't understand who this is for, other than the writer of this book.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, I will also never forget when they announced that this book was coming and Kelly Thompson was writing it, and then they were going to do this whole like slow reveal of the cast, and they're going through and like she was giving teases, and then when one of the teases was very clearly Harley Quinn, people were like, "Oh fuck, if Harley Quinn's in this book, I'm fucking out." And then she like started losing her shit on Twitter because she's like, "Y'all need to just give it a chance. Like I deserve a chance." And it's like, "No, bitch, because we're sick of fucking Harley Quinn in every goddamn title that's out there."
Yeah, it is pretty exhausting having her in literally everything. So you can't escape it.
Yeah, no, you just nailed the head. That's the word. It's exhausting. Certain characters are mentally exhausting to read because you will never ever get that time back in your life. It has been wasted reading some dipshit dumb sentence from a character that has been so degraded that anything that resembled what that character used to be is gone. Any respect that was held for that character is gone. We're just looking at shadows now of what these characters used to be.
Well, that's the problem with so many of these books that's on our list. There's no purpose for the book or the characters to be doing what they're doing, which then means you don't really have a purpose to read it. And then there's no agency or initiative with the characters either. Like it's just there and things are happening to happen.
Yeah,
that's
no stakes. Things are just happening.
Yeah, the characters aren't driving the story. It's just the writer just being like, and then I want this to happen, and then this happens, and then Speaking of something happening, Salty Traveling Sea just donated 5 doll hairs over on the Stream Element side. Thank you, sir. I'll give you one of these. Nice. Thank you so much, Salty. You're the man. And Josh, you wouldn't believe it, but his message to me on the Stream Element side was, make sure Josh doesn't get a damn dime of this. Don't $5. All those $5 are going to me. Sweet. Thank you, sir.
Making sure Max buys me a drink in Vegas. That's what I'm making sure.
Hey, there you go. Yeah. We've also got David Gear here. He says, "Oh yes, Harley Quinn, Queen of Farts."
Yep, we're gonna
coming this spring. Yeah. Yep. So, but dude, Salty, thank you so much again for the 5. That's awesome. I really, really appreciate it. But all right, let's get back to here. So, for the sake of time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to. Oh, he's still here. He says, "Buy Josh a warm White Claw. I'll allow it."
Well, speaking of White Claw.
Oh, is that your next book?
White Widow? Because I'm a White Widow, baby.
Well, let's see. So like I said, for the sake of time, because I don't want to roll over too far into the 4-hour mark, I'm gonna erase all of I'm gonna release all of our number 6. And then we'll be in our top 5 and we'll kind of wrap up there. But let's see what all of our number 6s are. Starting with McDizzy, White Widow. I have Uncanny X-Men, specifically issue 6, but the series as a whole. Absolute Power. Wow, that is high for the event. And Fire and Ice. Wait.
Yes, that's right.
Fire and Ice so it moved up. It moved up 1 slot since last year. Okay, I'll allow it. Josh, give us a brief description of why White Widow was.
We've already discussed it. It's the whole like nonsense of like dislike all that shit, but mainly the fact that there are actual sentences and pages of dialogue that make no sense. Like it just doesn't make sense. But we've already talked about it, so I'll leave it at that for the sake of time, and we'll go into your Uncanny X-Men with Horse.
You don't
Girl.
want to talk about the farmers market and the cutesy wootsies and
No, we talked about it earlier, and I'm trying not to be like just fuck this book. It's fucking retarded for every book that I talk about.
That's fair. Uncanny X-Men is abysmal because when you think of uncanny, you think of like the greatest, maybe of all time series, which was Uncanny X-Men from like the 70s into the 90s. Let's see. I want to check my notes here, but I do remember saying that Uncanny has maybe some of the most insufferable new characters possible. Because when you think of like giant size X-Men, you think of who are the characters being introduced there? Storm, Nightcrawler, Colossus, and Thunderbird. Those were the first time that we had seen those characters. And who do we get in this one? We get Horse Girl, Emo Kid, Black Guy, and Stuttering Bitch. Like, come on, what are these characters that we are trying to introduce? It masquerades it as a team book, but really it's just a Rogue book that Gail Simone is parading as her puppet for Rogue. And let's see, total misstep. Gail Simone is a 70-year-old woman trying to sound hip and relatable, but it comes across as forced and artificial and super cringeworthy. And all of the characters just have annoying quirks and tropes. And the fact that Rogue self-diagnosed Wolverine with PTSD in issue 6 is abysmal and asinine, and this book needs to go burn somewhere because it's just awful. Kyle, Absolute Power, the event. These are, I mean, your last two are not even, I didn't even think of putting those on my list. So please.
How could you not?
The floor is yours.
You don't remember Absolute Power?
Oh, I do, but the X line is so much worse.
Ooh. Well, maybe. I mean, they're pretty neck and neck for just overall bad. I mean, I will give you Dan Moore's art is better, sure, on some of the Absolute Power, but anything involving Failsafe is just absolutely terrible at this point. And the fact that
Amanda Waller,
nothing burger of Amanda Waller going after all the powers and let's depower everybody for reasons, and then this again all leads into the bullshit of absolute Wonder Woman, absolute Superman, absolute Batman. This is what led it into that. So when you have this lead up of course, Amanda Waller and using Failsafe and all, and trans they them Dreamweaver or whatever the fuck she's called. Somehow that's her super secret team. I thought all these tie-ins were terrible. I thought the event was pointless and just nonsensical, and I absolutely despise what they did with Amanda Waller and the Suicide Squad. And again, Failsafe was just awful, and the fact that it led into absolute Wonder Woman, Superman, Batman, inexcusable.
Talk about a character that is so overused. Amanda Waller is just some black chick that really, I mean, I don't find her to be an interesting character or villain at all. Maybe just because I'm not a DC guy, so I don't know.
No, it's like
go back and read Ostrander's Suicide Squad, and you're gonna think she's an interesting character. She's a great character.
Yeah,
just people don't know how to fucking write her.
Yeah,
correct.
It's just now she's been written like Richard Meyer said, like someone who works at the DMV behind a counter.
Oh, Miss Cheryl from the DMV.
Yep, exactly.
Oh God.
All right. 4 months of Mark Waid writing this crap, like just.
Oh no.
Oh my God! It was a chore to get through. And
especially because of how much there was. So.
Yeah. But that Nightwing speech was so inspiring, guys.
Oh, I forgot about that. Oh,
hey,
guys,
we need a hero.
Come together as superheroes, guys.
We're the new Justice League, I think, right, guys? I'm kind of important. I think we should do something. I think. Yeah.
You should do something, Senator.
I agree. We should do something.
We should do something. Oh God. Oh my God. That's right. I forgot about that Nightwing speech. That's terrible. All right, Drew. Give me why Fire and Ice moved up on your list this year.
It
Very
it, it,
proud of
it
that.
just how it ended, just how really ultimately just destroying Smallville. That's all these characters did. They utterly destroyed the town of Smallville. They destroyed Ma Kent, destroyed the Kent family. They destroyed Superman. They destroyed the characters Fire and Ice. Destroyed Lobo. It any type of respect you had for these characters, for these settings, it was eliminated by these knuckleheads. And I think they're getting a sequel, right? Right, Josh?
Yeah, we're not supposed to say anything, but it got a green light. So Fire and Ice season 2 is just becoming this summer.
I will refuse to believe it until I see that shit in physical form. I don't want my mind to trick me. So yeah.
It's just these knuckleheads are rewarded for laying waste to the foundation. They went total nuclear on the foundation and just destroyed it. And I don't understand how you can possibly create something better than what was already there. They destroyed the foundation.
I was about to say, I don't understand how they could get a second series or why anyone would be interested in anything remotely Joanne Star or Fire and Ice when, like, it didn't sell. No one was interested. There was any buzz. Like, how could there, like you said, Drew, it's just rewarding retardation.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, I remember last year, I rewatched our video from last year, and I was very distinct in saying, there are times in the book where I genuinely am like, this is the worst book I've ever read. Like I think one of the worst books in terms of its nonsensical schizophrenia.
When how they voiced Ma Kent pissed me off. I wanted to rip this in half. I think I probably did rip it in half after her dialogue from Ma Kent.
I think, Josh, you were talking about a little bit earlier how you were reading something, but it was just like words on a page, like, but they didn't make sense. That's how Fire and Ice feels. Like there are letters there, but yeah, it's nonsensical.
So and I'm not joking, pretty much everything from Exceptional X-Men moving up my list all suffer from this to some degree and just gradually get worse.
Get worse.
Yeah, like
I believe it.
Worse
I believe
with
it.
this problem. Like that's what I'm saying. Like
Nyx
is a shitty book, but at least there's something happening that I can kind of understand. This is what's going on, even if it's the stupidest fucking story you've ever read. When you start getting to Catwoman and then Power Girl and then Harley Quinn and then Dazzler and White, like it's all shit that I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like this is just random shit.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible. All right. I'm gonna do the same thing if you guys are cool with that, just for the sake of time.
Yeah.
So we'll do 5s across the board. 3, 2, 1. Our number 5. This is our getting into our top 5 here for the worst books of 2024. Number 5 coming in, Gotham City Sirens. Very high, very high. Nyx.
Are you sure?
I had mine at dishonorable mentions.
I'm just saying.
So, but no, it is worthy of that hot tub stream chick punchline. Mine was Nyx. Blood Hunt, the event from Turd Burglar. My God, that seems way high to me. You're coming in with some hot ones. And Wonder Woman at number 5. That seems a little low, but it's your top 5, so I'm okay with it. I'll allow it. Gotham City Sirens. Give us why this empty-headed bimbo thinks that she can write superhero books.
I mean, it's once again Leah Williams, and it's just the same bullshit. It's like this whole like everything that I've ever known and what I think the entire world is based off RuPaul's Drag Race and like Bravo TV. Like, but tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're not at all.
That is 100%. And you've got the fucking Punchline, who started off as potentially having a shit ton of promise that James Tynion kind of squandered, and then other people have squandered. And then now Leah Williams has like drowned the bitch in the depths of hell to make sure she's ever going to come back with her hot tub streams. But then they've also got the Orville Peck like gay cowboy with the masks and we're the bad.
That's
like
right. Yeah.
Everything about this just screams. I'm so again. I was talking about fag hags earlier. Everything about this screams. I'm obsessed with gay culture, and it's everything that I fucking hate about gay culture.
Yeah. Man,
Look.
you nailed it. I wish I could say it better, but you really hit the nail on the head there.
Yeah. Plus, Harley Quinn again, Catwoman being shitty yet again, Poison Ivy, who is halfway decent in her own book, being shitty, and then shitty punchline.
Wait, you didn't like Dumb Bunny?
No,
Dumb Bunny wasn't funny to you? Oh
no.
When they made the giant bunny, yeah, stupid. Okay.
Yeah, there's a giant
Oh.
drag queen named Lady Bunny. I swear to God, if you understood,
oh my God,
half
so
of the
really,
shit that's, I'm telling you, this is literally nothing but I watched RuPaul's Drag Race and threw all this shit in here.
That makes it way worse. Maybe I should move mine up then. God, that's terrible. They're doing it, or are they doing another one? No, thank God it was only 4 issues. So, all right, Nyx. Nyx, I initially had in my dishonorable mentions because I didn't think anything of it, and I was just like, who the F cares? It's just a stupid X book, and it's not really anything. But upon rereading and going back and looking at this, contraire, mon frere, I found that this was appalling and abysmal. With phrases like, mutants are an endangered community that has protected its oppressor. We protected them in the most colorful outfits we could manage. And Rox News, get it? Rox News, like Fox News. Rox News called it a riot, but that's because they're evil and super racist. That is a legitimate quote from the stupid Nyx book. Another one. I hate that for you. Tonight, you live your truth. Once again, another Nyx quote. From its inception, it presents itself as an artistic and ideological failure. The artwork, to put it bluntly, is an insult to the very notion of visual storytelling. It lacks any discernible style, any unique visual voice. The panels are haphazardly arranged. It's completely chaotic and a jumble of images. It's like an autistic kindergartner gotten a crayon and started drawing on a napkin. The story itself is a thinly veiled vehicle for the writer's ham-fisted social commentary. It presents a simplistic one-dimensional view of the world, reducing complex social issues to close-minded black and white narratives. Mutants are portrayed as the ultimate victims and are oppressed minority facing constant persecution from the human supremacists, which are called the truth seekers in Nyx. It's maliciously used to make young readers believe that in order for you to be a hero, you have to be a victim of racism, homophobia, and patriarchy. This, I truly actually think, is trying to appeal to a younger audience, and that they're trying to gain the favor of young, impressionable kids, which is why I think that Nyx is actually a dangerous comic book, and that it seeks to indoctrinate young readers with a toxic ideology and uses deplorable characters to serve as heroes, even though they're constantly doing illegal things such as bringing underage women when they brought Kamala Khan into bars to manipulate them into their activist cause. So, I mean, it's pretty heinous and deplorable. So I put it super high up on my list because I was like, this is the worst. So sorry for the long diatribe, but that's my thing. Drew, Wonder Woman at number 5.
Yeah, I know you guys are probably gonna be talking about it more, but how should I say this? Tom King has turned Wonder Woman and a lot of her supporting characters into villains.
Yeah.
They are not heroes anymore. From the get-go, when you have Wonder Woman attacking U.S. soldiers, killing U.S. soldiers, and you have I think Yara Flor, and then you have Donna Troy attacking U.S. soldiers, attacking battleships, sailors. What are we doing here? What is going on here? These are not the acts of heroes. And the dialogue on top of that, just the one issue with dealing with the invisible jet, just how they're acting like fucking 5-year-olds. I'm like, who is this audience for? I don't understand this. Then I'm not even reading the backup stories because the backup stories are fucking nonsense. I understand he's trying to be cutesy wootsy, but they're stupid. It's what Tom King has done here. I mean, if there's 2 or 3 people I can think of that have really wasted great artists, utterly wasted their talents, Tom King is one of them. If there's one guy who has wasted the talent and time of creatives, it's him. He has wasted Clayman's career. I feel so bad for Clayman. Just you want to talk about a guy who should be a superstar, who should be on great books, but no, he's wasted the Tom King's bullshit. And now you have Daniel Sampry. His career is wasted on this bullshit, and it's not getting any better. This book is not funny. It's not fun. He's just turned heroes into villains, and I think it really shows how askew Tom King's moral compass is.
Oh yeah, you nailed it. It's not getting any better. If anything, it's getting worse. It's a asinine. It's pretty atrocious. Tom King just continues to prove his like weird white knight, male feminist fantasy every time I read one of these Wonder Woman books. It's awful. So I think Kyle went to the restroom, or he may be helping out the baby. So I'm gonna go to our number 4 here. Let me highlight these bad boys. Getting up there. Ooh, all right. Good call, Josh. Good call with Fire and Ice coming in at number 4. My number 4 is Amazing Spider-Man number 55, X-Men, the entire series for Turd Burglar, and the entire X-Men line for Drew, aka Dolan. Wow, so you and your brother pretty much nailed the X-Men thing here.
Yeah.
But yeah, Josh, give us some insight into your Fire and Ice pick.
Yeah, same thing. Again, just a hack writer completely obsessed with this quote unquote new age gay culture that is absolutely nonsense, has no bearing on life, carries no weight. You've got them going to fucking drag shows in this. They're then getting into a fight. It's just utter dog shit, nonsense, terrible writing. The whole point of the book was supposed to be like a what if Schitt's Creek happened in, Smallville.
Right.
And it's like, you know what? Schitt's Creek actually has quality writing, solid humor, like not consistently, but they're really good jokes and just situational comedy in that. And it's like they try, and they didn't even try. Joe Ansar is just a sociopath with, I don't know, like what's going on there. But even the stuff where they try to make situational comedy with like Ambush Bug and
awful.
I can't think of the character's name. Maxie Zeus, like they've got all this random shit going on in the background, and it's just random. It's not a situational comedy at all. It is just random. So
that's why I say like schizophrenic. Like it's like the ramblings of a madwoman. It's really terrifyingly odd.
Oh yeah, no, awful. I'm pulling sociopathic more so on her recent comments about the fart book coming out, but
oh yeah, for sure. Love it. You nailed it. Amazing Spider-Man number 55. This is super high on my list just because of how funny it was to me and how incredibly awful it was that for 8 to 9 pages out of this 22-page book, so literally half of the book was just 9-panel grids of Peter talking to this girl, Shay, and the artist reusing the same facial expressions for each panel. So it wasn't like you were getting different facial expressions for each page. It was 9-panel grids of the same facial expression and a different thought bubble coming out. It was the most pathetic, lazy excuse for a comic book, especially a Spider-Man comic. and then the fact that Peter goes outside to fight the criminals, and instead of getting into a Spider-Man costume, he just goes up to him and goes, "Hey, stop it. I don't want you guys to do this anymore. So stop it. I'm on a date." And they go,
He's
"We."
literally like, "Can you cut it out? I'm trying to have a date
Yeah.
here." Like,
he goes,
at
"Knock
that
it
point,
off." Yeah.
I wish Rhino would have fucking impaled him with his horn and then been
Oh,
like,
100%.
"She's
That
never
would
gonna
have been
sleep with you, you
amazing.
loser." And yeah,
Yeah. So he goes, "Can you guys just knock it off?" And Rhino and Screwball are like, "You know what? He's right. I have a hard time dating too because we're on the dating apps." And then they proceed to leave and go on the grinder. So there you go.
let's swipe right.
Turd Burglar had X-Men, the series. And Drew, you've got the entire X line. So from the ashes as a whole,
Yeah,
is
and
right
that's
here.
not just that. That's including like NYX, Dazzler, Wolverine.
Oh
and
yeah,
that's
Yeah.
the whole game. I'm including every fucking thing
everything.
because I got to say, I have not enjoyed a single bit of any of it. Not one bit. Nothing. Nothing has put a smile on my face
Mhm.
reading it. I'm just waiting to finish it. I should not be saying thank Christ the comic is over by the time I'm done with it with every single book.
Yeah.
And every single X-Men book has me just like, God, how much more do I got fucking left of this?
Yeah.
It's just they're unbearable. I should be having a blast reading Wolverine. I should be having a blast reading about Dazzler. There are fun stories you can tell there. I should be having a blast reading the X-Men, period. But no, they have managed to find ways for me to hate these characters, for me
Yeah.
to utterly dread reading these books when they come out, for me to be saying to myself, shit, here we go. I should not be starting off that way. I should be looking forward to this. None of these are these are not action adventure books anymore. These are just social propaganda bullshit books now.
Yeah.
And Gail Simone has not gotten any better in her writing at all. And not just that, what she's trying to do with these new books, with a lot of the new titles now, is that incorporating these new mutants. They're new, hip, and cool. No, they're not. These new characters suck. SUK
Yeah.
suck.
They're awful.
They're utterly awful. I mean, at least with Generation X, when those came out in the 90s, they had some pretty cool, memorable characters there. They did it right. Here, there's no fucking effort. I don't give a shit about any of these characters. These characters suck. And I understand like using like Assault and Grey Malkin, trying to take these phrases that we remember from the 90s that were actually good stories. Well, not good is subjective, but fun and engaging stories from the 90s and everything. And they're very far from that. And on top of that, they are still treating Krakoa. They won't leave it at all behind. They're still treating it like, oh no, we need to try to aspire for that again. We need to try to get back to that again. It's like, no, you don't want to go back to fucking that. And on top of that, it's like you had Professor Xavier commit all these heinous, evil, villainous acts by the end of that run, and they're trying to treat him like a hero again in this. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? These are the acts of villains, and you're treating them like they're heroes. This between Wonder Woman and the X-Men line, the writers of these books, their moral compasses are so fucking askew. I wouldn't judge them with my grocery bill at this point. My grocery list, these people are insane.
Yeah. It's man, I couldn't have said it better yourself. And the fact that you have put it all together under this one umbrella, I mean, you nailed it, because I think you could say that about every single one of these books. There's not a moment where I have been like, I can't wait to read this new book from the ashes. Like it is arguably maybe worse than Krakoa era.
Yeah,
like it's pretty bad.
Like I said, this is my urge to kill meter. And the entire X-Men line is number 4 on my urge to kill meter, because like I said, I should be having a fucking blast reading the X-Men. I should be getting a kick out of seeing Wolverine slashing people to shit in books, slashing them up with some fantastic fucking artwork. None of that. I want to see Cyclops blowing people in half. I want to see Juggernaut fighting the X-Men, not fighting with the X-Men, because that's fucking bullshit. I've always hated that. And Magneto back to being Magneto being a villainous evil mutant, not being the Professor X stand-in in a fucking wheelchair. You had not just. I was pitching this idea when the Krakoa was still going on, that if they had like if they did a series based around humans who are fighting the mutants, treating them like they were the good guys, like the humans were the good guys and the mutants were villains, you got a fucking winner there. That's great. I thought we were going to get that with the Sentinels. The Sentinel series sucks ass. It is not that at all. It should have been that, but it's not, and that's what pisses me off too.
Damn. Not one good thing has come out from the entire X-Men line, and just goes to show. Yeah, it's interesting because Turd Burglar also has just the adjectiveless X-Men here. So I'm wondering what he would say about that. Let's get to our number 3 here. McDizzy. You and I aligned perfectly. I won't say too much about it because like we've already kind of nailed it. But if you want to elaborate on Wonder Woman, please feel free to. Batman Dark Ages, the Mark Russell book, that tracks for Kyle.
I don't understand that. Mark Russell is Kyle's favorite writer. He loves Mark
Russell.
Yeah.
How weird.
He loves Space Age. And yeah, it's weird.
Damn.
Yeah, weird.
And this one makes total sense. So Ice Cream Man number 42, totally understand. It's just propaganda at that point.
Yes.
So
yep.
McDizzy, did you want to talk about Wonder Woman at all?
I will just kind of make a general comment that my list, the theme of my list and what I picked starts changing from here. Because look, here's the thing. A lot of what I've listed here are shitty books, and aside from Daredevil, they're all so bad that it's like, why do they exist? Why are they here? There's no story. It's terrible writing, whatever. But they're all characters that it's kind of like, well, who fucking cares? I mean, if I'm being honest, sorry. But we're going to get into, this Wonder Woman where Tom King is yet again created, like having a character assassination going on, just destroying Wonder Woman. You've got the whole like crap that's going on with Trinity. You've got what happened with Steve Trevor that wasn't necessary and not needed and uncalled for. Once again, you've got a book that really isn't telling a story. You've got stupid shit like the lasso of untruth, Wonder Woman breaking free from her restraints because her mom said she wouldn't, but then her mother always lied. Like, you've got stupid bullshit like that. And it's just a terrible book. It's offensive in some ways, especially when you go back to that first issue that started. And unfortunately, it's got beautiful art, and that's why it's at 3 and not in my top 2.
So the art is kind of saving it there for you.
The art's saving it a lot. It's a beautiful looking book that it does nothing. There's nothing for the artist to actually do. You have that fucking mall issue, which
oh my god, that's right. We have to pick out a gift for Batman, guys.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, I really can't say anything else about Wonder Woman that I haven't said already. So I won't speak too much to it. It is
the Make-A-Wish kid.
The Make-A-Wish kid. It is Tom King's weirdly disguised dommy mommy fetish, and his weird male feminist fantasy just oozes through the pages. But the really despicable thing was last year when he had a United States Marine self-delete because the United States Marine was so insecure because he felt that Wonder Woman Diana had beat him in battle that he self-deleted. It's like shit like that where I'm like, Tom King, you hack, So there's some really vile stuff about Wonder Woman, and then there's some really funny, stupid stuff where I'm like, this is ridiculous and it belongs in the trash. But yeah. Kyle, you doing all right? You hanging in there?
It's
I see that you had night. Yeah. Well, we'll wrap up here soon and I'll let you go, man. And at any time if you do need to to dip out, just please let me know because I won't
will.
hold you back.
Yep.
But looked like you had Blood Hunt, X-Men, and Batman Dark Ages. I mean, Mark Russell coming into your number 3. That makes sense. That tracks.
It should. The book's awful.
Yeah.
And Mike
Capitalism's
Allred's
bad.
art is fucking terrible. Also,
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know why. It's terrible art. Shut the fuck up. It's terrible art. Batman looks super gay in this. I hate this guy's art. It's terrible. It is so bad. How he draws, the fact that there is a panel of Batman in the middle of the day sitting on a sidewalk crying like a little bitch is unforgivable.
Oh my god, I remember that. That's right. Salty says Dark Ages was trash. Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
so
And then on top of that, you
bad.
have him going to the villains like, all right, guys, I'll let you if you stop doing this, I'll look the other way.
Yes.
You guys can keep committing crime. It's fine.
Yep.
I
I just don't understand the point of this book.
I will play devil's advocate to Allred's art. I like Allred. I don't think the book itself is shit, but it's not the right tone for him.
Yeah, I because I am an Allred fan. I love his
Yeah.
Mad Men. His stuff on Mad Men is amazing.
Yep.
His
Even his
X-Force to a
Batman
degree.
66.
Yeah, Batman
Fantastic.
66. Yeah,
Yep.
his X-Force stuff, back in like 20 years ago was pretty fun. But doing this, it's like this is the wrong book. These are the wrong books. This is the wrong tone, man. You get
Yep.
back to the indie scene.
Yeah, it's just it's not for me, and just the whole thing of Batman in a nursing home, like forgetting who he is and writing. It's like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Oh,
Everything
man.
about this is just wrong on every level.
Wow.
Oh God.
Salty, that's pretty funny. He says, my LCS tried to talk me out of buying Dark Age. I should have listened. LCS knows best. Well, actually, some LCSs don't know best. But
Yeah.
Don't.
Aaron says, confession. I've never been impressed with Allred. There you go.
See, thank you.
Yeah. All right, Drew. Number 3 on your list, Ice Cream Man number 42. Is that low or is that high? I don't know, but
When you see my top 2, you understand. It's right there. This
Okay.
issue was just straight up propaganda. Fear mongering propaganda.
yes.
That's what it just trying to almost like a political statement. It's almost a manifesto to a point, and it was pretty sickening to read. It's like just like with Frank Cho and others, dude, calm the fuck down. You're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. People are going to. The fact that people believe that shit is insane. It just shows you're spending too long in an echo chamber. You're not talking to the real people. You're not touching he seems like a guy who does get out. He does hang with his family. He touches the ground. He touches the earth. He sees what's going on. It's like, but at the same time, he seems like a guy who never leaves his monitor. He never leaves CNN. If you read this issue, it's like, who the fuck are you, man?
And it's weird because like how we started this show tonight, showing that clip with that issue that's got so much dark humor in there. It's like the two things shouldn't mix. So,
yeah, it's real. It's real bad. I think manifesto is a good word for it. The thing that really bugged me about it was it ruins all the good will that he's built up over the years.
Yeah.
Like the really great stuff that he's made,
Mhm.
it just kind of threw it out the window at that point.
That's why
'cause
Ice Cream Man will not be in my best of the year, because this issue, it's
yeah.
like it reminds me of that scene in Talladega Nights. It's when they're in it's near the end, and Amy Adams is saying, "Yeah, that is you, Dewey. That is you, Ricky Bobby." But then the one guy Kip comes in and says, "You're like this is like your Excalibur, and that's Lancelot. And Lancelot took your wife and betrayed him." And Ricky's like, "Hey, everything she just said, you ruined, right? Everything's gone. You just destroyed everything everything positive she just said. You ruined." And Kip's like, "Yeah." And this comic, I would tell him, everything you wrote before 42, you ruined, because of this issue.
Mm.
Everything is destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah, he's certainly unhinged, and he's really just doing it because I don't know. I think he genuinely believes it, but I think it's also because he just lives in an echo chamber and wants to score cheap political points with the right people. So
And maybe his
Um,
maybe his wife works for Planned Parenthood. I don't know. I really think
Oh,
his
God.
wife has something to do with that.
Rudy Tatigwe, thank you for being here, brother. He says, gotta bounce. Y'all have a great weekend. Have a wonderful weekend. Happy New Year. Great to see you again. Well, with that, Drew, I will reveal our number 2 for 2024 worst of the year, because mine is actually Ice Cream Man number
Hey.
40. Wait, is it 42 or 43?
42.
You know, 43 will be just as bad. Don't worry.
Oh yeah. Well, wait till you get to 45 and 47. Woo! Let's go, baby.
Mhm.
So, McDizzy put the entire Batman series. Bold strategy, Cotton. I've got Ice Cream Man number 42. Turd actually has an issue of Wonder Woman issue 8. Which one was that?
That was the one with the man splaining with her in the house, and the man being like, "Why can't you cook fucking eggs right? You stupid bitch! I want the fucking eggs here." That one.
We laughed so hard that night. I forgot about that. Oh my god! And then Drew Dolan has ASM the entire series. Good for you. Good for you,
Entire
brother.
series.
I only put number 55 because of that abysmal date night, but the entire series, man, that's high. And number 2, that is that. But that I mean,
Though, well, never mind.
that oh. Well, I guess maybe after we go through these, we'll guess what our number ones are. So, Salty says, "Go fund me to send Tom King to North Korea to be with his people."
Yeah, please.
That's his Paradise Island. That's his Themyscira.
Where are all the beta males hanging out at? That's where I want to send him there. That's where he needs to be.
There you go. Beta male, not an alpha male.
Simp with Oedipus issues are like, just put him there. Just
Yeah.
You can go hang out with James Gunn there.
Yeah.
So McDizzy, give me a brief few sentences on why Batman made it to your number 2, numero dos.
So, Drew did a video with Wes a little while back and kind of referenced something and some reasoning. And the more I thought about it, the more I thought about how right his reasoning was. And it's a situation where I pretty much always read Batman. Everything Batman, it's just been ingrained in me. And Chip Zdarsky is the one writer that got me to stop reading Batman just because I couldn't, and then tried to catch up, and I still couldn't. And I was like, well, let me try one more time. But it's just bad. Everything that's happened since that first arc has been a downward trend of just ruining this character. But you get into like this heavy-handed writing that's also part of this whole like Trump derangement syndrome that these people have, that you have this like right-wing, new hero that's like pro-America, but done in a way that he's a total villain, and it's a total like nationalist type thing, and God, this is so evil, and we can't possibly, and you've got the whole shit. I'm trying to think of what was going on with Bruce in his tower with his like assistant. Oh, you've got people vandalizing stuff, and Bruce is pulling a like, we just need to put ourselves in their shoes and understand. Like, no, it's no, this isn't Batman. This isn't what he would do. This isn't how he would do it. This is really shitty. Like, take your limp dick simp Canadian self back where you came from, and let someone who's based write Batman again and give us Batman. Like, when we were reading the holiday books, which weren't good books, Batman was still being a badass. It's like, I'm going to maim the fuck out of you because what you're doing is wrong. You're not catching the message by going to jail. So, hey, you know what? When I break some bones, maybe you'll think twice. That's what we should get back to with Batman. And we haven't been getting that. But the main reason this is here is we are getting to the point where the big two, like the comics industry needs the big two to survive. And we're getting to the point that they don't care. They've just been assigning people to books, whatever. We'll throw it out there. People are going to buy it because it's Marvel. People are going to buy it because it's DC. Well, we've seen that that's not the case. Like sales are dwindling drastically. But now they're throwing assholes like this on books that the industry needs to have selling for this industry to survive. And you've got Batman that's like falling into these just drastically shitty sales, and it should be your tentpole. There's another book that should be the tentpole, but you're damaging the brand so bad that no matter how good something is that might come out next, which could be Jeff Loeb and Jim Lee, but probably not, people aren't going to give a fuck. They're not going to care because it's been ruined so much that they don't want to come back to it. You're either oversaturating or completely ruining it. Look at how much trouble we have had with Flash since Tom King fucked that character up in Heroes in Crisis. Like it took years until Jeremy Adams really took over that people were like, you know what? I feel like we're getting back to it. And then we've ruined it again. So it's just like people are going to completely give up hope in these characters. And that's why you're seeing so many people start leaning into indie books. But those indie books are only going to go so far because usually they have a limited like story run that they have planned before they go into something else. So Chip Zdarsky's Batman has been shit. Ever since he started surfing back into the atmosphere without burning alive.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
To the whole like Elseworlds, I'm in a different thing. Like I'm Bruce. The whole other world bullshit. Coming back, it's all been just a fucking mess. Which is a shame because Chip Zdarsky can write some good shit. But
horror stuff, though, right? That was what he was starting on, or no?
Like his Daredevil started off really strong. He had Spider-Man Live Story that was really good. I know people love or hate it, but Avengers Twilight was not an awful book. It's kind of boring, but it was a relatively solid book.
It was the first time he had stuck the landing on a book
series.
Yeah. He has never stuck the landing. I mean, even with Spider-Man Life Story, he did not stick the landing. I hated the ending to that book, but that was the first time, the one time he's done it. And we'll see if he can do it with Batman. I don't. Yeah, we're seeing it's not going to happen.
His Red Hood book was good, but he also did not fully stick the landing there. So,
I actually really love this pick, Josh. Your reasoning, I really like the fact that you're saying that like we need the big two in order for the comic book industry to survive. And when you put someone like this on the book of Batman and make the character of Batman just inherently sheepish and pathetic and a poor excuse for what the character used to be, no one's going to want to buy that. And if that continues to happen with mainstream big characters, then we'll see the industry slowly die. But yeah, to have Batman just plunge in sales and bleed out is not good. Like that's very unhealthy for the industry. So I like your number 2 being Batman. There you go. So Aaron says Canadian femmes need to shut the fuck up about America. This country, this industry was built by men. You wouldn't understand.
You know what I call them, Max?
Oh, what's that?
Proletariat pussies.
There you go. Perfect proletariat pussies. Aaron says, once again, he goes, go back to your maple syrup and your money with England's queen on it, you poutine eating pussies. There you go. Yeah, with a bunch of loonies. They all got loonies.
Let's leave the poutine out of this, okay? If there's one thing other than maple syrup that they got right, poutine is one of them.
Poutine boy. And we also have subscribers and fans that are from Canada. And so they can do a lot of good in terms of their support and their love of this channel. So we do love our Canadians out there that are based.
Sure.
But yeah. Ice Cream Man number 42 is my number 2 worst book of 2024. Ice Cream Man number 42 is a vile, mean-spirited, and deeply divisive work. It's a betrayal of the medium, a slap in the face to longtime fans, and a cautionary tale about the dangers of allowing personal ideology to overshadow artistic integrity. I didn't think it was real, and then I read it, and I was like, oh no, it's real. I'm gonna be doing a separate recorded video for my worst books of 2024 this weekend, and I will get into much more detail about the book there. But it's on my number 2 for a good reason. So yeah. Turd Burglar, Wonder Woman issue number 8 with the the hilarious patriarchal nature of what's his name just beating the shit out of Diana because she couldn't get the bacon right.
It's
Couldn't
the
get anything
angry,
right.
It's the Tom Green Angry Dinners statue.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, all of it is bad, but that specific issue I thought was hysterically bad. Like, I mean, just so
Unbelievably bad.
like it's the most Tom King at that point.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's just sitting there. It's like, how would you describe Tom King, the writer? I'm like, read Wonder Woman issue 8, and then you will understand how Tom King writes and what he believes. I mean, it's. I went back and I was just like skimming through it again. I'm like, God, this fucking guy. Like, people praise him. People have said good things about it. It's like from where he started, from what he did, to where he is now. I mean,
laughable.
It is so bad. I don't quite know how that's even possible for somebody to have written something like Vision. You go back and read that, and again, you can, looking back now, it's tainted. Unfortunately, you go back and read it. It's good, but when it came out, it was earth-shattering, groundbreaking, like one of the greatest things ever written. And I still think it's okay. It's not perfect by any stretch, but it's still good. And then you see what he does now, and it's like, are you the same person? Like, are you, who the fuck are you? Like, what happened to you?
I don't know, but I'm gonna go out and say he's not the same person, because when so I got to interview. I've interviewed him twice when he was writing Grayson, and then right before he was starting his Batman run. And he was a very confident, very vibrant, like funny, really quick-witted. And then you see him now, and it's like you would think someone shot his kid and killed him because they were so upset with his comics. Because he's just like ho-hum, depression, mommy wouldn't let me drink her titty milk. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like,
yeah.
Damn.
Shell of what he was before, and now it's just pathetic. Like, he is just a pathetic excuse for a human being, but specifically a man. It's like, I would never call him that. And it's just, what are you doing to this character? You're not helping Diana out at all either in this whole series. So I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
I will
go
ahead. Sorry, no, go ahead.
No, you're fine, Josh. I lost it. So
okay, sorry. I was gonna say, I'll never forget. There's an episode of Comics Aficionados that recorded that Perch was on, and the moment like we weren't live anymore, Perch like turned on his camera, was like, has anyone seen Tom King lately? Like, what the fuck is wrong? Does he have cancer? Like, is the guy sick? Because he looks like he's dying, and he's not joking. It looks like he's dying.
Yeah, and you feel it in his writing.
Oh,
like you feel like he's dying in his writing.
That was actually right after. It was at Dallas Fan Expo 2 years ago when we all met up. We saw Tom.
Yeah, that's right.
Looked depressed as shit that year, and I remember. And I don't want to know what that home life is like. Jesus.
I don't know, man, but I mean, and if that's the case, I feel for him, and it's sad, but at the same time, he just takes it out on the wrong people. Because like in his Wonder Woman book, he's constantly trying to berate and bash men or just strong men in general, and always tries to do this muscle mommy, dommy mommy thing that's so weird. And it's just like, dude, why? What are you doing? Like, and like you said, Kyle, it does nothing for the Wonder Woman character. Like, it's not helping her at all. Like, if anything, it makes her look like a weaker female character. So,
correct.
Just it's a. it's an abysmal series, but that issue, that was something else. I got to go back and
Never leave
because he
that.
writes it with such like it's like he's so serious. Like he's like, this is what your life will be like, and women are like, I would love to be a mother. You know,
Yeah.
and he writes it like it's the most torturous. Oh my God, you could never do something like this.
Like so over the top 1950s, like
Mhm.
hip. It's like, what are you getting? It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like this
Yeah.
low hanging fruit bullshit. It's like,
It reminds me of that. There was an AMC show from a couple years ago. It lasted like a season, maybe two. I forget. It's like about the wife who wanted to kill her husband. Like you saw from two perspectives. One was like in like this a sitcom level, like everything was a joke, but then it switches to like the real world where she's depressed, angry, her husband's a piece of shit, and I forget what the name of it was, but it reminds me of that. Tom King trying to reflect that TV show, which was fucking terrible and unfunny and just depressing.
Yeah. Well, Drew, let's get to your number two, and then we'll get to our number ones and close out the night. Because I'm so sorry it's taken so long, guys. What we'll do next week for our top 10 picks is we'll just start right into it, and we'll try and keep it to about 3 hours. So I apologize that this has taken us a good portion of the evening, but Drew, yeah, Amazing Spider-Man, you're number two here.
Yeah. So I guess I am not the biggest Spider-Man fan, but at the same time, I have plenty of books in my collection from Spider-Man. I have plenty of Spider-Man stories, and everything that has been done to Peter Parker, his family, Mary Jane, has been deplorable, unreadable, and I have we get to our number one, I have never seen the character in this state of disrepair before in my life, and I have
Yeah.
never seen him treated with such disdain, disrespect, taking away any type of balls, cojones, guts he had is gone. In pretty much making every girlfriend he's ever had a lesbian now or bi, and it's like, what are we saying here? What's going on here? I don't understand what the fuck we're doing with this. Treating Aunt May with like she's a piece of shit, and you're making Paul pretty much the star of the book.
Oh, Paul.
Everyone should be going to Paul, and
Paul.
the events have been unreadable and
Gang
pretty
War.
much
Yeah.
and look, JRJR, he is a legend. I'm not going to take that away from him. I love his work on Uncanny X-Men. I loved his work on Daredevil. This is the worst art of his career. He should not be doing interiors. Hell, he should not be doing covers. This latest Daredevil cover he did was laughably bad.
Oof.
And he needs to retire. Just work the convention circuit, do commissions, have fun doing that. Collect your sweaty wad of cash doing that, like Al Milgrom. But he needs to be taken off monthlies. It's gone, and that quality is really taking down the enjoyment factor of the books as well. It's like, yeah, you know what? This is not good in any way, shape, or form. And this is second on my pissed off meter. That pisses me off because I should be having a blast seeing Spider-Man kick ass, and it's not happening.
That's a solid pick because Spider-Man has been so bad for so long that having it beat your number two is I respect it. But yeah, no, I mean the JRJR art hurts because you look at his earlier stuff and it's so damn good, and now you look at it and I look at it as if I were to look at like one of these awful X books. Like I can't stand looking at it anymore. It's terrible. So yeah. All right, well, let's get to our number one worst comic of the entire year of 2024. And speaking of Amazing Spider-Man, ASM McDizzy coming in at number one, the ASM series. I have Dazzler at my number one. Ice Cream Man number issue 42. There it is. I knew it was going to be on here somewhere. And Drew Dolan putting Batman. So you and McDizzy were actually just swapped here, but same titles at the top two, which is, I mean, I respect it. I respect it a lot. I'll let you have the floor and add on to whatever Drew may not have covered, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, look, everything that he kind of mentioned, plus what I was saying earlier about the importance of these books and how they need to succeed. Spider-Man is also something that's kind of been dwindling in quality. I do think 2024 as a whole, Spider-Man was worse than Batman, just because all the writing has been bad. Like we're talking about the date issue, but go back to that issue where he was in the bar with his friend and like moping about, and it's just been rough. And I will second John Romita's art, and this is kind of what made the decision for me of what goes where. Is at least Batman has had some solid art. You know, you've got Jorge Jimenez coming in doing nothing but something. At least it looks halfway decent. And I think the last time I've seen Romita do any interior art that was remotely okay was when he was on Silencer, and that was what, 2018, 2019, somewhere along in there. But yeah, like he's too old, and I mean this with love. He's too old to be doing an ongoing series. He just can't deliver in the way that he needs to. And
Correct,
even
yeah.
though I've never been the biggest fan of his interior work and the look of it, his storytelling has always been really good, but his storytelling has suffered. Just like it's just not great. Now, I would say let him do covers and only covers. That way he can have some income coming in. Because I think covers plus trying to meet that monthly schedule is what's killing him. You slow down, your body just can't handle it anymore.
Yeah.
Um,
Even
but if-
covers though, those covers are still even rough. But like you said, if you take away the interiors, maybe he spends more time on the covers.
Yep. He's gonna start putting more detail that you used to kind of. Hey, look, he's not my favorite artist.
Yeah.
He's found a lot of shortcuts to let him get by with his art, but usually he can find a way to tell a decent story within an image, and that's just gone now.
Yeah.
But yeah, everything about this book has been rough. We've lost our hero. We talked about gang war, which Spider-Man was kind of just like in the background watching shit happen, but then nothing was actually ever happening. Yeah. We talked about the dating issue, Mary Jane. Like we've pretty
Wild,
much tread
man.
this ground. But
Yeah.
yeah, like
And
for me,
Paul.
it's like fucking Paul.
Fucking
Even-
Paul, man.
Even Marvel's creators are like, yeah, I wanted to fucking nope out the moment I saw Paul, but I didn't have a choice. Who was that?
Yeah.
Was that the Venom?
That was the illustrator. Yeah.
Yeah.
The artist for Venom was like, I know, I'm sorry, I fucking hate Paul too, but I
Yep.
had to draw him. Yeah.
So, but yeah, no, we need to take these books seriously. Like, remember when we thought that what's his fuck the fat tardo Dan Slott was like, God, this is so bad for Spider-Man. Like, it can't get worse, and then
It
it's
got
gotten
worse.
worse.
Yeah. Oof. It can always get worse. That's a terrible. Yeah, that's the terrible thing about it. Dazzler. I mean, I won't say anything much about this because we talked about it earlier, but it's one of those things. The reason why I have it at my number one is because I cannot find a good thing about it. The
You
art
just hate
sucks.
T Swift.
I just hate women. So I mean,
Gay.
so I mean, like, you've got that. The art is terrible. The storytelling is awful. The dialogue is the worst. The lyrics in particular are horrendous. The characters are nonsensical and abysmal to read. The plot, which is also nonsensical. I mean, there's no redeeming quality to the book whatsoever. And so therefore it is my number one. So now it may not be as offensive to me as Ice Cream Man or Wonder Woman or Nyx, but like I said, with those other ones, there may be something that I can pull from that I can go, you know what, at least there's this, or you know what, I got to give it credit for this. But with Dazzler, I cannot do that. There is zero in Dazzler. But Turd Burglar, Ice Cream Man issue number 42. I mean, what to say about this propaganda piece?
I know. That hasn't already been said. I mean, this a series that has been was in my top 5, best series of all time. Like it was up there as far as one of the greatest series I've ever read, and just by far and away, unlike anything I've ever read and probably ever will read, just something that was just so different, and it came out at a time where just horror anthologies, if it's even that, it's just so unique Every issue is just something different. You can always go back to them. They're evergreen titles. It's just stuff that you can always find something new in when you go back to, and then you get this piece of shit issue to ruin everything, and you get this fucking asshole on Instagram posting this shit. You're just upset that an election didn't go your way, you fucking little girl. And it's like, this is how you have to write. It's like you feel the need to have to cope and seethe into your comic book and whine and be like, this is what scares me is Planned Parenthood shutting down. It's like, fuck you, dude. Like, that's the horror of your life, a Planned Parenthood, because it affects you so much, you fucking cuck. Like, and global warming. Like, I cannot believe somebody that's a writer of his caliber that we all knew his politics. Of course, you know his politics. Take one fucking look at him. You know his politics.
Yeah.
It's like, but it didn't matter. Like, it was, if it was ever back in any issue, it would have been subtext at that, or if it, I'd be saying this if it was on the far right side as well. It is not needed in this series at all. And so I just felt this was unwarranted. This was unneeded. And this issue has completely just lifted the veil on who this guy really is. And he truly cannot separate himself from his art anymore. If you feel the need to make an entire book about your political beliefs, you can go fuck yourself.
Especially because it is so selfish to ruin the goodwill of all your fans. Because that's what it is. It's a slap in the face to all the fans to say,
you've produced your own Mein Kampf at this point. That's what you've done.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
But yeah, it was extremely selfish of him to act out. And when he's, like you said, as a writer of his caliber, he should know better. He should know better than to have this affect his work. And he didn't. He let it affect his work. It permeated from the pages. I think he may have lost a lot of fans. But like you said, most of these creators in comics, we know their politics, but it doesn't matter because
8 out of 10 are gonna have to be the same.
Yeah.
It's like, and if you wanted to tell this story so badly, do a one shot and not Ice Cream Man. Just call it, I'm a fucking whiny little bitch and I'm mad that Trump won, or whatever the fuck. It's like, okay, if it makes you feel better that you can sleep at night knowing that that's terrifying to you, and you think the CNN headlines are what's actually going on in America, go right ahead. Go right ahead and write that fucking short story, or go write your memoir and make yourself feel better. And as you leave America, oh wait, never mind, you're not going to leave. That's crazy. Why would you leave? That's stupid. No, you're going to stay here. Yeah, of course, you fucking pussy. So, but continue to whine about it though. But stay here and accept all the benefits of free speech and everything else that you get the ability to have while you're here. But yeah, now he may show up again on my honorable mention list.
Next week. All right. Well, what a shocking.
Moving forward, issue 43, it's going to be a whole anthology. The fact that you have patent fucking douchebag Oswald having a fucking story in your book, you can already go fuck yourself. I don't care. That book's probably going to suck. So it's just, I don't even know if there's been a bad issue of Ice Cream. I'd have to go back and reread them all, but
there's been 41 issues of
41 solid issues. There's been none. 41 solid good issues.
There's been a bad one.
41 good issues.
Yeah, they've all been solid.
I would say no.
Everything good.
Telethon one was probably the best one out of all of them, and
I think so.
Mean-spirited and evil.
No, that was definitely this one.
Well, I mean, yeah, issue 42 is definitely mean-spirited and evil, but I can't think of any other one that was bad. So
yeah.
Well, like I said, I will have many more thoughts on issue number 42, and I'm gonna put that in my video here this weekend. I should probably have it hopefully out by Monday for you guys, so I'll do a full in-depth review. And our last one for the evening, Drew Dolan puts Batman as his number one worst of 2024. But before we get to Batman, I do want to say hail to MG. What's happening, brother? This is our based Canadian friend. He says, kind of shocked I don't see Scarlet, but good call on Gunslinger 29, Kyle. That issue was fucking awful. I agree, MG. But I actually forgot about it. So thanks to Kyle, we remembered how terrible that was. So thank you, Kyle. Dolan, give us in as brief as you can. We'll wrap this bad boy up and call it a night. But let us know why Batman is your worst of all of 2024.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you want to see me go on my full diatribe, you can watch me with Wes when I give my worst of the year.
That's right. Yeah,
I go on for several minutes about why it's the worst.
Cool.
And I'm not going to pull a Rock and Robbie and change it. So at the last minute, doing another video, it's going to stay
right.
Batman. Look, I've been a Batman fan ever since I was a kid. I've got the Batman tattoo. I've been reading Batman since Nightfall. I've been reading and collecting all the issues, every series. And this is the first time in my life where I have checked out from reading Batman, and it pisses me off as a lifelong Batman fan. And it should not be like that. And I mean, granted, Tom King, what he did in his run was atrocious, but at the same time, he did have some high points in his run. There were some good issues, but with Chip's run, it's been predominantly bad, and I can't really think of any really high points from his run at all, except for like maybe early on the first couple issues. But that's going back to almost 2 years at this point, I think.
Yeah.
And I have never been this angry and checked out, and like this makes me furious as a Batman fan. And look, we said it earlier at the beginning of the show, Jim Lee is pushing 60 at this point, and so is Scott Williams. Do you think these guys want to be doing interiors monthly with Jeff Loeb? Are you fucking nuts?
No.
This is the guy who has a golden parachute. He doesn't want to be doing interiors. He's never wanted to do interiors. If you talk to any of the Image guys, Jim never wanted to do interiors. He wanted to be a guy running the show. And for him to do this shows you the state of disrepair Batman is in. That is how desperate they have gotten to bring him back. And if you disagree with me, well, hey, you're wrong. And I pray to God they can resuscitate the life into Batman. Batman needs it. But like Josh has said, this artwork we're getting from Jim, it's not his best. This is half-assed Jim. And it's still better than JRGR, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully it's a good story, because Batman needs it. And this is why it is the worst of 2024. This recent issue just came out this week. I sent you guys screenshots of those pages, and it felt like it was written by the Three Stooges. And I felt dumb after looking at that last page with the big reveal of who Captain Capitalism is. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I could not believe it.
Captain Capitalism. Too much. Well, thank you so much, Drew, for giving us the insight there. And yeah, I totally respect you guys putting ASM and Batman as your tops. So MG says Rock and Robbie had Absolute Wonder Woman in like his top 3. Oh, I think it was his number 4. Yeah, his number 4 or 3, something like that. Everyone's put, what do you call it? Absolute or Ultimate or whatever in their tops. So, but here is our final list, our full Dolan, Turd Burglar, MVP, and McDizzy's list of the worst comics of 2024. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us tonight. We did it. We made it. Next weekend, we will be doing our best books of 2024. So come by and hang out with us then, and we will talk about that. And we really appreciate you guys for supporting, for always being here and checking our videos out and engaging in conversation. Hope you guys had a wonderful start to 2025. We'll see y'all next weekend. I'm excited because the best books of 2024 will actually be pretty fun. We've got some really great picks in there that I think will be sleeper hits where you may not see it coming, but I'm honored to always, produce this show for you guys as fans and subscribers and just friends. And we love doing this, and it's always a pleasure. So once again, this is our list for the worst books of 2024. Let us know in the comment section below if you agree, if you disagree, who's right. Am I right? Is Kyle right? Is Drew right? Is Josh right? I mean, I think we covered every single issue that we probably could have covered with, between our dishonorables and our top 10 and all that good stuff. So, but yeah,
It's funny. You look at the top 5 of our list; they all start to kind of like blend. Almost all of them start to blend together. It's pretty funny. I love it.
Yeah, lots of X-Men, Wonder Woman, Spider-Man, yeah,
Batman, yeah.
Yeah, I see it. Well, that's what happens when, it means we just have good taste. So, mwah. All right. Thank you all so much once again for the support. Have a great weekend. We'll see y'all next weekend for the best of 2024. See y'all there. Take care.